evening. How's everybody doing? Oh my god, it's been a minute since I last did a live stream. It must be maybe the Wicker stream, and that was ages ago. It was so long. Thanks, Sergi. Are you not entertained? Yeah, so somebody asked for a Coliseum tutorial on Twitter. Hang on, I know it down who it was. Glenn Radburn. So thank you, Glenn, for requesting a Coliseum. I thought it was going to be easy. I don't know why. I just thought it was like basically a circle, like we did the church before. This one has a few more elements to it, so I think I've got an idea for how to make it. I mean, to people who don't know, like this is the Coliseum. We're not going to be doing all of the elements, and we're not going to be doing all of the like interior structures, but I think we can get maybe the outer two rings. I might just do it solid inside, so we'll have all of the archways done out here, and then we're just going to do solid for the rest of it, and then we'll add on this top section, which is all going to be stepped. And again, I think I've got an idea for that as well. So the great thing about geometry nodes and SDS workflows is that we can do just a bunch of maths. SDFs are great. If you don't know what an SDF is, we'll go into that in a minute as well. But yeah, it basically allows you to sort of massage stuff around. And now that we have the volume cube, we can really get quite precise. It's not necessarily very fast. Like if I was to make this whole thing in one go as like a high detail, high poly surface, it would be extremely slow. It would require so many samples. So yeah, this is what I'm going to be. I just did a quick sketch earlier, just bear with. So I'm going to make one section and then I'm just going to bend it around, so you can kind of get the idea there. That's just my plan. So yeah, just putting together a few pieces, and then we'll array out a line and just bend it around, do like a curve deform around an elliptical curve. So it should be fairly simple. Is there an easy way to get the position of an index? Maybe field at index. That would probably be my method. Yeah, dot notebooks, they're great. I love them because you can just turn them sideways. Like I quite often just flip my book sideways and do a bunch in landscape. So if you want position at a specified index, you can use the field at index. Set this to vector, set this to position, and now this is going to output whatever the position is at this index on whichever context this field is calculated on. CrowST, will I be doing an advanced course on geometry node modeling? Yes. I'm planning it at the moment. I have like a general idea of what I want to do, and I've been trying. I have a few different like test files where my goal was. The issue with geometry nodes is because it's been changing so quickly. Like I picked something to do that I think is going to be really valuable in terms of like the density of information and the density of lessons. Because you don't, with a course, you have to be a bit careful about designing the exercises so that you're not just repeating the same thing again and again and again. Because people want in a course for you not to just skip ahead and say, well, we just did this 10 times. So you need to kind of be able to have an exercise which is sufficiently different throughout that you can be very thorough about explaining it without getting people bored. And with an advanced course as well, like a lot of advanced users are not going to be interested in a course. They're going to be interested in project files or in just looking at people's node trees or just generally experimenting themselves. So an advanced course is actually often like an advanced topic for maybe beginner, like enthusiastic beginners to intermediate people. So there's also that kind of balance to walk as well. But yeah, hopefully that'll be, I don't want to put this in stone, but before November, that's the plan, because obviously I want people to be all skilled up in time for Node month. Drays, I won't instance much for the volumes. So we'll get, I kind of want to explain this, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. So we will be instancing points, and then we'll be using those points to generate SDFs. So not heavy instancing, but we will be using the volume cube to generate the mesh at the end. Jonathan, the plan for this one is to create an approximation of the Coliseum in Rome. Very approximate though. We're just going to be getting as far as we can with it. So I've just got a fairly basic file here. I've got just one object. I'm not using the object, and volume cube. Hey Raphael, how's it going? So let's start off. What is an SDF? An SDF is a signed distance function. 3 words. So signed basically means negative and positive are sort of being kept explicit. If something was unsigned, for example, if you look at the edge angle node, the unsigned angle is just going to tell you what angle something is, whether it's one way or the other, whereas the signed angle is going to tell you whether that is a positive or a negative angle. Late as usual with the volume cube, yes. Thank you for adding this. It has been just a game changer for what we can do. I love doing SDF stuff because it also allows you to do things with like textures. So let's start out somewhat basic here. The most basic SDF is a sphere. So basically the distance from a point. And we can create this very simple with just a position node, a length node, and a subtract node. And then we can plug this into the density, and we can use volume to mesh on here. I was getting so confused when I first started using these, the volume cube, because it just like comes out as an actual cube. If you go into wireframe, you can see there's a sphere inside there. So easiest way to get around this, set the background density to 1. But if you're making game assets, check your face orientation because it's actually inverted. I'm sure there's probably a better way to do this, but there we go, flip faces. And I'm also going to set my threshold to 0 because I want to set my radiuses manually myself. So the way that a volume cube works, and just generally marching cubes and meshing what is called an ISO surface, is you have a bunch of sampling positions. And we can make this a bit more explicit if we add a grid in here. So if I have a 2x2 grid of points, you can imagine that each one of these points, let's make this 32 by 32 by 32. Each one of these points is basically saying, what value do I have at this subtract? Like, what is this field coming in here, which allows, so basically it just samples this field. It's like basically doing a capture attribute of this field on this grid. And then what the volume to mesh does is it says, if the volume on one sampling point is less than my threshold and greater than my threshold and the next sampling point, then there must be a face in between those points. So it's kind of process of elimination. There's a little bit of extra stuff going on with surface smoothing, which is why we're not getting a really like ugly stepped surface on here. But that's essentially it. So what is the difference between an SDF and how Mutables work? I don't actually know how Mutables work. So that's the first difference. And SDFs, because they're a lot more manual, we can be a lot more controlled. So things like if you have, okay, let's just give a really quick example here. I'm going to use, instead of length, I'm going to use distance, because distance allows me to move this a little bit, right? So the distance from this vector is what this sphere is centered on. If I have two of these and I want to join them together, let's put one in the opposite direction, maybe make it a little bit smaller. Hey Sahel, no worries, that's what I'm here for. So I'm going to put one over here, one over here. If I want to join these, I can very simply just use a smooth minimum. In fact, do you know what, before we get there, I want to show you how to debug. It's quite simple. I've just got a node for it, but basically this node group is really easy. I've just got a geometry with a stored named attribute storing a named attribute, and then I also will link in a material for displaying whatever that attribute shows. So if I grab a grid in here, and I'm going to make it a bit bigger than everything. I'm going to also increase the resolution of that grid because we're sampling on mesh elements rather than per pixel. And I'm just going to join this up with my metaballs, not my metaballs, my surface down there. And I'm going to plug in my field as well into my debug node. So if I go into material preview, what we're going to see is, let's just mute that. You're going to see that circle. And it's basically a gradient. So the distance, we've got a signed distance field here, right? So this is negative and this is positive. So that's our signed. The distance is because every point is literally just the length from our, what we call an iso surface. But where it's black, this is just because shaders don't show negative values, right? So in here, it's actually going down as well, down like below 0. So wherever this surface is 0, because our volume to mesh threshold is 0, this is where it's defining that surface. How did I just mute that wire? That was Control Alt right click and drag. You can switch between things as well. It's pretty handy. Control Alt right click and drag. You'll see my shortcuts in the viewport as well as I go. So this debug, I recommend that you make one. I might add one to ETK as well, just because it's super handy. Apparently Metaballs do use SDFs with marching cubes internally just the same. I guess using it this way just allows you to have a little bit more freedom. So you can do things like shader stuff. Borello, hello, Erin-chan. Oh, stoshiburi. O genki desu ka? Hey, Alias, how's it going? Oh, I think you sent me an Instagram message the other day. I'm sorry, I haven't read it yet. I need to get back to you. The fractals. Could this be used to do something like dynamic pixel depth offset similar to Unreal Engine technique? Maybe somebody else can field that question. That is not one I know. All right, let's join these two things up here. I'm going to grab another math node because we're dealing with gradients, right? If I just get rid of our marching squares, we're just going to deal with this in shader land for a sec because I think shaders are really much easier to kind of work stuff out because you can see it. And we're going to just grab a smooth minimum of the two of these. So smoothing I really like because it gives you that roundness on the corners. And then you can see how we can kind of blend these things together because it's taking the minimum, right? If you have a graph and you have two distance functions, right, which are essentially just a linear graph, a line graph, if you take the minimum, it's just going to give you like whatever's on the lowest side here, which is going to work like this, or you could do the maximum, which is going to give you sort of the opposite. You can think of these as Boolean operations. So I'm going to change that back to smooth minimum. We can bring back our object here, and it looks like I need a bit more sampling space. So let's go for let's just go -5 to 5. And we need to increase our resolution. Actually, do you know what? We are just going to be using volume cube and volume to mesh, but I'm going to do it with my ETK one, just because it's got a little bit of maths already set up for the resolution, so it's like a fixed size. We're just going to work like this. I need to just adjust the background to 1 and add a flip faces. And that should do it. Hey Perez, how's it going? Michael, can someone get good at geometry nodes if they can't do math to save their life? Asking for myself. Yeah, absolutely. Completely. In fact, you don't identify too strongly with not being able to do maths because Blender is what's going to teach you how to do maths. That is what I've found. It's Blender is how I can like think about a lot of this stuff. And specifically shaders, actually, because shaders really give you a lot of like feedback on how it's working. That's why I'm using these here, like this plane, to debug stuff. Let's just make this a bit bigger. There we go. Cool. So this is how we can start mixing stuff together. Basically, a sine distance function is just a gradient. If you can make gradients, then you can do anything, and you can make a gradient as easy as like separating a vector. So if I just do that, then we can see that we have this gradient. It's going 0 to 1 in one direction, and then 0 to like minus whatever in the other direction. And because our marching cubes, or the volume cube and volume to mesh nodes, because they're basically saying at 0 point put a face, that's all we're getting there. You can see the rest of this. This is just because of the bounds of our volumes. But the important one is where, in this case, x equals 0. So this is kind of the basics of how we're going to be building stuff today. We want to be building some columns and some arches. And we kind of already know how to do a bunch of this stuff now because it's just gradients. So let's set up a square SDF. It's very simple, just with a separate XYZ here. I'm going to hide my marching cubes again. We just want to see this in our shader version. And we're going to go from there. Oh my gosh, trying to stay hydrated. It's been so long since I've done a live stream. I apologize if I just like randomly stop talking. I feel very out of practice at like play in a room. All right. So if we have a, oh, do you know what? Maybe I should, just before we get too deep in here, just because I know there's still a bunch of people, let's go through the good stuff. How do we instance SDFs? Because, so there's kind of a basic way, and there's a basic way to do spheres, and then there's a very marginally more complex way that just maybe needs a bit of talking through. Peter, is there any reason why I'm using my marching nodes cube instead of the volume cube? Is it faster? No. In fact, it uses volume cube and volume to mesh. The only reason is that it has, instead of doing bounds min, bounds max samples, what I have is bounds min, bounds max, and then sample size. So in this case, rather than doing like 32 by 32 by 32 and then changing the size of my bounds and it stretching out those samples, in this way I can say my sample size and actually my voxel size are 0.1 meters, and then as I change the size of this, it's going to give me just as many more samples as I need to maintain the sample size. On the node that I use, I've got sample size and voxel size. So the sample size is where we sample on the volume cube. The voxel size is where we mesh it. And I do need to make some adjustments to this because you get a little bit of offsetting. It shouldn't matter for us today, but just to be aware. But the reason that you might want different sample size and voxel size is the voxel size is just for the meshing. And so you might actually want a lower resolution meshing based on higher resolution sampling data. I found that often it's the same, I just put it the same, but in some cases I found it's better to have like a higher sample and then a lower voxel, and it's also faster to separate them like that. Jonathan, this is the first live stream since you subscribed. Oh, thank you for subscribing. And I'm sorry I can't read the Korean name, but we are making a Coliseum, like the Roman Coliseum. This one. So just basically just a circle, but with a few more complexities. How do I do a geometry nodes gradient? That's a good question. Let me have a look at my shader. That's because I put a full stop before it. Basically, I have just a plane, and I'm capturing an attribute on this, whatever the input attribute is here. And then I'm sending this out to a debug shader, which is literally just an attribute node, nothing else. So that's how I'm previewing this. It is using a material, but it is just, yeah, sometimes you want to see your things, especially with SDFs. I find it really helps explaining them, and also like visualizing for yourself. Yeah, brother. Alrighty. Is there a way to get the debug node? Just make it. It's 3 nodes. Well, 2 nodes. 3 nodes if you include the shader. I'll probably add it to ETK as well, just so it's available. Okay, let me continue. So we're going to make we're going to do the multiple points thing. So if we think about this in terms of, this is our space, right? And if I just put a vector math length node on here and plug that back in, then each one of our vectors is being calculated as the length. And what it's actually doing is just Pythagoras, right? A squared plus b squared equals c squared. And therefore, like, you can work out the distance from 0, 0 to whichever this point is. And there's also a function for distance, which gives you the distance from whatever your second vector is, or vice versa, to there, right? So we're going to be using length for now. But if we think about this, we've got 0 in our space, and if I want to make a sphere, therefore, or a circle or whatever, what I need is a 0, 0 position. Let's add a math node here, just so I can give myself the radius control as well. So if I need more 0, 0 spaces, what we need to do is basically divide up our position vector. And if you've done shader stuff before, then you'll know that you can just add something like a wrap function on here, which is like, if I go from minus 0.5 to 0.5, there we go. Now we have a bunch of these, because instead of just being one UV space, what we've now got is minus 0.5 to positive 0.5, and it's just going to repeat that basically based on the coordinate space. So we need to do the same thing, but instead of having it all based on maths, we want to have a little bit more control perhaps with geometry, because otherwise you might as well just do this with ray marching in a shader. Like, let's use geometry nodes. I want to be able to create, for example, a grid of points, and I now want this position to be somewhere in our field. So I need to get this out as a distance function. The easiest way, if you want spheres, is just geometry proximity. So I can take geometry proximity points, and this is just going to pass out the distance like this, right? And now this is controlled by my geometry here, and I can make this however I need. In fact, we can have a look at this through our mesh here as well. Let's make these a little bit higher resolution. So that's all working fine, but we've got spheres. Like, we want arches and slabs and triangles and just all sorts of different geometry. We're not going to be doing Beziers today, but you could do really like any additional stuff. And you can take this a little bit further, like distance from edges gives you this kind of grid, distance from faces gives you the whole slab. So it's not impossible to use this method, but it's just very limited. You lose all of your mathematical control. Just horses for courses, right? Use whatever you need to use, but let's talk about how we can get the mathematical version back. So instead of using geometry proximity, I wonder if we could just use a position actually, because that will use the nearest. I don't really like it. It feels imprecise using this. So we're going to use a transfer attribute node. Set to vector, because we want to transfer the position of our vectors, of our vertices. Not nearest face interpolated, we just want nearest, and we're interested in the points themselves. So that's good. But now all we've got in here, let's preview what this is going to look like and hide that. This is all just stepped. So you might have thought you were going to get something like this, where each one is like its own coordinate space, but actually you just get this stepped. And all that's happening is it's telling every sampling position. On our debug, this is the grid node, right? So it's telling every sampling position the actual vector of the nearest vertex on our grid here. So this one's going to be about there, this one's going to be about there, this one's going to be about there, and it's just literally that vector. What is this vector? So then we just use a vector subtract so that we can, I feel like I don't want to get too confusing, but part of this is just like see and do. But if I want to move this coordinate space up to here, I need this vector, which might be like 1.52 to be 0, which means I need to subtract this vector from the position vector, from what we see here, to essentially drag it up into this position. So if I just do that, unmute it, then that's what's happened. Each one of these tiles that we see has now dragged the position vector into its thing. Man, it's been ages since I've looked at like shaders and thinking about describing it this way. I can't wait until Geometry Nodes has a bit more like explicit attribute viewing, but there we go. Oh, somebody's saying echoing. Am I echoing, or is it just that you were echoing? Using the proximity position actually works fine, does it? I don't know how it actually does work. Let's do a quick speed check here. That's still extremely fast. I wonder if I can even make this slow down for what we're doing. Geometry proximity. I just want to know which way is faster. They are both pretty fast, it looks like. Let's try not to crash Blender. No, maybe that was too much. 17 milliseconds versus... Check the timing on the volume cube. That's actually... I guess a good point. Okay, well actually our debug is writing the vector, so 4100 versus... Yeah, they're about the same. Hey, Mirinless salmon sushi. That does sound good. Like real munchies today. Let's set this back to... Oh, if you're wondering, by the way, why this looks weird, like why is it not now just individual spaces? It's just because of the resolution of our grid up here that we're sampling with. It just has the effect of making it look like it's being pulled off. Everything is actually still in the middle properly. Okay. Right, so this is how we can grab our positions. I'm just going to stick with the transfer attribute, but they looked about the same. I assume they're doing pretty much the same calculation under the hood, transfer as proximity. Right, so as soon as you've got something like this, then let's bring this down to 5 by 5. Then you've got these 0 spaces, right, or the 0, 0 positions, and then you can use that for your SDFs. So at this point, if we have a look at what we've got, we need to subtract to make sure that we have the space on these. Yeah, spreadsheet is not good enough, especially because the spreadsheet is not actually readable. Let's go with just 2 by 2. Or, sorry, the spreadsheet is readable, it's not writable. You can't like say, I want this to have a vertex weight of whatever. But yeah, just find ways to debug your node graph. The more visual you can be, for most of us, I think, is probably just helps with understanding. Now, here are some limitations that are worth being aware of. Any SDF, which is like generated through the same process like this, cannot be like smoothed into the next one. If I reduce my sample size again, then you can see that this is a relatively sharp divide. It's not like smooth in between there, not like a Metable would be. So is there anything we can do about this? Yeah, probably. Should we just linear light some noise into it? Do a bit of dithering. Because we're doing a sampled thing though, it'll just make the surface really like bitty. Let's have a go though. Sorry, Aaron, short person question. now I stuck with the define pick random index on instance. Oh, Alex, yeah, you'd have to check everything around it. That seems like a heavy process, maybe a bit out of scope for today. Hey, we just have 100 concurrent viewers, by the way. Thanks everybody for being a great audience. Yeah, so pick random index number on instance. Do you mean like you want a random value per index? Or like, yeah, a random value per instance? Because you can just capture a random value, like a random integer with a random integer node. Utilities, random value, set this to integer. We're going to need a capture node, integer, capture, instance. Something like this perhaps. Yeah, if you have like a specific thing, I do recommend the Discord. Check the link in the description because everybody's just so nice on Discord and everybody's willing to help. So do recommend joining if you're interested in procedural workflows in Blender. Alrighty then. So we've got our maths back. This is the key thing that I want to talk about here. So let's maybe reduce these a little bit. Maybe 3 by 3. And instead of doing this subtract and length to give us spheres, we're actually just going to make some columns here. So again, I'm going to just hide my volume cubes and we're just going to work through the debug so that we can see what we're doing. Let's take one of our UV spaces, or coordinate spaces. So this subtract just passes this out. We can now take this and separate the vector. So now what we have is this going the correct direction? Should I just, I guess whichever way you put your subtract node changes the direction, but it doesn't actually matter in this case because we're going to absolute. What absolute does is it removes the sign, and then we're going to be creating a sign distance function, but right now we want to absolute so that we're going up. This looks like ping pong, but it's actually just because this is an even grid. I can maybe, let's just randomize this for a sec. Points, distribute points on faces. Ooh, pretty. Let's just grab a few points. Okay, there you go. You got Voronoi. So you can see the stepping actually from the grid resolution from our debug, but you can ignore that. Basically, each one of our points has a coordinate space on it, which is just like values, linear values. And then we're separating this so that we're getting a specific axis, and then we are doing an absolute so that wherever it would have been like -1, that becomes 1. Anything, they just remove the minus from before. Everything becomes positive. So that's what absolute is doing. And now you can think if we were to subtract something from this, what we're doing is we're taking a graph that looks like this, and we're just moving it down. So now the position, there's still values here, right? But it looks like it's getting wider because of where it intersects this y=0 line. Sorry if this is getting kind of mathsy. I know people feel like they don't necessarily know maths, but if you can kind of think about translating stuff, like if you've got a cube, right? Sorry for kind of jumping around. If you've got a cube and you're just transforming this in the z-axis, right? That's all we're doing. We're just subtracting from the, I don't know why to delete that. We're just subtracting from this, basically. We're just moving it down. And obviously if this was a wedge shape, then the point at which it intersects that 0 position gets wider because it's like driving a wedge into it. So that's all that's happening. We're just basically visualizing that wedge. So that's good for our x-axis. Let's do the exact same thing for our y-axis. And again, we're going to subtract just so that we can see and subtract before the absolute would move the line. Yes, that's exactly right, yeah. So if you were to actually... So absolute is always going to take... Oh, my bad drawing, sorry. Absolute is always going to make whatever is negative positive, like that. So it's just basically moving it upwards. If you were to, rather than that, if you were to subtract here, then you're just going to end up moving the line down, which has the effect of moving that point that goes through the 0 to the right, which is why, actually, this is kind of fun, maybe not fun, if you have a mapping node and you'll see on it in shaders that you've got the option to jump between vector mapping, between point and texture, because texture is like intuitively how it should move. And it's to do with this, right? If you subtract something, it moves in the positive direction. So that's why you've got that option to switch to like, which direction do you want to move the texture rather than the point information. Anyway. Yeah, so if you were to then move it and then do the absolute, then everything that comes below becomes positive. So it would have the effect, yeah, subtract and it moves to the right. Okay, right. So we've got, I'm just going to move that subtract to the end. We've got absolute x and we've got absolute y on here. Let's do, just as we did before, a smooth, I could do a maximum or a minimum. Let's just do it the easy way, yeah. So minimum, we can see, I don't think this is helping us, this distribute. So in this one, we've got, basically it's taking the lowest value, and let's actually switch this to maximum because we want to kind of overwrite this black section. So let's go for maximum instead. Now we've got a square with sharp corners. If we wanted it to be rounded, we could go with a smooth maximum. And then your distance value there creates that roundness. Something like that. Hey, nice work, Crow. Super useful to have. Mark it as an asset, keep it in your asset library. You can always just grab it whenever you need. Sorry about the English. If you can speak and explain in Korean. If you're all right with written English, then do you know, I actually don't know if live streams get automatic captions. Definitely not live ones. It's a shame because I know with Zoom you can enable automatic captions. Maybe I should find a way of like getting a Discord overlay or something, or sorry, an OBS overlay. Microsoft text-to-speech. Okay, I don't know if this is... Well, I just enabled captions in OBS. I don't think I'm seeing any though. Can I maybe add? Sorry, bear with. I'd really love to be able to get closed captions. That would be great. Build an automatic caption system in Geometry Nodes. Maybe this one. I wonder if it writes. I'll work this out for next time. I think it would be great to have captions anyway. So we will see if that's possible. Yeah, maybe it's that I don't have text-to-speech enabled. Anyway, there we go. We'll try and get some later. Unless, if somebody just Googles like how you set up automatic captions on OBS, then we might be able to set them up during the stream. Cool. Let's carry on here. So we've got this square. Now what happens if we just have a look at the mesh of this? Well, we don't have any controls for the Z height. We've left the Z as it is, right? And if I was to move this grid up or down here, you would see that this is just remaining. This is like an infinite space, right? Does setting the smooth maximum to a negative value change anything? No, it seems to be clamped at 0. I'm not actually sure what the calculation is. I'm sure somebody here does. But I think like the effective space is really, I was going to say 0 to 1, but definitely higher than 1 as well. But yeah, 0 is the same as just doing a regular maximum. In the case of our columns, for our, let me just bring in our picture again. What's going on here is we've got columns and we've got these internal arches and we've also got the arches between. So this is a little bit more complicated than just making some square extrusions, right? And this is one of the reasons I wanted to use SDFs, because we can go a little bit crazy with smoothing and just get stuff to kind of stick together nicely. Yeah, we're just gonna have to see kind of how it goes. I only did a very approximate setup before, just to like check if the general idea was going to work. So I don't know like how we're going to do terminations or the ends and things. Am I trying to make the Coliseum? Yes, we're making the Coliseum. I just thought it would be way easier than it turns out it is. So that's my bad. But we're going to see how far we get today. I think we can get the general shape. So then, this becomes the control for our size. So let's go ahead here. Let's just add a value node, which I'm going to call column thickness. And let's maybe set this to 0.2. Obviously, we're not working to real world scale. I've been Blender struggling slightly, so friendly reminder to save when you can. Thank you. I made sure that I saved the file before starting the stream, so I can just Control S. I've gone like whole hour, 2-hour streams before without saving, and it's just like, it's terrifying when you realize. SDFs do make sense for this. Coliseum kicked my ass when I tried it. Yeah, I bet they did. Strange color glitches while sending nodes. Do you mean like divide by 0 errors? Because that definitely can happen. If, for example, I was transferring a color, like this color, oh wait, not that one, into, trying to remember where I had to plug stuff, like this one, and then you were to do like, I don't know, if I do divide somewhere in here, divide by this gradient instead. Then we're going to get some like weirdness going on these edges where it's like, I'm infinitely high. And Blender just can't really process that. So usually when multiple 2 images textures in the shader editor, sending integers across. Oh, do you mean like it looks like you're having Z fighting? This is a weird one. Let me just show. Yeah. So if I just grab a white noise texture, that's too much. Let's, oh, that's a wave texture. What am I doing? In fact, let's, yeah. Utilities, random value. I just want to send like an integer, right? Integer like this. We're going to be doing a fixed value, so let's just use an integer for the ID, and then you can get like various things. Actually, let's do so you can see that's just changing. That's a solid value. If I go into a shader, I'm still hiding this. Okay, let me localize this so I can just fix that naming. Maybe we go into our Blender file. There we go. Now, putting a full stop behind stuff, I just thought it'd make it better for like usability, but turns out I can never actually reach it. So if I've got a random value like this, and then in my shader I put on like a white noise texture. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. I don't know why this happens. Why is my node shift A option not the same? In my shaders, I have an additional section for these bottom 5. These are from EAD. EAD has a node add-on that I've actually not updated in a while, but some super useful little utilities here. But yeah, they're just like, they're just shapes, SDFs basically. But yeah, it's just an add-on. Anyway, yeah, this can happen. If you're using random values that you want from geometry nodes, and you're trying to use it to like geometry, to create more random values in the shader, what I would actually recommend is you just use random values from geometry nodes, send them over, and then you can like put them through like a color ramp or whatever you need, so that you've got some different colors and stuff in here. Anyway, that's kind of by the by. Let me go back to having this just set up like that. Wow, there are so many people speaking Korean. I didn't realize Koreans like me so much. Korean is there was like 3 Korean people on my degree, and they just had like the best Queen's English accents. Like they had learnt proper British English. I don't know if that's common in Korea, like British English as opposed to American English, but yeah, their enunciation was like, it was so clean, so good. Do I do one-to-one classes? I do not. They're too expensive to be worth it. Like if you want an hour class, then that's like 2 to 3 hours of my time, including like what's going on around it. And then obviously it's like a weekend as well, so then it ends up being like £300 a session, and people just don't want to pay that. And frankly, it's like, it can be difficult. Like people ask for very explicit things off the cuff in a lesson, not explicit, like very particular Blender stuff, and then you have to kind of work it out. And then, you know, like somebody's paying quite a lot of money to have you there, and it's like, okay, let's just kind of ad-lib our way through a complex problem. And I think people can feel like they're being cheated out of money, because like you can't always just get straight to the solution. I'm not a genius, so yeah, I don't do one-to-one classes. Right then. What's the min and max pay for... From min to max, how much? For like paying for a one-to-one session. I don't know, I think as well, like, because I don't necessarily want to do them, I charge even more, which I don't know if that's like, I think that's probably quite standard for freelancers doing stuff. It's like, you try and make the request go away, or like make it worth your time if you do it. Anyway. That's true, David, actually. But I would rather, if I'm going to do stuff like that, I'd rather do it here on YouTube for free. Like, this is why I do weird things. Like, these aren't real projects that we're doing in the live streams. These are just like, yeah, like intentionally complicated, confusing setups that you don't normally come across. Do you remember that? Oh yeah, and you had like you had a special Korean build of like from an animation studio or something. I do remember that. Yeah, NPR is not my forte either, so I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help when you were asking that. Right, let me get my head back in game. Are we making Russell Crowe with the Coliseum? Absolutely. Like, it's all coming together. This is why we made the IK stuff so long ago. It's so that we could make Russell Crowe. So I'm willing to pay if somebody will solve it. If you ask, there's a Blender NPR server, Discord server, where people can probably help you. If anybody remembers what it is, just drop it in the chat. Oh, maybe it's called BNPR actually. Let me just send you the link. Invite. Yeah, BNPR, that's the one. Copy and paste. There you go. So that is the Discord invite link to the BNPR server. If you're interested in NPR workflow, this is probably the place that you should dip into. Most of my stuff's a bit more natural PBR workflow, so there we go. All right. NPR is non-photoreal. So like PBR is physically based rendering, NPR is non-photoreal or non-physically? No. Anyway, yeah. So like cartoon shading, cell shading, and things like that. So we have a square, an infinite square in the Z height, and we need to start adding some controls for being able to like create some arches. So let's bring these in a little bit here. Gonna make this a bit smaller until we have some more pieces, just so that we can see it. And then let's have a look at our structure. I don't need to go below 0, so I'm going to set my bounds minimum Z to 0, just so we set on the ground there. And maybe I set the top a little bit higher. I was wondering if maybe we should do this in sections. It would be fun to have like, this is the SDF for the Coliseum, like here's how you mathematically describe the Coliseum, just as one chunk. Yeah, maybe I will do. Saves me the volume cubes as well. So we're going to go for a maximum height of like 5 meters maybe. That's probably all right. Okay. So gradients are the thing. So what we need is some gradients in the Z height. Fortunately, we have some. Let's create another grid here. What are we going to do? Yeah. So I'm going to actually just make another grid. Ooh, okay. And I'm going to join it to this one so that we have 2 in our debug. And I'm going to make this one vertical. So I'm going to rotate it in the y-axis. I'm going to turn off backface highlighting, and then we're going to make it a bit taller. Do you think you will have some plane and decorate decimation on meshes like these? What density am I running? Fairly dense. If I look at my wireframe, it's hella dense. So yeah, absolutely. What I would do is I would probably do a decimate planar. Maybe. Hopefully this doesn't crash. Adaptive tessellation, maybe. But you can really lose a lot of your corners. I would rather do collapse afterwards. If this updated, oh boy. Yeah, so what I would normally do is like a planar decimate to get rid of the big faces, and then a collapse decimate to deal with the corners, and then maybe another geometry nodes tree for UV unwrapping. Who knows how long this is going to take? It's it's 9 cubes basically. May crash running live. It'll be fine. It'll get there eventually. I think this might be one of those things where it's like, freeze out your node tree, do the next thing. This is why we need cache nodes, so that we can just like, or yeah, like an explicit cache, just so that you can say, don't process anything before this point. Make this like real geometry, but still proceduralized. Curious for the unwrapping if we get there. Why decimate and not merge by distance? Decimate there we go. Decimate preserves surfaces. So you can get, decimate preserves silhouettes. So if you have something like Suzanne, and you have like a really, this is a terrible drawing of her, and you have like a shape, whatever, something like that. If you just merge by distance, you'll end up with like this in the middle. But if you decimate, it's going to try and keep the curvature somewhat intact. So it's just a little bit more for the job. Good for the job. So yeah, this is much better, but it also took a long ass time to calculate. So maybe a job for later. I'm going to turn off that wireframe again because I don't want to know how unoptimized this is. Let's just hide this. I'm going to be showing a little bit more debug. We're going to make this have a Y length of 5. Oh wait, not 5. 3 and a Z length of 5, and we're going to move this up 2.5. There we go. So this gives us a good sense of what's going on in 2 axes. I find a lot of the time, especially with like beginners, and I'm not saying that in like a pejorative way, but like people who are new to geometry nodes, they just kind of use the tools that they have. Make tools. You gotta make tools. If you need something, like if you need to visualize what the data's doing, just make something to do that. I know that is a skill in and of itself, but if you just get out of the habit of using just what is available and start building your own tools, like that's when you're really going to get into when geometry nodes works for you. Need some lo-fi chill music for the live blending. You should put some on. I know we have different people's different music tastes here, and I also don't like copyright bans. Well, apparently I can insert an ad. That's fun. Oh, and I can do streaming markers. Are these like checkpoints, like chapter headings? I'll remember that for next time as well, because otherwise I have to chapter it afterwards. Okay, let's take our Z gradient and let's just have a look at it. We're going to do some shader-esque workflow here, just because we're working with colors. This is kind of what SDFs is like. Oh, did BBN... I didn't know BBN was live streaming now. That's great. We were trying to make him do content for ages. So glad he's got out his work, because he's amazing. Very creative. So we've got a Z gradient. Let's just throw a fraction on here, just so that we can see what that looks like. So what a fraction does is, you can see this actually against our world grid as well. We've got 0 and 1 and 2, 3, 4, 5, very imprecise. These are just like going up. So what fraction does is it gets rid of the integer. So if you've got 2.3, it just gets rid of the 2. So it's just 0.3. And that's what this gradient is showing. It's going from 0 to 1, and then 0 to 1, and 0 to 1. Now, if you look at the Coliseum, we've got decreasing sizes as we go up. Top one's an anomaly. And we need to work out how to do this stepping thing as well. So, yeah, but importantly, let's at least get these first 3 in, and we can kind of fudge the rest. Excuse me. I just found this. This is like a page from a book. I thought it was quite interesting, but it's showing like the. I'm sorry, my Latin is really bad, but the summa minianum, the top level anyway. So women were only allowed to sit on the top. How? I mean, I don't want to say unfair because they were like watching people kill each other, but this is just strange. And also like how long this was active for. It wasn't just like, let's kill people for a few weeks and then somebody said that's a bad idea. It's like they just kept doing it for years. Crazy. Hey Brian, how's it going? I'm doing good, thank you. How are you doing? Great opportunity for some radial symmetry. I did Latin at school and just none of it stuck. I remember I used to have a book called Ecce Romani. Like, look, Romans. Yeah, I was not good. I was not linguistically talented. Anyway, let's come back here. So, because we have gradients, we can do stuff to the gradients to make surfaces. Everywhere the gradient is 0, marching cubes will put a surface, maybe? Let's try and subtract here. There we go. So every time it's 0, it's going to make a surface. And it's going to go down to, like, wherever it needs to reset. So at the point, let me just mute that again. So here, where this is 0, this is saying, I want a surface. And is it putting it above or below? Below. So the negative space is getting a surface. And then it will come down to here. And it'll say, well, I'm below the threshold. That was going to be a sad face, but I messed up. Below the threshold and above the threshold. Therefore, there must be another surface. So that's why you're getting a surface above and below. So it's exactly 0 on our linear gradient. But because there's another like step, we're getting another side. We can actually take advantage of this because we need both sides for our structure. But there we go. So this subtract can become the thickness of our floors. And we can take this a little bit further, just as I'm going to say that so many times, because we have a gradient here. We have a gradient here. Let's just throw a mix on these. Have you all been using the new mix nodes? So good. Oh no, that's not overlaying. Oh, it's because it's numbers instead of a picture. I hate it when it does that. Okay, that's not helping us at all. I just want like opacity. Do we still have different versions in here? We do have new mix nodes. So there's like the new color mix. Oh, they've got the clamp factor on the color. That's nice. And we've still got all of the mix nodes colors. Yeah, exactly. You don't need to make a new lerp node. To be fair, you could have just used mix float from ETK because I've got one if you wanted it. But yeah, there we go. The new mix nodes are for 3.4, by the way, not 3.3. Just pre-warning. If you use them in 3.4 and then you open your file in 3.3, it'll give you red undefined nodes. They haven't versioned it backwards, which is fair enough. But I do kind of wish, because 3.3 is an LTS version, I kind of wish they would have like backward versioning from future features. I think that would be really useful. Just because like sometimes you need a stable build. What was I going to use this for? Oh, I was going to try and mix between these, but it's going to do the same thing because it's maths, it's not opacity. Like an alpha over. Anyway, the point is, we've got gradients and we've got gradients. So we want to mix these in some way. And because we want arches, we're going to do smooth something to them. Smooth maximum or smooth minimum. Let's try with maximum to begin with. I mean, that looks pretty promising. That looks like it could become arches. So let's try a smooth maximum with some smoothing. Huh? How about that then? If you want to mix the intuitive way, just clamp the inputs before you mix. You'll still get the bit between 0 and 1 as a gradient. I could just... do like a greater than. Like make it Boolean. Anyway. So we've got some arches going on here. Still square at the bottom. Let's see what happens if we move these up. We get taller arches. Okay, so it's starting to feel a little bit more Coliseum-y. Ah, but we have a problem. We have selected the wrong bit. What happens if we do a smooth minimum? Does that fix our error? I mean, slightly. Let's go the other way, 0.2 instead. Okay, so yes and no. We've now got upside down arches, which is super easy to fix. We can just like do that. So you're just, instead of subtracting 0.2, we're just going to subtract from 0.8, and that's going to do the effect of inverting it. Have the effect, sorry. I used to think that was like magic when I first learned it, but it's actually, if you draw it on a graph, it's really obvious. Like if I have a gradient going up like this, and I subtract each point along this from 1, then it has the effect of like turning that the other way up, right? So where it's 0, this is now 1. Where it's 1, it's now 0. 0.5 is still 0.5. So like, yeah, it's essentially like scale in the y-axis by -1. Anyway. So we've got some arches, but they're all the same. Let's have a look at our Coliseum again here, because there's something that I want to be able to do to make our lives a bit easier. And that is, well, not necessarily easier, because it's definitely harder, but to make it more accurate. And that is that we have these high arches for the corridors, and we have low arches for the doorways, at least on the first 2 floors. And then on the 3rd floor, we've got a lower arch. So this is going to require a little bit of wrangling, a little bit of manual intervention, but that's fine. I'm just going to make this solid. I don't care what's going on up there. I love working with SDFs because it really is just massaging stuff. Just checking up on the chat. All looks fine. So then, I'm just going to get rid of that again. Everywhere that is black is inside. That's worth remembering there. So that's why when this was maximum, everything was white. It still looked like arches, but it was like, we just got to keep bearing in mind that we're working with like the black, the darkness. So we need to think a little bit more 3-dimensionally at this point. Each one of these directions coming in this way, let me make that red actually. Let's just go for a stronger color so we can see. Each one of these coming in this way wants to have a lower ceiling. And then the ones coming in this direction want to have a higher ceiling. So this wants to come up higher and then go into that arch higher up, without affecting these sections. So let's think about this. I've got a subtract node here. If I increase my subtract, it goes higher. If I decrease it, it comes lower. So all I want to do is I want to change what is being subtracted based on how far back we are in the y-axis. That's correct, isn't it? Yeah. So where we are in line with one of these columns, I want to subtract 0.8 or 0.7. And where we are in an opening, I want to subtract maybe 0.9. And I kind of feel like we all know how to do this like when you come into one of these problems, it's so easy to be like, oh my god, there's so much things going on, we're juggling so much data. But when you can break it down and it's like, okay, let's just deal with this one axis. Let's just think about it, break it back, break it down. Let's have a look at our debug again. We're just going to take our y-axis here. And let's hide our columns as well. There we go. So each one of these 0 positions is a column. And the value, or like the thickness of this column, is going to be 0.2 in each, off to each side of it, like this. We know this because we've subtracted 0.2 after doing the absolute. Sean Becker, I always have so many questions, but when you stream, I never ask because I don't want to interrupt your flow. Thanks for the streams. Oh, thank you. If you don't want to interrupt the flow, as Jin says, just chuck it on Discord. And if you want to share a question that you feel like other people could benefit from the answer, of course, do share it. Yeah, I mean, you've probably seen enough streams now to know that I just tangent all the time anyway. So, yeah, feel free to share questions. Cool. All right, so what I need to do is basically, it's going to be easier if I take the absolute in the y-axis. And if I now just go ahead and, let's not subtract, let's do a less than. Is that what I want to do? Yes, it is. So I've got my absolute. I'm going to just drag off here a less than. And I'm going to take off my same column thickness. All right, cool. Let's plug this in up here. Now we have white, where we have a column. Black, where we have a space. Now what we can do is map range, or in this case I'm going to use a switch node, set to float. If you're wondering how I change function so quickly as well, when I like open this, you can see the underlined letter, I for integer, B for boolean, F for float. Nice and easy. So we're going to be switching this boolean. Remember, white was the columns, and we said the columns should be like lower value, I think, 0.7, and the rest of it should be higher. I think that's right. Let's plug in from our smooth maximum again. Okay. So we've got our fraction, we've got our subtract. I'm just going to move this below. No, I'm not. I'm going to keep it up here because the socket order. So when it both is set to 0, now I've got some weird, like, maybe somebody can help me with this. Why am I getting this like angle stepping out each fraction? I feel like this shouldn't happen. Like, I feel like the marching cubes should be dead straight up. I don't understand why it's... Oh, I guess it's because of the sample size. So okay, I think I've just worked it out. Basically, it's saying if this one, we've got 0 and we've got 1 for like a point. Wait, maybe this doesn't explain it. If I've got 2 points and I've got my threshold somewhere in between them, it knows to put a surface there. And it's going to try and guess where that surface is based on the gradient. We have a gradient coming up to the top. So if it's 0.2, it's going to try and put it here. If it's 0.9, it's going to try and put it here. Hence the stepping. In this case, I don't think it matters, but yeah, the gradient ain't helping us. Anyway, let's just make both of these 0.7. And let's try increasing one of these to 0.9. Oh, one is too high. 0.9 is fine. And that's the wrong way around. So we want 0.9 and 0.7. Is that correct? I feel like we're getting so many weird stepping things going on. Oh wow, it just really started raining outside. Welcome to autumn. Definitely getting some gross stuff going on up here, which I'm not a fan of. But I guess there's not much I can do about that with this being switching on here. I want more smoothness to our surface. Like this is just stepping, and I really want that archway to run the full depth. Sorry for all. I know I just keep stopping to think. Apologies. Let me chuck on a different. Let's make this a matte cap as well. Oh no, I can't. Because I still want to see my SDF drawer. So let's just make this a surface material. I just think the white is not very clear. Would using a map range help instead in this case? Maybe. I think maybe it wouldn't. I was trying to be clever by making one section lower and another section higher, but I think what I should probably do is just make boxes that run down the surface so that I can do a smooth minimum on them, and then I can do like a higher one, and then I can smooth into those second boxes, which I think might solve my problem. Hey Doppelganger, how's it going? I think Doppelganger might actually be one of the best geometry nodes artists around. Just putting that out there. Follow them on Twitter, because the stuff they put out is just nuts. They have just like, you know, like sometimes people just have a head for doing stuff. It's crazy. I thought I was clever, but anyway, let's carry on here. So I think instead of having this where I'm just stepping the ceiling, what I want is, yeah, just battens instead. I think that's going to work better. How do I even make them? Basically the same as we made the ground. So I'm going to take, okay, we need to go back to our debug. I want to have a look at what's going on here. We've got our gradient, we've got the fraction, we've got this one as well. Oh, sorry, my neck is so crunchy. Can I just like multiply these together? Maybe without that. Okay, maybe this will work. If I unmute. So currently we've got no faces. Let's chuck that down to the bottom. There's so much going on right now. Let's get rid of that. We need a subtract actually. Let's cut that off. Subtract. Let me make this a bit bigger as well. 0.03 for my sampling. Oh boy. Oh, we've got some cool stuff going on the end here. What is going on? I love that we're just getting like free brick texture from somewhere. Is this because of like, what? Is this less than? Backroom vibes. Yeah, seriously, like, I don't understand what I'm doing. I don't know what's just happened. How are we getting these tiles? It's not even like on both sides, it's just on the positive face. Anyway, I'm sure it will resolve itself. Let's come in here. Let's subtract maybe a little bit more. Oh, and actually we need to invert it as well, right? Because we're dealing with the black side. Ooh, Alt S, there we go. Okay, so now we've got our battens. We can see this like gradient thing is happening quite a lot more there. Artifact to the volume to mesh on some values. Yeah, I think it's because it was doing the gradients, but it was like inconsistent. We were getting like weird tile offsetting. That's what's causing all of this as well. It's tempting to just yeah, just do a compare on here. Don't need the subtract, I can just do it all right here. And that's going to give us, apparently not going to give us anything. Well, now I really don't understand, because this should be giving me a surface every time you've got the Aaron, you're going to make it like half blue screen picture shape, like that reference, or a perfect circle Coliseum. Do you mean like, am I going to do a cut through, or am I going to do like a fully built one? To be fair, we could do a cut through, because the marching cubes, you can just unfinish it, or I could boolean through the surface if you mean cut through. Yeah, I think I'm just going to aim to build like more or less intact. I know the real one is somewhat dilapidated, but that just seems like extra work, extra steps. Hey, Sopen, how's it going? Meaning if you make it half the size, then we can see, and you should make inside. Array it into a circle. Yeah, that's actually, so I'm making just one section to that bit like that, and then I'm just going to do a bend. So I'm not going to do the full interior structure. I'm just going to do that back arch section, because you're going to see that from the outside. There's a lot of stuff inside that I'm just going to omit because I am lazy. Okay, so I need to work out why this is not showing me anything, because there should be surfaces every time you've got yes to no, like white to black. It shouldn't be dependent on gradients. It should just work, right? Because if I just plug this one in, we get nothing. This was working before, right? Bonzo, no problem. Having fun. Will I be modeling the audience? We'll see how we're doing for time. I'm gonna assume no. Okay, have I broken something? My gut feeling is yes. If I plug in this, does it work? If I plug in this, okay, that works. This. Okay, the yes no thing doesn't work. I wonder if the sampling on the volume cubes, like for smoothness, is like not, I'm sorry, I say like too much. I wonder if the sampling in the volume cube is not exactly centered on the squares. I wonder if they've got a random offset for, kind of like they do for screen space anti-aliasing and things like that. Because it's really not happy about that greater than. So what we're going to try and do instead is we are going to use a gradient, a map range. Let's plug this in here. And instead of this one, we're also going to use a map range up here, and just to see if we can get like a cleaner surface off this. I know we can just turn up the resolution, but I would rather not. Just because it's going to get so slow. Excuse me. Okay. We want this to come right down to almost 0.2. Let's just add like 0.05 to that. So we get tiny gradient. Have we lost it again? God damn. I swear this was working. Okay, let me just restart Blender. I wonder if this is just having a moment. Okay, save and reload didn't help. Let's try again here. Next project, making a random person generator for ETK. Oh my god, I'd rather not. What is going on here? This should absolutely be working at threshold 0. Yes. Background of 1. Yes. Hey Riaz, how's it going? Let's try just bigger samples. Oh, it's because it's clamping. I'm such an idiot. Map range was clamping. We didn't actually have negative values. Problem resolved. Yeah, that's something that you need to be aware of. Clamping will make it fail, apparently. Oh, we're still getting this weird step-in issue. So, I'm not really sure what to do about that. That's stepping in between. I mean, it looks smooth on our grids. Let's try making this a bit denser, maybe. Still looks smooth. Okay, let's multiply. This one's surely not. Very peculiar. We're not doing any. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I just turned back clamping again. Yeah. Okay, that's better. Node++ documentation coming up soon. Nice work. I actually do have documentation for ETK. It was very, very kindly written by a member of the community. I don't believe it's finished. I really ought to just share it and complete it, especially because there's been some updates. Yeah, and I know that it's just super useful to have. Can I just do that? That's worse. That's definitely worse as well. Still worse. What am I doing? Right, okay. I need to write a list here. We're not using a spreadsheet. Text editor, new. If you ever start just getting like foggy-minded, write a list. We need to make bars for lower arches. And then we need to make ceiling slabs. And then we can deal with various heights. What is ETK? ETK is my toolkit add-on, adds like 130 node groups or something like that to geometry nodes. Super useful things. Relatively basic, like low to mid-level node groups, a couple of high-level node groups. You can find a link to it in the description. How long have I been deep into geometry nodes? I got super obsessed with it right at the beginning, so like November 2020. I don't want to say I was making like the best things, but I was definitely trying to be as visible as possible on Twitter making stuff. So yeah, I've been doing it as long as it's possible. Are you ever having to bake textures these days for your job or personal work? Yes, and geometry nodes is, Blender is terrible for it. I would recommend add-ons or external solutions if possible. Various heights. We can deal with the various ceiling heights, like how the different arches are shorter as they go up. You can do that with just like a float curve. We can just adjust the Z like density, basically. That should be fine. It will affect the... That's a good point. It will affect the... What are the words I'm looking for? It will affect the density of the arches, like it's going to scale the arch as well. We could snap, I'm just thinking out loud, but I think it's just going to be fine for us to squish it a bit. Not a problem. So various ceiling heights, that's fine, and then we can add the rate seeding. I think that's going to be the next thing, like just building that slope. Again, I'm just going to approximate it. I'm just going to do add the rate seeding slope, add the steps for seating. Then we can do some external things. There's a bunch of columns along the top. The Coliseum took 8 years to build. We're only an hour and a half in so far. I would like to be done within the next 5 hours. Ideally, I don't want to do a super long stream, so I think 6 hours is like a good length. That's a work day, isn't it? And a nicer work day. So yeah, you've got this external detailing. We're going to do this probably with curves, profile curves, project it, do your thing. We're going to add some of these vertical columns. SDFs should be good for that. Shields, that should be fine as well. And then I'm actually just going to add the positions for all of these columns. I don't want to stretch the columns when I'm like, bend it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add the positions, mark them with a Boolean, and then I can do my array deformation, and then I can take that Boolean to instance columns like post bend. That should sort all of that out. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm not going to do the pulvinar, these little portico looking things, and I'm not also going to do the quadriga, porta triumphalis. Yeah, the entrances, I'm not going to do them. So we're just doing like the major architectural elements, most of them, and that's it. Barella attacking me. My sleeping schedule's awful. I do generally like wake up, get up between 9 and 10 now, so I would say that's a win. I'm getting better. Room wasn't built in a day, it was built in 6 hours by Erin. Thank you. These are like high praise, but let's wait until I've finished before we see my can. Create positions for columns. Columns. External detailing. This should be curves. And then SDF columns. Create positions for top columns. And then we're going to also just like, I think we're going to be pretty much like there by that point with the approximate the Coliseum project. So at that point we can just do the bend. Oh wait, no, array and bend. Actually, curve deform because it's an ellipse. And I don't want to do it in a sphere, like in a circle, and then squash it, because I want it still to be a continuous length. Curve deform. And then we can position top columns. And in the unlikely event that we get to it, we can then look at doing mesh reduction, basically decimate, and unwrap. But I'll probably keep those for a tutorial. Yeah, as soon as you realize that you can just straight up notepad inside Blender, you gotta get those lists going. Stable diffusion to create seamless textures. Nice. You just gotta be careful with stable diffusion, because when you ask for textures and it's like, oh, all of my training data for textures has Shutterstock like watermarks on it, and then you start getting watermarks in your AI generation. Fun. There's a bunch of new add-ons actually for Stable Diffusion. A couple of add on a couple of like free standalone things, and then there's a Photoshop Stable Diffusion and a GIMP Stable Diffusion and a Blender Stable Diffusion add-on. So yeah, just have a little Google. Actually, search on Twitter. I found Twitter is really good for searching this stuff because the AI community is very active on Twitter. Materials, if we get to it. These are just like stretch goals. I doubt we're going to get this far. I'm expecting to get to... I'm imagining I'm going to feel done by like positioning the top columns. So there we go. First up, make bars for the lower arches. Okay, I'm just going to delete this. I need to get my head back in where I'm like thinking the right thoughts. Let's see where we're up to. We got vertical columns. And I just want to make bars in the x-axis. Excuse my bad drawing. To line up with these. Killin, are you trying to share a link? Just send me the link on Discord and I'll post it. I don't think anybody except for mods can share a link. Dream textures, nice one. There you go. So that link that I just dropped in the channel, that was the link Kellen Smalls was just trying to share. Cool. Right. This should be really easy. Getting like so brain confused. So I definitely want absolute Y. Let's group these. Okay, we've got vertical columns. If people ever need to dip out of this stream, I know it's going to go on for a little while. If you ever just need to leave and you want to come back and check the stream or check the final files, I'm going to be throwing them up on Patreon. So if you just want the files, you can grab them there. I've been really lax with my Patreon duties, so I actually had to pause billing cycle for a while, but we should be back up and making content for October. I'm optimistic. I really enjoy live streaming as well, so hopefully we'll get a bunch of these done. So Z, we're definitely going to be wanting a fraction. Head to the vomitorium. The vomitoriums are the entrances into the seating. I don't know why they're called vomitorium, but there you go, that's the word they used. I guess that's where we get the term for vomiting. It's for leaving quickly. So we've got our fraction, that's good. I just want to do not a greater than, because we get the weird artifacts, and I don't necessarily want to have I wanted it to be fairly straight though. Maybe the best way is just to do a subtract so that we can get some, bringing this down. Let's get rid of our cubes for a sec. And then absolute on this as well, just so that we've got that sliding thing. And then we can, to spew forth, thank you, what a great word, spewing. So this subtract is our height, and then this subtract is our ceiling thickness. Great, okay. Value, this one is ceiling height. This one is going to be ceiling thickness. There we go. If I look at this, then we've got some nice boards. These hopefully shouldn't be too bendy in the middle. but we'll see. Have I seen the Matrix Awaken in Unreal Engine 5? I have not. I'm not really... I haven't been keeping up to date with what's going on in Unreal, which is probably not very good, because Unreal is just making like some crazy stuff the whole time, so definitely ought to keep tabs on what they're doing. Alright, so we've got this one. We're going to take our subtract here with the column thickness, because that's what's important. And then we're going to do a minimum, maximum. If I've got black bars that I want to keep black, so yeah, I want to override the blackness with white, because the black is like the inside and we just want the bars. So let's go ahead and do a smooth maximum. Smooth maximum? Just a maximum. That's the one. Has anyone tried out Godot 4 yet? I've not. I'm really excited for Godot actually. Godot, I feel like Godot is one of those projects that I'm just going to vibe with. Like I just really want to get into Godot. I think it looks amazing. Okay, let's have a look at what this is outputting. We've got some nice bars. They're fairly round, but there's not much I can do about that. That's just our sampling density. I can make it really dense. It's going to take longer to sample, but it is going to be sharper. Take 2.5 seconds for a relatively small, maybe relatively small. I think that's probably quite a lot of, yeah, that's 850,000 things. Will these nodes be in ETK? Yeah, I was actually thinking about adding some SDF nodes. If you do have ETK, by the way, quick plug. The masks, like selection cylinder, or selection normals, or selection plane, it does actually have an SDF input. So if you want just to use an SDF that's pre-made, you can do this like so. Yeah, so I can like, oh, I definitely need to change that density. I saw something talking about, I saw something about Godot allowing direct import of geometry nodes from Blender. That's not true. What is true is that Late As Usual has been making a plugin that allows for, it uses, I think, network ports or like WebSockets to send geometry nodes data or Blender 3D objects live into Godot. I think that's what's happening. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about anyway. Anyway, yeah, so if you just want to make, if you want SDFs without making SDFs, here are the SDFs. They're just in the mask nodes in ETK. So we've got some bars in here. Looking pretty swanky. Let's just go ahead and take these in our vertical columns. Vertical columns here. Let's just Control J. These are our lower bars. And we're going to take a math node. Smooth maximum. Maybe. Oh, definitely not. Smooth minimum. There we go. Now we're going to get some grossness here. Not a lot I can do about that. I don't like how they get thicker. We are going to be adding a high ceiling. I wonder if I can just... subtract 0. Yeah, that's not good enough. Yeah, open source projects, that's the thing, that's the future. I know I work for Unity and they are not open source. But like for me, I do Blender at Unity, so my thing is all about like open source and share with the community. And I think, you know, that's what they're about as well. They're on board with that. So this is a problem with SDFs. when you start adding them together, you do get some difficulties. Thanks, Lil Esper. Oh, great then. Nope. I'm just trying different things. Just everybody is like, I don't really know maths, I can't do this. Literally, this is how I learnt Blender and how I learnt proceduralism. It's like, let me just see if this works. Let's see what that does. Some of these are doing interesting things. A lot of them are useless. But you know, maybe you'll find ways to use them at some point in some project. Looks like max and min is what we're going to be stuck with here. It's that smoothing algorithm that's giving me the issue. Do I want to manually encode arches though? No. I don't. I just want a little bit of an arch without the arch on the sides. So maybe we just use the distance function. This is a field, so we can plug in. This is just ridiculous. Okay, so I'm just going to take I'm going to do the Boolean thing again. So take my absolute from my y, find out where this is less than my column thickness. If we remember what this looks like, stripey stripe. We're going to use the stripes to control the distance here. I don't know if this is going to work, but we're just going to see. So let's change this to a float, change this to a Boolean, plug that into the distance. Starting off with zeros, so that's good going. Edu, thank you so much. We always just playing. Can I just, oh, do you know what? That's working so good. I'm going to take that as a success. Okay, so I can limit this somewhat by doing it like that. Okay, we're going to have like a very plasticine. Do you know what? Do we have Play-Doh? Does anybody have? It's a paid add-on actually, isn't it? Blender Market. There's a really great add-on called Clay-Doh. Do you know what? Actually, I have the vector displacement clay shaders from Jammer that you can't even buy anymore. They're so good. In fact, let me bring them up because everybody needs to have some fun time with these shaders. They're so good. I don't think he would be happy with me sharing them publicly. So are they in here? But it might be fun to like make a fake toy, like a miniature style Coliseum, and then just make it clay. Do I not have these saved anywhere? That's going to be very annoying if I don't. Clay. Jammer's clay. Oh, it's in hand painted. There we go. Crazy. These things, they're nuts. I just hate Windows. Okay. Textures. Hand painted. Jammer's clay. Here we go. All material preview. They're just so beautiful. Look at these. And these are like, oh my god, it's a ball of clay. Now these are like just a really gorgeous material. PBR materials. Look how freaking good these are. Oh my god, this is going to be beautiful. Love this. A little bit of rake. Absolutely gorgeous. So I think, yeah, we're going to finish up our Coliseum by making it look like wet clay. Love these. Putting smaller SDF structures to new group would fix jaggies, would it? I mean, you're still dealing with like combining SDFs. through here. We're not doing like a mesh to SDF or anything, but this vertical thing is not good. So this is to do with our ceiling height. I think we can just, maybe we can't. Maybe this is to do with our this is super satisfying. If I set this to 1 and just go for a thickness a little bit lower, something like that. And I want to have a better surface look here. That actually makes it very visible. Okay, let's go with that. Make it art and craft style. When you say arts and crafts, you know there's also like an architectural and furniture movement called arts and crafts. But I know what you mean. Straws and toothpick. Okay, let's add some actual ceilings in here. We're going to drop the ceiling height a little bit on these arches, and then we're going to Coliseum. And then we're just going to do a high ceiling in here. Okay, make bars for the lower arches. Check. I wish I could color these. Can somebody please make me like a Notion integration for Blender? This is actually on my to-do list. I know I just asked for it. So I'm going to make an add-on for Blender. I just really love Notion. I love being organized with stuff. So if you, like when I make a new file, I want to have a database on Notion that I can I know what the file is, I know where it's saved, its location, and I have some tags so I can search for it later. I can be like, oh, I know I was doing the thing with the clay shader, and I can have it automatically do that from inside Blender. I just want, give me database integrations for Blender. The Notion API is super easy as well. I'm fairly confident that I can actually make that happen. Fairly, not super comfortable, but there we go. All right, so we need some real ceilings at this point. We can just do big slabs. Gonna take our Z again, fraction again, and later we can just do a thing on here, oops, where we change the density of the higher ones so they're shorter higher up. Stream that to Aaron's coding channel. That's, yeah. One day I'm gonna get so good at coding that I can teach it. That's my goal with pretty much everything. Oh, not everybody knows this. I'm buying a house. So what kind of content would you like to see about a house? I'm probably going to start a second channel for DIY. It literally needs a full renovation, all new plumbing, all new walls, all new electrics, an entirely new kitchen. It needs a new roof. It needs insulating because it's not insulated. It's like an old Victorian terrace. It needs so much work. But if people are interested in content about houses and doing it yourself and just generally making a mess, yeah, that's the kind of content I want to make because I've always grown up around DIY, so it seems like something that I could make content about. A shirtless Arendelle house stream. That's very generous. Buying a blender for the new house. I'm actually going to design the house inside Blender so we can have some interior design sessions as well. I think that'd be fun. It's been ages since I've done that, and I want to get back into furniture making. I want to make the kitchen myself, so that's going to be fun. Kind of like ASMR style. Well, I was thinking of doing a weekly, probably actually monthly, depending on the speed of the work. This is what happened, and just comp it together. I think that's probably the process. Okay. Do you know, I could have made this entirely with maths because I'm doing this just with a grid. And I kind of want to get rid of the mesh input because it feels fun that it's... You could do photogrammetry of the before and then after with a fly through. That's true, actually. I might have to get an iPhone just for the LiDAR so I can scan it. The house is currently owned by a hoarder, and just the state of it. Let me just bring up a picture for you. Sorry, if you're not interested, just let me know. But I just find it so funny, like what is in such bad state. Do you keep all the gross things when you move in? Yes, yes I do. I mean, they... Look at this. It's so bad. Like, there's just so much in here. Wait, let me just pull this out into a separate tab. That's the current kitchen. Like, it smells so bad. I get that, like, this is just somebody who's not, like, who hasn't coped with the house, but, God, the mess, man. These are cat plates for, like, feeding the cat, and, I'm pretty sure the cat's dead. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the cat's dead. It was in the living room, or there was a cat in the living room that was clearly deceased or stuffed, I'm not sure. It was an experience. Is that a typical British kitchen? Funnily enough, most of them are not that dirty, like even by English standards. Someone's asking about the van. Let me pull up a picture of the van. I recently had it repainted. Oh my gosh, very exciting. The new paint job on the van looks like this. It's wrapped to finish, like undercoat, so it's like a rough finish. It's super, super strong. And then what I'm aiming for, they didn't quite get the right color, but I actually kind of love the Kingfisher blue. What I'm aiming for is like this, like I'm going to be ordering some bigger wheels, some fat tires, and like a bull bar and roof rack, and just like go the full hog with making it just like a ridiculous off-road minivan. It's tiny as well, like this thing is minute. I barely fit in it. So yeah, it's great fun. It's like a little go-kart. Anyway, back to Blender. So I know I did this because it was like, it helps to be more like diverse with your, the way that you build procedural systems so you have more control, but just fuck it. Let's just make it actually with just maths. Wrap these. I don't need to wrap the Z because otherwise we're going to get that effect. So what I actually want to do here is do this in here. So I'm going to wrap the X minus 0.5 to 0.5, and I'm going to wrap the Y minus 0.5 to 0.5, and then I'm going to not do anything to the Z. And actually, therefore, I can just do this like this. There we go. Let's get these three. Done. There we go. Cool. That saves us a little bit of optimizing later. You've never used wrap. It's just a fancy modulo. You set the start and the end instead of just the end. So instead of going 0 to whatever, it goes your minimum to the maximum. Except for some reason it goes maximum to the minimum. Somebody please fix this node. What the hell is that? Anyway. What was I doing? Slabs for the ceiling. So just big pieces of ceiling. Control J. This is the lower arches. And let's make a bit more space again. Let's put this into its own debug group. And I might make this a color. Sorry, just while I do stuff. Let's grab a math node. I'm going to do let's have a think about what we're doing here actually. let's hide this. So right now, this is actually not a great description of what we're doing. Let's maybe move this in the x-axis, not this one. Let's move this one in the x-axis, and we can see how that like comes up and over. And actually we can see what's going on here as well with these gradients. As we come like further from certain points, as that like drops into the archway there. So that's fun. What we now need to do is be adding this like top section and doing our smooth maximum so that we're doing something like this. So black is inside, so actually what I want is something like this. So that's the infill. We're actually just going to go across the full thing. We're going to use the same mask as we had before so that we're not bulging on the top as we add extra material for that smoothing. And we just want to come in something around there. Wow, YouTube keeps flashing at me like to add adverts, but I don't know why I turned on monetization. Has anybody seen any adverts yet, or do I have to manually put them in? Okay, so we've got our fraction. Let's just go ahead and subtract. And let's see what this looks like. And therefore we're going to do it the other way. So that we have the downward facing, so that we've got, again, inside sits at the top here. Something like that should be fine. And then we can plug this one into... You got an ad when you first popped in on the stream. Well, thank you for watching it. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with the midway ads. That's just distracting. And to be honest, they don't pay much. Smooth minimum. Oh, this is already looking so good. Let's just see what this looks like. Okay, do you know what? That's actually pretty close to just like done. Great work. Maybe the lower ones can be a bit lower. Do these need to be thinner as well? Let's have a look at our reference. Or do we want them to be thinner? Because we're kind of going for that clay look. Do you know what? I want to stick a clay shader on here just so that we know what we're working towards. Let's clay this thing up. I'm like trying not to swear. I'm so out of practice with streaming. I apologize if my etiquette is just weird. Do we have a preference? Chat, let's vote. Pick a number between 1 and 20. Can I actually just add a real poll? Oh man, I would have to add so many of these options. 32, thank you. That's a great start. 16. 15, 14. 8. 11, 14. We have our first consensus. 14, 9. Hey, Jules. 17. 4 is looking hot, but that might be a bit too busy. Oh, we've got our third number, 11. Are we voting on the vulgarity? 14. Oh, we have 3 11s and 3 14s. 4 14s. Where are we looking? 15, 14. Maybe that's a good one. Oh, we do have another 11 coming in. It looks good, but it's subtle. Okay, I think it's between 11 and 14. So, super subtle, a little bit of light raking versus a little bit of clay. Killin saying the really rough ones. 11, good striping. 14. Okay, I think 14 just about clenches it. Yeah, 14 sounds like it's coming in hot there. Okay, 14 is clay layer palette knife 2. Clay layer palette knife 2. These are proper displacement ones as well. ambient occlusion, displacement, diffuse. Yeah, 14's going crazy. We are going to be lazy. I'm just going to do the box mapping. Apologies to anybody who wanted UV unwrapping. Today's not the day. Object coordinates. Or maybe I do world coordinates because it seems a bit easier. So geometry, position. And then you think I was going to make the material procedure. That would just be a lot of work. I'm going to go for like 0.2 in the blend, so the corners are nice. And then, yeah, box map here, that's triplanar projection with smoothing. So that's actually, like, it's not dithering, which is nice. Let's open up this one, diffuse. Wait. Am I crazy? Or is our preview definitely not grey? Okay, so we've got displacement 4K, normalized EXR versus a 32-bit tip. They're both about the same crazy size. Let's grab our normals as well. Why is it metallic? Just because it was a bit easier for me to see. Do you ever get eye strain when you're just like, you know, when you're in solid mode and it's just like, oh, everything's so freaking bright. Sometimes I just like make stuff darker. So metallic off for our clay. We're going to need our normal into a normal map node as the color, into the normals. I want to say it's good, but it looks... Oh wait, my bad. Not sRGB, we're going for non-color. That's more like it. Oh, looks so good. You always convert to a small size 1K. That is, yeah, agreed. I would do, but I'm lazy. Here's another thing actually. I watched the video when Jammer first released these, and he was like setting them up and he was like, do this, do this, do this, and then just take your diffuse and put it through a map range into the roughness. I was like, what? That's not official PBR pipeline. That's like a production hack that everybody does. Rule of thumb, 1K better than 4K. How big do you think this is on my screen? Like, let's actually just take a screenshot and see how big. Do we have a screenshot anywhere? I guess not. Yeah, like 4K for a texture, rarely going to be worth it. 1K, like 512 is big for a game graphic. You can get away with so much smaller. Control-Shift-N. You loaded. Our canvas size right now is literally like less than 1000, and one of these is like this big, you know, so like how big are we dealing with really in terms of pixel space? So let's actually give ourselves some control on here. Vector mapping. Set this to texture so that things work intuitively. Like move it positive, it goes to the right. I do... Oh, the temptation to just put a subdivision surface on here. Set it to adaptive. But surely I wouldn't do that. Surely I wouldn't. Options. Settings. Displacement only. Into a displacement node. Loading render kernels, really? Okay, we're going to just have a see how this comes through. I guess we should probably use the ambient occlusion or something for the roughness. so that we can like pretend that there's water inside the grooves. Don't mismatch your good name with that subdivision surface. Updating the mesh. I wonder if I've made a terrible error. Oh no, it seems okay. I was worried then. Interesting. Okay, well, okay. I don't think these are well adjusted textures. Viewport 4 pixels. That should be fine. Why is it going so slow? Oh, maybe it's because I did it silly. Currently uses so much memory it does, it's crazy. Updating the mesh. How? Maybe I should have tested this on a sphere and then we can just do it as like a final pass, like turn the displacement back on. That's not looking so good. Okay, let's just let's turn that off. And then okay, 0.5. It actually was well adjusted. My bad. It's just I needed to set it to non-color. Clearly wanting some more resolution, which we could just give it, to be fair. Let's try it with this. And we're just going to also smooth it. Cool. That feels very vaguely clayish. We're going to increase our scale here to like 3, make it a bit more blobby. And we're going to also make it look less wet. I feel like the displacement isn't really adding much anyway, in terms of like, we'll stick with normal for now. That's fine. Occlusion, let's bring you in. We're going to set this again to box 0.2. We're going to go through a map range here for just to float. This can be our roughness. Something like that. And we also want to just colorize this, so let's go ahead and use a mix RGB, which is now mix color. Looks like the shader's got the update as well. That's nice. We're going to change this to color. Well, I should probably set this to overlay actually. And we'll just pick a color from the UI, maybe this orange color. That actually feels pretty close. Maybe. We'll go with that. Who made the clay shader? It was Jama Durabev. I don't know if it's still available. I tried to find it for somebody the other day and I did not see it on his Gumroad. I wonder if it's on here on Blender Market. Jama Durabev clay. It's not coming up with anything. Yeah, and it's not on his Gumroad anymore. Maybe you can get it. Maybe you can get it if you just Google it instead, actually. FYI, not free, but there you go. That's the link for it. Yeah, red and yellow wouldn't be better. Brown is just orange but darker. Thank you. Yeah, we're going for this kind of ceramic look. Adequate. Let's get rid of these. Yeah, I was thinking of using the Clay-Doh shader by oh my god, what's his name? Bubblegum. Because that's really cool. So, okay, let's have a look inside here. So we've got the lower arches, which I feel like they should be much narrower. And we've got the higher walkways, which is, they feel about right. So I think we just want to make the low arches. Which axis is this going to be? So the ones in the x-axis want to feel smaller. Super easy to do, I think. We can just take do our X wrap smaller. So let's go down to maybe 0.3 to 0.3. That's much too small. But we can maybe also change our... Sorry for thinking out loud here. If we do our subtracts before the maximum, then actually what's going to happen here is we're going to have individual control for our column sizes. I was thinking they would be square, but not. 4K Productions. Southern Shotty made a nice clay shader a while back. That was actually Bubblegum. Bubblegum made it for him. So that's the Clay-Doh shader. Southern Shotty, I think he's called Remington, might have done a custom version of it, but I'm pretty sure Bubblegum specifically made it for him. Yeah, with the fingerprints, yeah. Looks so good. This should probably go the other way around, so I need column thickness to be specific. And the one at the bottom needs to control the ones that do the ceiling as well. So, there we go, that's looking a bit gooder, a bit better. We can now control our distance on here. Let's bring these back to arch shaped rather than like a peaked Gothic arch. This is looking great. I'm sorry, it's looking so good. And the cool thing about doing this as well, like, imagine if you just made this with booleans. Imagine how slow this would be. Like, we're getting updates. What's that? Every 400 milliseconds? And that's really just because I've got a fairly... Oh yeah, 400 milliseconds, what a great guess. If I was to make this like, even just 0.04, right? We're down to 90 milliseconds. I can almost do this live at that point. Amazing. Hey Crackles, how's it going? Bob Ross of thumbnails? I feel like my thumbnails are the confusing part. Like, they do not align with the content. It's like Backrooms 70 AD. Did you know, fun fact, Coliseum had some updates made to it in around about 90 AD. And then since then it was almost never changed. It's a fun little bit of trivia for you. I feel like I should probably come up with some more Coliseum trivia if you're all here watching. The walkways that we're making, they're apparently called ambulacrum. Ambulacrum? I'm not sure what the Latin pronunciation would be. Ambulacrum, meaning like to walk around. Kind of like how we have circumambulate, to like walk around something. To amble. Anyway. I'm getting distracted once again. Various ceiling heights. Let's deal with this bit. Erin, will you explain the entire creation today? The whole thing that we're building, the whole Coliseum? Or like the entirety of creation as told in Genesis? Like, which one are we building? Just like, do the Old Testament, start with the Coliseum. let's see where we need to go with this. So I don't want to do just a block of arches. Starting with the Big Bang, that would definitely start. That's a little bit further back. Just the Coliseum, yeah. Hopefully we're going to get through most of it. Hopefully, that's the plan. Funky Sloth, actually before the Big Bang. Unfortunately, that's confidential, so I have signed something which says I'm not allowed to tell you what happened before the Big Bang. It's like Unity policy. Last silly question. Subdiv is not affecting the file size barely? Yeah, so the subdiv, well, for a start, it's not actually on right now. And secondly, it would only really be affecting my VRAM because it's going to be doing adaptive subdivision, which is GPU subdivision, which is why some people don't have the adaptive option because they don't have... I wonder if you can actually turn it off. I think there might be an option for not having GPU subdivision. Anyway, yeah, it's going to affect the VRAM. If I turn it on, right now it's disabled. Just a thing. The Romanian Coliseum, the Roman Coliseum, is not the only one. There's another one that is nearly as big in Tunisia. El Jam. Interesting. Oh yeah, if subdiv is not the last, it disappears. That is true, yeah, because it's happening in the GPU, so it's essentially like a shader time process. So if you can't do geometry, this is why you can't do shader stuff and then send it back to geometry nodes. You can only go that way because shaders are computed at the end. Put a Suzanne that's sort of merged with the wall. I definitely could do. And also, okay, here's a fun thing. Another little SDF thing. Ceiling slabs. If you take an object, because marching cubes or like the volume cube and everything is sampling points, right? It's sampling real positions in space. You can sample the distance from a mesh. Let's just add Suzanne. So if I just view this, we've got a Suzanne, right? No biggie. However, if you check the distance from Suzanne, so geometry proximity, distance to the faces, and let's have a look at this. Okay, so now we can see that we've got a little bit of Suzanne showing. Let's move her up. Oh, that's too far. Just a little bit. Weird that we're not getting the rest of this in here. Distance to faces. Very strange. Anyway. Can you enlarge the cursor? I can barely see it. I'm afraid we're pretty much at the limit. Actually, that's not true. I know this was facetious, but I'm going to show you anyway now you've asked. Cursor size. Oh my god, I can't type. Have you seen how big the cursor can be? Oh my god, I really can't type. Mouse pointer size. I'm only at 9. But there's 15. Look how big this thing is. Oh my goodness. Like, this thing is huge. I can't see anything. And the worst thing is as well, when you're in geometry nodes and it's like, let me just have a look at this. And if you're not zoomed in completely, like, I can't read any of that. How many vertices? Who knows? Let's go back to 9. It's about all I can deal with. No one reported the obvious bug of the lack of Suzanne primitive. Yeah, I'm also surprised they didn't actually add it. Any particular reason why I'm using my own marching cubes? My own marching cubes, I updated to use the volume cube and volume to mesh. It's just got, instead of having resolution, I know I mentioned this before, but the resolution, I don't want to have to type in like 32 by 32 by 32 and then scale it and then like change the bounds and then have to add more resolution. So I just have it doing some sample size, bounds min max calculation, super simple. So I can just say, I want my samples to be 0.4 meters or 0.04 meters. and then it's just going to work out how many it needs to do. So it's really just a laziness thing, but it is using the same thing. So you don't need ETK to do any of this. So let's go ahead. We've got our thing. Let's subtract this. Oh my God, Suzanne, you're looking great. So now we have a clay Suzanne, which is apparently offset in the... Oh right, yeah, that makes sense. Our panel is offset. Cool. So if I was to actually go into wireframe, then you're going to see that we've got this inner and outer shell with Suzanne. And this is because this is not a signed distance function. This is just a distance function. So it's essentially already done the absolute thing, like how we were doing before. If you want to make this signed, you also need to do a backface check. So for every point that is sampled, we also want to find out just trying to think what the best way to do is. Let's use a raycast. We're raycasting each of our sampling positions at Suzanne. Doesn't really matter which direction we go in. I'm just going to shoot down for simplicity. And if our normal direction, if the direction is like similar to down, then that means that we've hit the back of a face. If it's less than 90 degrees away, like in this, am I making sense? So if you shoot in one direction and you hit a wall, if the normal of this wall is anywhere in this space, then you're looking at the back of it, right? If it's anywhere in this space, then you must be looking at the front of it. That's the basic idea here. So we only want to work, won't work too well with Suzanne because it's not a closed mesh here. You're going to get issues around the eyes. But just for the sake of demonstrating rapidly here, and then I'm going to switch to my node because it's got more axes analyzed. Yeah, so raycast normal. We're going to use the dot product method because it's easier, frankly, with the same vector, 0, 0, minus 1. We're going to find out wherever this is greater than 0, which basically means same direction. And if it is the same direction, that means you're inside, which means you need to invert your distance. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to multiply this by either 1 or minus 1. So if it is inside, if it's true, we're going to go for minus 1 to show that we are getting a signed negative distance. And if it's outside, we're just going to go for 1. Also, if it misses, it means it's like not shooting anywhere near here. We can decide that we're outside in that case as well. So an error in this case is just going to return 0, which is going to be false, which means we're going to say we're outside. So that's already dealing with itself. And then we can just multiply this by that. And now we've just got the one shell, which is correct. You will not apologize for using the dab emote. Yeah, I wasn't going to mention it, but there we go. Alrighty, this is looking pretty fun. We can now set this to 0 and it shouldn't break too badly. This is what we were talking about, it not being manifold. You hit the back of the eye piece, which comes across like this, inside the head. Anyway, there we go. So that's how you can do a sign distance function from a mesh. What I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to delete all of that and I'm going to use the ETK experimental mesh to SDF. I don't know why they're still in experimental, but there you go. We have an option for accurate. It just checks all axes instead of just one, but it's good for someone like Suzanne because we should fix the eyes that way. And we also fix any like internal structures. I wonder if I'm even doing a backface check. I am not. I'm just doing a hit check, so that's why it's a bit faster, but it still works nicely. All right. The point of me saying all of this was because you've got your SDF, suddenly you've got an SDF and another SDF. And one of these is like an actual mesh, right? So you can define this very easily. And then you can just take a smooth minimum with an SDF, and something should happen. In the middle, we should, oh, there it is. We should now have Suzanne. And in fact, you can take an inverted SDF. Let's get rid of that one. Oh, is this? Let's go back to 0 there. There is a way of doing this. Maybe I'm just being daft. There's a way of doing this where it will Boolean the other way. Smooth, maximum with the inverted. I think that's the way. So now inside our building we have a Suzanne shaped hole, which is what we can see in here. So we've essentially just done a Boolean operation. And again, we're doing a Boolean operation in 190 milliseconds instead of what this would actually be with the 40 or so Booleans that we're having to do, and like instance, realize, Boolean. Blender would not be happy about this. So use SDFs, save yourself a headache. Let's get rid of this. We don't need Suzanne yet. We can stick her on the outside later. All right then. So this is looking pretty good. We need to have a little think about ceiling heights. So as this gets higher, this method will probably not work. Actual is inside check requires counting number of intersections, not only normals. Yeah, true. Sometimes you can have complex intersecting geometry, in which case it won't work necessarily. But as long as you have manifold geometry, it will always work, regardless of how complex the mesh is. As long as it's manifold, it will work. As soon as you start having intersections, that's when it starts failing, because you'll have front faces inside another mesh. SDF is the only Boolean method I approve of. I agree. Let's get back into rendered here, just so we can see things the way we want to. There's just something so satisfying about SDFs. Anyway, what I want to do here is I want to basically say 0 and 1 can be full height, or does 1 want to be a little bit lower as well? Do you know, I think they actually just get lower as they go up. Can I just do this with a power? I want to just try that. So, test number 1. Don't know why all of my reroutes are going inside this frame. That's very strange. Is this a bug? That's not even the last one that I have selected, is it? 3.4 needs some work still. So if I just take an add here, then we're basically moving our floors. If I take a power, then what we're doing is we're changing the ratio of floor heights as we go up, which is pretty neat. There's just something about this. We can go even more manual. Let's say we're going to take this full height thing. I would say we probably only need 4 of them. So let's grab a map range node. We're going to go 0 to 4 equals 0 to 1. We're then going to push this out through a float curve, which just by default has a range of 0 to 1. And then we're going to remap this to 0 to 1 equals 0 to 4. And you might be like, Erin, why didn't you just divide by or multiply by 0.25 and then multiply by 4? And yes, that would have been quicker, but I didn't think of it. So, well, that's actually super easy. And there we have magic happening before your eyes. Is this clamping? Does seem to be, doesn't it? Oh, maybe it's just doing something weird at the top there because we are balancing around 5. Maybe let's go to 5 then. So the lower we go, the more stretched, and the higher, the more compressed. Something like that looks about right. So the alternative would be to find sections of this, try and snap to the correct value, and then use that as like a, instead of doing fraction, you could like modulo at different values. It would maybe be a pain. I feel like it would be a pain. You would get stuff breaking on the edges, or like changing modulo on the edges, and especially with all of these gradients, depending on the continuous gradients, I would rather get it correct. So that's what we're going with. Lego freak, you will learn it. You just find the things that you get excited about. I make projects like this because I find them just weird, and that's what I enjoy doing. Is like, nobody would do this, right? And then you try it, and then you find out that you can do it. Let's change this as well to a math node. Multiply by 5. There we go. That's a little bit more optimized. Cool. Let's go back to our mesh. Let's just check we haven't broken anything unexpectedly. Cool. All right. This is looking fun. Next time, make a castle. Barella, you made a castle. I don't want to make what you want to make. We're gonna like share the work here. What do we want to do? We've got no randomness, no like proceduralism going on, or like very much proceduralism, but nothing kind of generative. We're just defining stuff. I would really like this to have the correct number of arches and the correct slope. So we're going to have to do some things with removing sections as we go out. So what are we doing? We've got ceiling slabs. Maybe I can just remove as we go. That's probably the best way. So what I'm going to do, we're working in this direction. We're going to take a y-axis gradient. Is my plane smaller than it used to be? Weird. Let's increase these to 4x4. Okay, so yeah, we're going in the y-axis. We're going to take a y gradient and we're going to snap it. So for each one of these, really I want it to be like on the front edge of this. I want to snap at a different height. And this is going to allow us to basically step down like this. In fact, maybe I need to start a bit further forwards. Where's my drawing? So we have, I want 2 arch rows. Then, so this one has 1, 2, 3. This one should technically be square, but I'm not going to be that picky. This top one, actually, I don't want at all. So I want to step in here while keeping that back wall. And then I want to cut forwards and go down. So this one is the seating for the women, which was called Summa Mainianum. I find it so difficult to read that stuff. And then the next one is, I guess, just seating for poor people because it's a long way away. And we're going to put some raked seating in there. And then I need to, I was going to get rid of just all of these or like make it solid. I don't know if I will. I might just keep it because, you know, we've got arches at this point. And then, yeah, I need another drop with some more rate seating, and then another drop with some more rate seating. And then we get the fancy people seating here. And then we drop to the floor. Something like this, right? So ostensibly it should be quite simple. We just need to, yeah, we need a gradient so that we can cut bits off the top. That's basically all it is. So we have a Z gradient. We're dealing with SDFs. Let's go to our thing here. Yeah, so as we're dealing with SDFs, if we just basically say, right, black is inside. So if we get rid of all of the black and basically say, just using a Z gradient, take a maximum that looks something like that, right? Something like that with a gradient going in the upwards direction. Take a maximum of this against our current SDF, then we're basically going to cut off the tops of everything. This is the cornerstone of SDF workflow. Super simple, just an iterative process of adding together your SDFs. Because we're just dealing with positions, I kind of like that everything comes off one node, but it also gets kind of messy. We need, let's put this in, this is different variable height floors, there we go. Right, so the y-axis, let's come up top here for our like removing everything. Barella, my nianum is a word used to indicate ledges where people would watch or appreciate the view. Interesting. Oh, maybe you should bring it back. Latin's only a dead language if nobody's speaking it. Let's take our Y. Oh, Jesus. Bitdefender, go away. Taking our Y. Oh my god, can I just... That's not what I meant to do. Into here, a Y. There we go. If we were to take fraction on this, math fraction, is that in the right place? We might need to add our column thickness. Column thickness Y, column thickness X. Yeah, we might need to add our column thickness Y to offset this into the backwards direction or the forward direction. I think I'm just going to go ahead and do that straight away. That pushed it backwards, so I want to subtract actually. I need to be on the front face of the columns. And I said fraction. I didn't want fraction, I wanted snap. At 1, which is the same as floor, so I could just do that instead. We are going underneath the ground here, so that's why this value is down below 0. Go away for 3 hours there and still streaming. This is not unusual. If I'm making something, I get just like super tunnel vision. Oh my goodness. I have not drunk any water. Okay, now I should be able to keep speaking for the next 10 hours. So we're flooring this because we just want that stepped thing to happen. And that stepped thing is going to be happening to the z-axis. So we're just basically offsetting the z-axis in the z direction. So I could just pull this over. This can now be something needs to happen here. So I'm just going to add something to this and we can use this. You can kind of see what's going on here. Like as I add, we have stepped sections. We'll work out what's going on with this in a minute. We just need to, let's plug you in there actually and just see. Okay, we're definitely on the back face of these columns. Oh, do you know what actually? Add was correct. I was looking at the gaps. So yeah, we're adding so that we're onto the front faces, and now I can do something with this to put it on our Z gradient. Maybe we subtract. There we go, things are starting to happen. And actually, I need to make sure that my Z gradient is coming from our adjusted Z, because this has to be exactly right for our floor heights. Okay, damn, this is basically already done. There you go, you can see exactly what I'm meaning there. This add thing, I can just drop this down to 2, that seemed to be about right, just because we're coming into the negative space by 2, so you know, make whatever adjustments you need to make. In fact, 3, that's what I need. There we go. I think I can just do a maximum on this. It should just be a straight maximum, not a smooth maximum. Against this one. Oh my goodness, it's all coming together. It's almost like I planned it. There we go. Hi BM, what does SDF stand for? Signed distance function, meaning that you have a sign, positive or negative, distance, the literal like distance from something, and then the function is just that it's maths. So yeah, like in this case, I've defined a bunch of very basic SDFs, essentially rectangles or squares, and that creates these vertical extrusions, and I've just maximumed them together because they're essentially gradients, and you can see the gradient that I've just sliced off this one. Am I going to make it circular? Certainly am. In fact, I can give you a preview of that because it's a very simple process. All we're going to do is we're going to cut this so that it joins up nicely. I think because we're using marching squares, it should be fairly good to, like, not good topology, but like fairly straight. Yeah, it is. So what we can do is, yeah, and it won't be a circle, it'll be an ellipse. Thank you. We can just grab, let's do it this way. Let's take a bounding box. I'm interested in finding my max and min x values. So let's just separate XYZ on the min, separate XYZ on the max, and basically just find out where the... Does anybody else have issues with this when Blender is just slow and it starts splicing in nodes? I'm going to turn off auto offset because I am tired of it pushing stuff around. So we can compare when the position is equal to our minimum, and also when it is equal to our maximum, x. Control H to hide sockets, scale to move them a bit closer together. And this epsilon is going to be the distance from the ends, because obviously there's a little bit of chopping that we can do here. These I would expect to be exactly at some distribution length. It's going to be based on this wrap actually, so we're going minus 0.3 to 0.3. So that's like minus 0.6, minus 1.2, minus 1.8. Should be... And use polar coordinates. No, because you don't... I was going to do that, but then that's circular. So it's actually easier if I want to do a curve deform to do it after it's been meshed. I did try and make a curve deform vector earlier, but I couldn't get it working before the stream. Same. It's so good. Oh no. I feel like the stream just dipped for a sec. Apologies if it did. It looks like we're back up. Right, so yeah, I can just delete now geometry, delete geometry, where either or, so Boolean or, when either this one or that one is on, we can now just delete. Let's grab a value node to control this a little bit easier on both of these epsilons. Epsilon. That's just your bracket, essentially. Oi, that's not quite as neat as I would have liked. I don't want to have to Boolean this. Yeah. We've got some like smoothing stuff. What I could do, as long as it's not actually stepping. Oh, it is. Let's go 0.21 maybe. Oh, is that just, have I just solved it? Okay, do you know what? That's fine. That's looking good. Try changing the domain. Oh, for like, yeah. We're gonna, it looks correct on that side. I was gonna say I could just scale the edge loops, because each one of these is like now an island that I could do a transform on. I really love the negative space in these. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting off topic. Let's take this section. This is our end cleaner. And then we're going to array. I'm just going to use an ETK, sorry. I know not everybody has it. I should have set up an auto spacing thing, but we can just use a bounding box again. What nodes will I make Russell Crowe with? I will use the inverse kinematics node from ETK, as well as the marching cubes. We're just gonna, do you know, we actually could do a puppet version of Russell Crowe. Oh, it's so tempting, but we're like so jumping the gun for something that we haven't even started making yet. Let's subtract. Oh, pet peeve. If any developers are here, or just anybody who wants to file a bug report, if you do a drag search from a vector socket and you search subtract, subdivide mesh, subdivide curve, vector math, like these ones don't even have a vector socket in them. It's not until you get to the T that it decides that you're correct there. So we want to know the full length of this, so we just find the subtract one from the other, we take our x. Actually I need a vector, so let's just multiply this by 100. That's going to negate the y and the z. Do this as my offset. That's looking pretty close. These are instances, so let's go ahead and realize instances. Make a bit more space. And also geometry merge by distance. Ooh, that's heavy. We're going to mute this until we get to the end, but just so that we can see it starting to come together here. Let's go back to the rendered view. We definitely have some undulations on the surface. I'm just going to accept that at this point. This Control J. This is our array. One thing I will do as well, once I've got this, I'm just going to put this all into a node group just for this project and then mute it, because obviously I don't want this to happen while we're still working. But I don't want to delete everything and do it again. So we've got our long thing. There is a bit of maths that I could go into, but for now we're just going to use curve deform. Hi, love your content. I'm fairly new to geometry nodes. What are the benefits of creating an object procedurally over the standard method? I'm assuming you mean the standard method as in box modeling. Only merge by distance the boundary edges. Ooh, can I do that? Can I make a merge selection? Thank you. Mask is boundary. Oh, boundary loop. This is correct, isn't it? Faces equals 1. Yeah. Oh, that's so much quicker. Thank you so much. Somebody said about node timings. Blender 3.2, I think, and higher. You can just turn it on in your viewport overlays or your node graph overlays. And the question about why you would want to do something procedurally, for a start, it's fun as hell. And probably more importantly, it allows you to do much larger operations much quicker. For example, if I'd modeled all of this and then I was just like, oh, do you know what? I really just want these to be like spaced differently or have a different height. Like I can come over here now and just be like, oh, you know what? I want the ratio of these to be totally different. I want to be like, I want it like this. I want super tall and then super short. Suddenly I can do like mass operations like that. Because it's a system and it's all coming off the same data. So yeah, that's just kind of the fun of working with proceduralism is you like superpower yourself. So we've got an array, curve deform. I need a curve which I'm going to generate procedurally from an ellipse. So let's go ahead and just grab an ETK ellipse. It's just a squashed circle. Let's make this, it needs to be a bit bigger. Let's go with like 20 by 10 maybe? Oh sorry, 20 by 10, there we go. And you feel smart, yes. Oh yeah, procedural stuff is so good for doing environment stuff. Like, imagine hand placing 20 million bits of grass. You just wouldn't. Like, it's much, much easier to just proceduralize a bunch of stuff. Quackles, my favorite thing about proceduralism is that you never actually finish with something because you can change it later. Yeah, that's a huge one. Like, you're essentially designing a system which is more about the relationships between stuff, like more about how one thing relates to another. And then later you can come back and be like, okay, well, I'm going to just change this thing. Like, you can, I always think of it as sketching. Like, I'm sketching procedurally. Even if something looks like it's as it will look, like a finished product in some incarnation, like the arrangement of items or the number of things, they are not necessarily set because I can just go and change a number later. I can also make something that's much lower resolution in, like, while I'm working, while I'm doing it in practice, like this ETK marching cubes. I've got it set to like 0.04 right now, which for the size of my object still makes it fairly dense, but it doesn't make it unreasonably slow for me to make changes. Whereas if I was to make something that was like render resolution, because I was doing it manually, then, you know, it's the same as adding a subdivision surface at the end. Like, you already do some things procedurally. You hit render and you don't like manually color each pixel. The computer does it for you. Like, you're already using some level of proceduralism because of the convenience. We're just saying, let's have some more convenience. That's, I guess, like the argument there. Okay, ellipse. I'm going to go curve or mesh to curve. Might be a problem for people who get stuck in option paralysis. Yes. Or also for people who, I'm really guilty of this as well, like start something but then not be able to, like, you make some decisions that are like not the final decision and you just add them because it's like, this will do, and then it's like, that is the thing, it's already been put in, so that is just what it is now, which is never super ideal. Let's go back in here. Oh, good heavens. Well, that was a nice run. I think the issue here is that ETK curve deform. This version, the version that's currently released, is not the final version. I just nabbed it from Doppelganger. Like, he posted a quick and dirty curve deform on Discord, and I copied it. Thank you. Credits in here. I don't want to be using the Z-axis though. I need to use the X-axis. So I can just come in here and swap that. And then because I'm using the X-axis as my deform axis, I want to be using the Y-axis as my secondary and my Z-axis as my tertiary axis. Now it's upside down. Great. We can just use a curve tilt node, something like this. Set this to 180. That's actually pretty good. That's not so bad. 3 hours in, time to start twisting this innocent idea into a twisted nightmare. It's almost like you've been here before. Like, when do we start making... I think the nightmare is when we start making Russell Crowe. I think that's going to be horrific if we manage to get there. Hey Arturo, how's it going? My second chat mod. Node level, this one is curve deform. Make sure you're naming stuff in your node trees. Like if you're doing big things, make sure you are naming them. Actually, do you know what? I should do this merge by distance after the curve deform, because this needs its own merge afterwards. Let's do that like that. Control J. Happy Sunday to you too, Arturo. Thanks for coming. Merge edges. Suzanne Crow. It's going to be so messy if we get there. Okay, let's put all of this into a node group. Do I need to expose any of it? Probably. Probably we expose Control J, Control G. Talented motherfucker, thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. Control G. Oh, do you know, I accidentally unbound that. That's really annoying. Make a group. Is it me or is this not working? Oh, do you know what? I reckon it's because I had a frame selected and then maybe the frame was not letting me. Okay, we need another text document for bugs. Just so that I can like check stuff. If you try and make a group from a thing while the frame is the active node, does that work? Is that broken? Group while frame is active. There we go. At the rate seating thing, that's the next one. So let's just come along here. We need hand cleaner is all done. Maybe. I expect we'll not need to change this, but for now I will just put it on the front of those giant calculators for phones. Yeah, it really is like a. It really is like that. This is our cleaning buffer. 2.1, sorry, 0.21. This scene needs raining rose petals. Let's get the VFX graph out. Node group. This one is our just like Coliseum. Oh, it's double S, isn't it? Coliseum. Isa. There we go. Cleaning buffer. We need another input for our count. Right now we have 5. I'm expecting us to need a few more. Anything at the end here? Let's also just add our radius. Do we know what the like somebody is going to know. How elliptical is the Coliseum? Apparently it's got 80 arches. That's nuts. I really just want to know what like the major and minor radius are for the Coliseum. Oh, it is actually quite elliptical. That's nuts. Not quite as much as we've got it. Maybe like 15 to 20. Also looks like things are way smaller. and like pointier. It's not, I don't want to say it's not a true ellipse, but like it's a bit pointier at the tips than I was expecting. The ratio is 2:1. Are you serious? 187 meters long by a width of 155. Whoa. 156. So that is basically like 4:3, give or take. Actually, it's more like 5:4. So we're going with like 25 by 20? Or like 20 by 16? Something like this. Cool. So, I mean, this is big and all, but like, we're going to need some more pieces on here. I feel like this is just generally too small at this point. Maybe we can just add a scale on the way it comes in here. Oh wait, maybe not before the end cleaner though. Its height at the highest point is 50.75 meters. That is insane. Like, they did not have modern day scaffolding and hard hats. Like, just think about building that. The labor was just nuts for those like mega builds. Ancient mega builds. Pyramids as well, just crazy. Aaron's thumbnails will make us all blind someday. That is my goal, man. Curve deform, right. Geometry, we can scale at this point. Transform. Transform. I need to just add a scalar value like a float in here. Float. Scale. This is a messy node group. I'm sorry for the lack of order. Plug this in. That should go to nothing. Oh, well, we just crashed. Not quite. Okay, that's good. Anything else I need to change? All looks good. Right. Scale should be like 1.5 maybe. 2. Okay, this is feeling a bit more Coliseum-y now. Good proportions. These top ones should not have holes. I'm aware of this. Thank you, save, yes. Now let me have a look at this again. Yeah, the top ones just don't have holes. And in fact, the bottom 3 have... These ones should just be tiny little squares. The question is, do I care? Yeah, I probably should. This is one of those buildings where, like, if you make it wrong, people will just tell you. And yeah, this one should be completely filled in. How easy is that going to be? Note to self: if you ever make your own software, make a fake crash that happens every now and then to remind people to save. I love that, like, your fake crash would obviously save their project before closing, I'm presuming. So whenever they actually crash, they would just be like, ah ha 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 ha, silly quackers. And then they would reopen their software and be like, oh, no, that one was real, I lost everything. Ridiculous. So we also need to think about where these are coming out on the inside, because we're just about to fill this in with, like, seating. Oh, hey, am I in the Coliseum? How about that? I always forget how cool it is to be a 3D artist. It's actually pretty crazy. Don't even need to go to Italy anymore. Anyway, so we just need to add some a little bit, just some more control. Okay, let's get rid of our columnizer temporarily. Back to a single section. This should be a little bit easier for us to manipulate. Let's make a bit more space. So this ugly top section, this is just cutting off the... Yeah, Blender's autosave is solid. It actually manages to catch a lot of crashes. And it saves pretty frequently. It used to always not save if you've got a modal operator running, like screencast keys, which I use for my shortcuts. So autosave for me has been like useless for years, but then screencast keys updated something, so it would still allow autosaves. Or maybe it like triggers a save or something. Okay, cut rate sections. What do we want to do with these? They are literally just closed. I can probably just stick some stuff on the front that just closes it, and that'll be fine. Nobody's going to complain that I made this with SDFs. So do we want to do the squares on the back? That's the question. And if so, how so? Because it's going to be to do with our vertical columns. So where we've got vertical columns here, right, let's come back a few steps. Back to about an hour ago. Where this is, at certain heights, this back row needs to be solid. And in fact, maybe we can do this when we add the lower arches. So basically, for this back wall, this feels like a lot of work for not very much gain. What I want to do is have this one just be full at this point, a full height section, and then for it to just ignore these pieces. Yeah, so it's just a little bit of masking. It should be quite straightforward though. If we've got these lower bars, yeah, we'll keep it called that. If I just have a look at what these ones look like, and in fact we can just make sure it's coming through our wall preview as well. So yeah, those top three basically, where y is greater than some value, this should be something where z is greater than some other value. It's just maths, right? It's just when manipulating numbers in a very simple manner. This is another thing, like when people say they're not very good at maths, that doesn't really matter. Like, if you can count to 5, you're good. If you can, like, that's all we're doing. We're saying like, okay, not 0, not 1, but at 2 in the y-axis, when z is greater than not 0, not 1, not 2, but 3, this needs to be just something slightly different. And we can just play around with the values until we find out what that means. So yeah, we don't even need to count to 5. Let's see how this works then. So I'm thinking this is probably going to be an extra mask that I just multiply on top of this. That's probably the easiest way. So I'm basically just amending an existing mask rather than modifying it in some complex way. That's probably going to be easiest. So greater than is actually not what I want. So I want this to be, so I'm not using the fractions because that's going to be doing the repeating thing. I'm just using the z directly. We just want to change this to subtract. So I need a math node. Let's plug this into here. And then Riaz, you just say it in English and then turn it into nodes. That's also part of what we're learning in computer science. Yeah, pseudocode is huge. Like, if you want to just try and work something out, just like talk yourself through it. That's why I do these lists. It's why I have notebooks and just pens everywhere, because I can't work stuff out. I'm not as clever as maybe the finished work makes it look like I am. I just like brute force my way towards answers. That's all we're doing here, is like, okay, let's just work out what the issue is and let's force our way over to it. So I want to know what this looks like if I subtract 3, so that's basically our thing. Let's actually invert this. So we're doing 3 subtract. So now we've just got our top section there, looking pretty good. That's exactly what we need. Let's make sure that we're viewing our finished sections as well here so that we can see that. So yeah, what we're looking at is the black shows when we're inside. There we go, that's a bit clearer. So we've got our bottom 3, these are going to be clean, and then the top one wants to be solid at this back wall. So let's also grab 1 from the Y. Oh, do I want it on the wrap? Probably not. I just want the Y directly in this case. Reason for that is that I'm wanting a mask which is absolute, not which is per column. So, sorry, not absolute. A mask which is like specific in space, not just for the column. Let's grab so it's going to be to do with our column thickness Y again, and it's going to be not 1 but 2 subtract column thickness Y, which is going to bring us back to this edge here. So then we're going to have this section here kind of squared off. That's all we need to do. So we're going to go with 2, maybe. Let's see what that looks like. Plug this in. Maybe we swap it around. 2. There we go. So yeah, if it's exactly 2, then we're right on the wall and we don't see it. But what we need to do is then add, subtract column thickness Y. And that should bring us back pretty good onto that surface there. Exactly. So exactly 2, subtracting that. There we go. Iterative solutions. That's right. So now we've got these 2. And if I view these on our wall, on our debug, sorry, and let's just get rid of our thing. So we've got this being black, so that's what we want on that side. And then for our Z, we've got the top being black, so that's what we want on that side. And then we want to mix these together, which we can do by just adding them or taking a maximum. That's probably the easiest. So there we've got our distance function for that top section there. Whew. Pretty straightforward, but it just takes knowing that there is an answer to know to like walk towards it. So let's grab these, Control J. This is going to be a top in fill. There we go. So this is our filling. And then we can use this with something. It has to be joined up with this lower arches, I think. These lower bars. Let's have a look at what these look like. Yeah. So I need to take the minimum of all of these. Exactly. Amble towards it. So again, we're wanting the black because the black is inside. I need to have a drink. And there we go. So you just saw that pop off there. Just slicing it out nicely. This, if I plug into where that one was before, suddenly gives me like the back, top, filled in. Let's have a look at this now. Beauty. Beauty. We need to make one final adjustment, which is to cut little square holes into this back wall. Again, should be fairly straightforward because we are just working with columns in this direction. We are working with square sections, so it's just like absolute X, absolute Z because of the orientation. and we've got all of the spacing because it's just halfway between our columns. Everybody was like blown away by November a couple of years ago because everybody was doing these like crazy vector displacement things. This is the same. We're just doing little bits of maths and being like, does this need to be lighter or darker? Like if you've followed me for a while, you'll know that I sometimes talk about like massaging data. This is it. Like, want it to go a little bit left, add a little bit. Want it to go a little bit higher, add a little bit. Like that's all it is. We're not really doing anything different to traditional modeling. We just have slightly different brushes for doing it. All right, we're getting pretty close now. It makes you happy to see this many blue nodes instead of green nodes. I agree. When it's just like the finish is green, but like, let's just make it with maths. Yeah, there's just something kind of intoxicating about that. Also the fact it comes out of one node, like to me this is like peak proceduralism, when it's not just like, oh, I have 400 inputs and they make one thing at the end. It's like we have one thing, just the positions in 3D space, and from that we're able to derive the Coliseum. I don't know, there's just something kind of cool about that. I really wish I'd managed to get the curve vector deform thing working so that I could have just applied a curve vector field. But I couldn't get it going. I thought I could just modify the curve deform node. Riaz, maybe this is something for you. Like, curve deform node, right? It's just doing sample the vector at different points and then like change these, do some multiplication maths stuff, maths. And then, right, so the normal curve deform just sets the position of your geometry based on that, and it does this based on these bounds. My thought was that you could just take the position bounds in some axis and then you would be able to just like have this add coming out here, and maybe you add it to your vectors here so that you could do like a curve deform, like maybe back here actually, and all of this maths would follow. But when I was trying to work it out, let me actually just open another version of Blender so you can see what my problem was. Sorry for the tangent. I just really want to get this working. If it'll open. There we go. So let's open ETK 3.3 curve deform vector. Pretty sure this is the file that I want. Yeah, so man, I was gutted that this wasn't working. So I was thinking that I could just like deform the space, but it does this like weird thing, and then that's just not right. Like if I do just a very simple, I'm doing the vector deform, I'm doing the position, this is just like, it should just be a sphere, but we're getting all of this weirdness going on. Like it's kind of right in the middle, but then it just kind of breaks apart. Like obviously it's drawing the length, so it's wherever it equals 0. Can't you just do Euclidean coordinates converted to cylindrical coordinates? Yeah, absolutely. And then I could like stretch it in the X, right? So I could in theory just, where is it? Is it mapping? Cartesian to, no, it's cylindrical to Cartesian, isn't it? So if I just whoop-ah that on there, then whoa, that looks cool as shit. But something's not right. It's like an inverted circle. Can we just add to this? Is this going to work for us? Well, okay, this is kind of worth having a play with later, but yeah, the issue anyway is that I wanted it to be specifically on the correct, I wanted it to have the same profile, be stretched, so I wanted to stretch it along a curve, deform it along a curve, because I didn't want to have it like into a circle and then squash it so that those sides would then be compressed. So I didn't just want to do it with this. Which looks wicked. Man, I want to... Let's use... I've got one which does like all of them, Space Converter. Maybe we make this a little bit bigger. Let's go -4 to +4. Matthew, thank you. That's very generous of you. So Cartesian, cylindrical, spherical. So was it? Oh boy. There's some like tangent stuff going on here that I'm like totally a fan of, but that's not right. So I basically want the coordinates to follow the curve exactly. I do think you could just like do the length and the normal and do some like coordinate spaces based on that, like Z tangent normal could be a coordinate space, but yeah, let me just hide this one for now. Maybe maybe I want to see this just so I have a sense of what's going on. Let's go 8 by 8. That's cool, man. Okay, clearly something's going on with this tan thing. Maybe I want to go from Cartesian to cylindrical. Oh yeah, maybe it's that. So let's also just punch it off in the y-axis somewhere. Remember the John Carter movie? Ooh, that's cool as hell. Rotations and everything. Let's spin that around. Oh boy. I can't really remember which one is the radial one. I'm surprised actually that this is... Oh. Well, it's definitely interesting to play with like the different coordinate spaces. You can do some just crazy bendy things with these. Sorry, I know this is like a total tangent. This is yeah, I was about to say, Alias, this is exactly you. Like, this is so Inception, like when they bend the building, Doctor Strange style. Anyway, let's just head back to the sensible world. An ant hive. It just gives you so many ideas, doesn't it? That's kind of the fun thing about doing these dumb projects, is it's like, this is totally not a viable process for most people. And like, this is just ridiculous. But the things that you kind of come across when it's like, not bored, but like, let me just try this thing because we've been thinking about something else for a while. Anyway, yes. So I want to punch some holes in the back here. Should be relatively easy. I need my X gradient, which is wrapped. I need this one. Reroute, thank you. This is turning into a bit of a spider web. Apologies to whoever is going to be downloading these files later. I am trying to name stuff, so at least you've got that. So yeah, we've got our X. I'm going to bring back my debug as well because I want to know what's going on. Maybe I want this to be absolute. And then I'm going to want to subtract so that we've got a little bit of a gap in here. Doesn't want to be too much, like 0.1 maybe. And then we're also going to need something in the Z, which we can take the actual Z again. It needs to be, well, the distorted Z anyway. Every time I use the Z, it has to be the distorted Z. That's just kind of the rule at this point. So distorted Z. We need it to be subtract and then absolute, which is going to allow me to move it up by 3.5. So it's exactly halfway up that third floor, third floor. And then we're going to absolute. And then we're going to subtract so that we've got the height of the window as well. Yeah, please do give curve mapping a go. I think I was pretty close to working it out. I just needed a bit more time to like bug fix it, and I didn't want to bug fix that on stream. I thought that was going to be too much work. Okay, so we can now just take the height of our window, and then we can minimum should be correct for these. Might just need to move that across a little bit. Why am I getting these on the floor? No, it's not minimum. Sorry, my bad. It's maximum. I want like the least number, which is this one. Van you just joined. How's it going, buddy? We're doing like a little bit of maths, just a little bit of maths. We're building the Coliseum from scratch with maths. Nice and easy. I want to invert this curve now, I think. Actually, do you know what? Let's just join these together. So I want to have minimum for joining, right? I think minimum. Oh, okay. Remove that. Join that one up. Join this one up. Join this one up. Okay, pretty close. Let's go for minimum. Closer still. I need to... Oh, these are in the column positions. That's not what I want. I want them to be in the middle of the walls. So let's go ahead and take this, invert it, multiply by -1, should be fine. Oh boy. And then we can take a maximum, I want to say. Oh, it's so close. But I just need to restrict it to be behind Y. It's like 1.5. It should be fine. So let's also do this. Danilo, are you asking me? Since when did I do 3D? Bruh, I'm like a professional 3D artist. I've been doing 3D since I was, or maybe that's actually the question, sorry. I've been doing 3D since I was young-ish, like 10. I started using like Pro Desktop, and then, oh, not the wrapped one, I want just the complete Y. And then I got into Blender when I was 13. All right. So we've got this. I just want to know what this actually looks like. And I'm going to get rid of that. Okay, so that's pretty small. Which is fine. I just need to take the 1.5 section. So am I looking at this straight? Yes. So it's greater than 1.5, and by doing this I can just subtract 1.5. And then do I just take the maximum? No, just the minimum of this. Actually, what does this look like? Let's just do it this way. Maximum maybe of this one and this one. Oh, it's so close, but the other one. So I just need to go 1.5 subtract. There we go. Now we've got our like punch through plug thing going on. Multiply this by -1. So I've got the inverted version. Do my minimum. That should make a hole in that back wall. It's still a little bit high. I reckon I want to be less than 1.5 up. Maybe there. And in my x-axis, I also don't want it to be where it is. Right now we've got it exactly on the pillar, and I want it to be exactly not on the pillar. Our wrap is -0.3 to 0.3, which means if I offset it by 0.3, But is that correct? So subtract from 0.3. Okay, and now we can look at our 3D model and just check, sense check. Okay, that ain't right. Subtract from 0.2, there we go. That's nice. Let's maybe make this a little bit shorter, and we can check what this is going to look like with a higher size. Let's make a viewport render switch. Viewport is going to be 0.0. Let's go 0.05, and the render version can be 0.01, so we get a bit tighter. Just going to go plug into both here. Let's show render. The square holes at every other arch. Oh, are they? God damn it. See, this is what I'm talking about. How can I do that then? Modulo to... Do I have the correct number? Oh yeah, perfect. I need like an odd number, an even number. Yeah, an even number. So I can just do like x, because we're going the x direction, x mod 2 greater than 1. That's how you do it. Have we got our original x coming through? No. But I need it. Oh, we've just dropped that on a noodle because it was busy crashing. I need to go back to my viewport density. Matthew Gibbert. How much core maths do you need to know to understand how to use these nodes? I would say none, personally. It depends what you mean by core maths, actually. You need to understand addition, subtraction, and like what negative and positive means. Because I could literally sit down with you for 10 minutes and you would understand like, okay, absolute means that all the negatives just become positive. Like -1 becomes 1, -5 becomes 5. And that's that. And I could also explain something like, well, modulo basically takes a gradient and repeats it at the set value. So if I have a gradient that goes from 0 to 10, and I say modulo 2, then I'm going to get 0 to up to, but not including 2. And then it's going to go, so like 0, 1, 1.9 recurring. And then we're going to go back to 0, and then it's going to come up and up and up, right? So things like this, right? There is some additional math, but you kind of pick it up from doing the maths. I don't think you need to come to Blender knowing anything, personally. But it will obviously help you accelerate. Are you doing the Coliseum with no? I am. I guess it's more of a case of knowing how to use it. Yeah, think of them as Photoshop brushes. If you want something... Oh, is my internet back? Sorry, I just saw OBS crashing for a sec. That looks good. Looks like we're still going. Yeah, like if you want a soft round brush, use length vector math, because that gives you the soft round color. This is kind of why I start with, I would recommend people to start with shaders. I think that helps because you can see, like, this is explicitly why I've got this thing here with my, like, previewing everything, debugging what geometry nodes is doing. Because if I didn't have this, it's, you know, I could still get here because I understand a lot of what the nodes are doing implicitly because I do this every day. I do geometry nodes like 8 hours every day at least. But to explain this to somebody who's not doing it, it's like, I don't even need the 3D model necessarily for you to be able to see like, okay, you've got 2 gradients and you've taken the minimum of the 2 gradients. Therefore, I've kept the dark bits. Like, it becomes much more intuitive if you can do the color stuff. That's what I think. Yeah, just think about it visually anyway. That's what I would do. If you need to know how to set up this debug node, it's literally just geometry in and a field in, and it just stores that field, calls it debug, and it also loads in a material which is called debug, and the material is literally just debug attribute going into the surface. So it's the simplest thing it could be. But yeah, this just allows you to see stuff. Can you make gradients in shader nodes and then have those drive geometry nodes geometry? Unfortunately not. Shader nodes are calculated after geometry nodes. I'm not really sure why, but they have to be. Something to do with like the order of processing and where like the buffers exist. And I think shaders as well, they're computed on the, they're computed per pixel. Also, Matthew, I hate to shill my own stuff, but there's a course linked in the description, which is like first steps into geometry nodes. So if, and for everybody, if you're interested in just starting out with geometry nodes, that course is like, that is set for people to take their first steps. Oh my god, I've not talked this much in months. Apologies for my slightly husky voice. What are we working on? Something with an absolute? Oh right, every other thing. So what we're doing here is if I just, let me bring this up and let's have a look at it through our debug. Am I gonna redo some of my YouTube introductory courses to include the updates? Well, when the transfer attribute nodes get updated, I will update the transfer one, but things like raycast or how geometry nodes works or scattering and displacement, pretty sure they're all pretty much correct still. So yeah, also I have like those Geometry Nodes 101 courses. So on YouTube, if you want like free taster content, if you just want to like get a grip with what Geometry Nodes is doing. They were made last October, I think, or maybe November. I think October. I think I did them before November just to try and get people ready. Oh, this is going to be a pain because we're going into the negative space. Modulo is truncated division, not floored, which means that it goes away from 0. So we can see this is going up, and then it resets and it goes up. But in the negative space, like if we were to do if we were to do fraction, then we can see that the negative space is also doing this. Obviously 0 to 1 instead of 0 to 2. But with modulo, it's actually doing this. It's going down to -2 and then back. And then, so it's going away from 0. Truncated just means away from 0. Floored means away from -infinity. There's also ceiling, which is like another rounding, which is like, we'll always round to the ceiling. And then there's obviously rounding, which is like when it passes 0.5. Anyway, that's a long way of saying that I need to use fraction instead. Fraction, or could I just use wrap? Is wrap truncated or... Oh, wait, it goes to... Okay, we can just use wrap instead then because that is floored. Cool. You're always floored when watching these streams. Thank you so much. What does wrap do? Wrap is the same as modulo. If I have a gradient like this, modulo will count from 0 up to whatever I define it. So modulo 2 would go like 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. And this gradient is always the same as this gradient. Wrap will let you define the 0th point as well. So instead of going 0 to 2, it'll go like, I could go -1 to 2 instead. And now you can see we're going -1, that's 0, -1, up all the way up to 2, and then it's resetting -1 all the way up to 2. So that's the only difference. In this case, I'm just using it as a floored modulo. Super helpful to have that available. Oh, but actually, this is not 0 to 1. This is 0 to 0.6, no, 1.2, because of how I've spaced out my columns. And then I can just find wherever this is greater than 0.6, which is going to be the halfway point. Now you can see we've got a mask for every single other arch section, and I can use this to obliterate some of these little hole stamp things. Can I just multiply that? Maybe? Or I can do another maximum. Let's just do it that way. Oh no, that did not work. Oh, definitely didn't work there. Maximum. Oh right, because some of these are actually 1 and some of that is not actually 1. Maybe? Let's just do a multiply then. Oh no, that's worse. I mean, to be fair, we do now only have a hole in every other section. We just also now only have every other section. Still something kind of satisfying about it. It looks great. Anyway, what I need is maybe I can just do it on one of these sections instead. So maybe not the multiply here at the end. Maybe I can do it on this multiply instead. I'm just trying different stuff at this point. Oh, this hasn't completely got rid of it though. We've still got little nubbins in there, which is kind of weird. Let's go back to our render density. I'm going to set this to 0.02 instead. Okay, so not just little nubbins, still got holes. So maybe it's not this one I want to do. Maybe it's the bottom one. Okay, just another like case in point that you don't need to know much maths. I'm just trying stuff. Cool, not correct. I love it. So maybe we want it just before this instead. I could like actually stop and have a think. Maybe I should. Where's the fun in that? Too much to keep track of, yeah. One of these is gonna work. Some of these look cool anyway. Maybe we do the opposite. Let's do a maximum. Oh. Cool. Okay. So maximum worked at this point on the Z section. Go figure. Well, I'm glad we got that sorted. Morse code portholes, yeah. Should they be taller? Let's have a look at the original. Ooh, they should be lower to the ground. Damn, these are like really quite... I was going to go into wireframe as if that was going to help. Maybe it does a little bit actually. Yeah, let's come down a little bit. 3.3. Maybe they can be a little bit taller as well. Maybe that's too tall. 0.15. That will do. That'll do. Oh no, are you serious? We've got some weirdness happening here, which I'm not a fan of. Does it show in rendered mode? Yes. Do we want to debug it? Maybe. Where are we doing this? Is this 0.4? Is this actually the right number? This is... That's changing that. And then we've got another smooth minimum here. Something's going on with these, isn't there? move them up a little bit. And then we do a little bit more. It's like as soon as it goes past the tops on them. Yeah, I think I'm going to take the artifact. I don't want to debug it. I'd rather have a little notch for now. Okay. We need to add the spiders. Do you know what? I think I was the first person to actually make a spider in geometry nodes, and I think I probably still have the file. It's fully animated. Let's see if we've still got this file. Is anybody scared of spiders? Fields? I think I have just a folder where I was doing experiments when it first came out. Just a few experiments. String test, hexagon tiles. Spider anywhere? Weird, maybe I don't have it anymore. It was like a lot of maths. I was just doing forward kinematics on the legs. You made a hexapod, which is close. Did you do it like the Simon Thomas hexapod though? I think I gave away. Did I put them on Gumroad, like some exercise files? I kind of feel like. Sorry, I'm just like totally tangenting in my head here. 9:30. I'm gonna need to get a move on if I want to finish before I like pass out. Maybe I don't have it anymore. It's on Twitter though. If you're interested in just seeing a really terrible spider running around a field that was like super early geometry nodes, everything was attributes. It was not good making stuff back then. Okay, so the next thing that we want to do is frame this, because we need to keep everything organized because it's getting confusing. So these are our little portholes or square windows. Cool. The next thing that we need to add here is external decorations. I was going to add columns, cylindrical columns. Do I just do them? Do I cop out and do them with curves? Did you do the rigging procedurally as well? Like with Python scripting? No, I did. I mean like not rigging, like I did the maths, like with vector math nodes and sine and cos, like working out the joint offsets and bending the like literally vector rotations. It was that kind of thing. Just want to say the link for your Blender parametric course is not working. Let me find you a new one. Yeah, that's a good shout actually. I forgot that that's the case. In fact, Futurely have a bunch of courses. I did a Blender core course for them, which includes a bunch of kind of cool high-level geometry node stuff. Let me link you their core course, which is, sorry, their Futurely Plus, which is a membership, but it's got a lot of cool stuff in there. There you go. And let me find the parametric course as well, and I'll update the description. If they've still got it. Yeah, they do. I don't know how long they'll have it for. There's like 20 hours of live sessions as well. I also wanted to ask the question, would it be better to purchase from Futurely or Canopy? They're different courses. Canopy commissioned me to do, well, they didn't commission, I partnered with Canopy for the beginner geometry nodes courses and the beginner shader node courses. Futurely is specifically an architecture course. I have a Sverchok course on there, which I love Sverchok. I think it's amazing. If you come from Grasshopper, you'll vibe with it, but it's not, I don't think it's got the longevity of geometry nodes just because it's a community add-on. And then, but yeah, you can do some amazing stuff. Really cool course. I'm really proud of it still. What was I going to say? And also Futurely have the membership one where I did it was when I was basically practicing to do an advanced geometry nodes course. So there's just a bunch of stuff. So if you want to do like a relatively mid to high level geometry nodes course that has a bunch of like my ETK nodes being used, like field lines and doing stuff with vector math and stuff like that, you can have a look at the Futurely Plus subscription. Yeah. Let's just join these up so we can see things again. Serial preview. Alrighty, so oh wait, yeah, let me change the thing in the description. Oh, I'm going to need to go through and change all of my descriptions to include the new geometry nodes and Futurely course. But that's fine. That's for me to do. Okay. Yeah, so I need to extend this backwards, but the issue is if I extend my marching cubes backwards, then it's going to add, so if I just add to the Y here, we're going to get more stuff, and then we're going to get another row of columns. So what I want to do actually is crop it at this point. So I basically need the maximum of this plus y equals y subtract 2 or something like that. Man, we're getting some long noodles coming in here. But structurally, our main section here is actually complete. Yeah, we're going to add columns, and then we're going to add some details with curves, and then we're going to just throw it through that bend stuff. And then I'm probably going to stop and have dinner because it's getting on. I hope people have enjoyed this stream though. I'm not stopping, but just, yeah, I hope people are enjoying that we're getting back into the flow of things. I want to be doing these fairly regularly throughout winter, just to kind of keep me going and keep my head in the game. And also because November's coming, like, we're going to be streaming every day around my job, so I don't think I can take time off work for the sake of November, but we can definitely do like morning, evening, weekends in November, so that'll be fun. Let's subtract 2. Is that correct? I think so. And then we're going to do maximum, I think. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. So now if I extend this backwards to like 2.5, that's updated, but it hasn't done anything untoward. In fact, I can maybe extend this slightly just to thicken those back columns up a little bit. I think this fall off is too aggressive, so I'm going to go back to my curve. And I'm just going to reduce it a little bit. The power of proceduralism. Or the joy of proceduralism. Okay. Stop everything. Stop N. Stop extrude. Limit space. There we go. That'll do. So the next thing is actually, do you know what? We can probably do some curve and then just like mesh to SDF. It feels a bit of a cop out at this point because we've done so well with just doing maths everywhere. Let's bring up our picture again. Let's have a look. So we have space for a Suzanne on each of these columns. I think that'll be worth doing. Worth doing. And then we've got columns and cornices, or whatever these sections are called. Basically just up each of these. I'm not going to add these little steppy things which were for the scaffolding. Oh my god, my voice is going, I'm so sorry. And oh, we haven't done the seats yet. I'm getting way ahead of myself. Yeah. So we need Suzanne gladiators, yeah. We need to add in that section. Do you know what? I'm just going to simplify it. I'm sorry. I know you'll probably want me to do like some crazy detailed stuff. Maybe not today. We're just going to do like a little wedge extrusion out here for both of these for our columns. And like a little top one as well. These are going to be used for the positions for our wooden columns for the awning, which we're going to potentially add. And we're also going to do internal columns here as well. And then the seats, which I do want to get the stepping on. I'm not going to add the vomitoria, these exits. Or am I? Nah, I'm sorry, I can't be bothered. But we're going to get all of the columns done, and the seats, and the external columns, and the cornices. Let's jump back in. So this is our like main structure. I'm just going to keep this. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Control J. Main structure. We're going to color this one because we can see it better. Make it a bit darker. And we're going to make our label size big so that we can see it good. Cool. The next part we're going to be working on down here is going to be adding these little notches down the back for things to sit on top of. Going to make this a little bit deeper so that we get the preview. Should be fairly straightforward here. We're just going to take, if I look at this on the side here, at z equals 1, we're going to do something like this. So just under z equals 1, just under z equals 2. Where else do we need them? Just under z equals 3, and that's good to go. These should be, so if we've got a 45-degree thing there, or like any kind of angle, you can do that by adding your two axes together, right? You've got gradient coming in this direction, gradient going in that direction, and you can just add them together, or subtract them, or like invert one and then add them together. Whatever you need. Super simple to do. Because we're doing this per section, under z equals 3, we're going to start off with, oh, do you know what? I need this. Okay, let's group this because otherwise it's going to get crazy dense. So this section here, like this. Control G. What are we looking at? I just want to group this so that I have it in multiple places, and I need the Z specifically. Oh my god, yeah, definitely get Blender 3.3. I'm working in 3.4. There's so many things in 3.3, like the speed that Blender is changing, or specifically geometry nodes. I'm assuming if you're here, you're probably interested in geometry nodes. Going from 2.92, not even 2.93, into 3.3 is going to be a big change, but that's what's going to happen. I recommend definitely recommend upgrading. I'm kind of impressed that you haven't, but yeah, definitely do. So that is my Z. I've got my like X wrap and my Y wrap as well. Random Blender question. Is there a way to make vertical scroll bars wider? Do you know, I think there is. Maybe there isn't. I swear I saw somebody talking about this on Twitter, maybe like 2 or 3 days ago. I bet I can't find it now. Oh, maybe there's not an option for it. Maybe it's just... Yeah, maybe they've not exposed it. That's not very good, is it? And you can't search in the theme either. Yeah, I'm not sure you can make it wider then. That's a shame. Wow, you can change the roundness of things. This seems like pointless, but super fun. I don't know what that was before. Oh, you managed to run Chromebook Blender? I did not even know you could run Chromebook Blender on a Chromebook. Why wrap? There we go. Yeah, that's really bad for the lack of scroll bar scaling. That's, again, it's just like Blender doing another accessibility whoopsie. Like, come on, gotta have better support for this. That said, Julian Isel did send me a message like, I see you're interested in accessibility. Maybe you should make us some themes. So if I can get around to it, hopefully soon, I will make some themes and have some discussions with people about accessibility. So definitely thicker scroll bars is going to be part of that conversation. Okay. I could have just put the position node inside as well, but I kind of want it to be, I just like the aesthetic of having everything from one node. Oh yeah, it does get bigger on hover actually. I thought it just appeared on hover. I swear it used to be not visible until your mouse got near it, but now it does expand. That's cool. Okay, so Z fraction. Let's bring this down here. Z fraction, that's what we need. And we also want to invert this, so let's subtract it from 1. Oops. Do 1 subtract, and then we want to grab our Stack Exchange says the only way is to scale up the UI and then change the scale of everything back down. That's horrible. Do we think thicker lines might do it? No, literally does nothing. That's not good, is it? Yeah, so we're going to take our y-axis and we're going to subtract. Are we still previewing render? Yes, we are. To run Parsec, do you have to pay for Parsec? I've been thinking about how I can set up remote as well for me, because I have a laptop which I bought because I thought it was going to be good for Blender, and then I just don't go anywhere. Like when I'm doing, Parsec is free. Isn't Parsec also a Unity thing? Ooh, go Unity. Anyway, let's see what happens if we subtract one from the other. That's pretty close. We want to subtract a little bit more. And we also want it to go in the opposite direction, so maybe add. Oh yeah, there we go. You see how easy this is? It runs between Mac and PC and Linux. That's so good. I've got Manjaro on my laptop, so hopefully I can just set up Parsec. I'm looking forward to doing, yeah, this kind of thing. We also need to do another one on here. So that's adding. We could just do maximum. I think that would do the same, maybe not, minimum. So let's just stay with that add then, that seems to work. And then we're going to do the minimum of this combined with y subtract 2, because that's our back face. Maybe the other way. Maybe the other way again. Damn, this is just not working out. What does this even look like? Let's just have a look without you. Okay, so that's pretty close. I just want to find the, oh, maybe I want the maximum. It looks like that should be it, right? So why are you, oh, okay, it was just me being bad. And then what I need to do as well is, we only want these on the first three, not the top two. Therefore, I need to do something with something where it stops at that level. You can change it with the Z, so wherever the Z is greater than, actually let's not do it that way, let's do it with a subtract. So Z, subtract, I want to say 3. Feels about right. Can you draw the curve? You talking to me? Yeah, we can draw curves in geometry notes. Do we just do it where it's minimum? Maybe I'll just do it the other way. So 3 subtract instead, and we're going to just do, this ain't right, is it, either? Yeah, definitely the opposite. There we go. We do have some weirdness happening in here from just values, but we don't need to worry about it because it's only the Z, or it's only where the value equals 0 that we get that surface. So we can just kind of ignore all of the other little artifacts going on. Am I using scalar fields to create volumes? Yes, I absolutely am. We are encoding the Coliseum. These are, oh, I'm just going to call this one cornice. That's not how you spell it, with a C. Do you know what? I can probably make these a bit more figurative if, yes, I think I can. I reckon we can do this to make them actually not just wedges, because right now they're kind of boring. I like that they have different heights from our stretch to Z, because that's fairly accurate to the actual building. But I would like them to be a bit more like curvy, if possible. And I think I can do it by where I add here. If I set this instead to a mix node, do we have the option on the mix node? No, I need to set this to a color mix node, to a color, oh my goodness, color mix, there we go. And we're going to set this, again, color mix, we're going to set this to add, I think, was that right? It was add, wasn't it? Can I just like control this factor with something over there? Put this through like a flow curve into that factor. Is this going to work? Who knows? Oh no. Maybe. Definitely not. That's good. That's less good. What if I bend it? What if I unbend it? Oh, we're definitely getting some shaping. Okay, let's try this again. I need to specifically look at the top of the fraction, not just... Looks like I hid a lot of these. You've never been able to successfully use the float curve node. I can almost guarantee that you've been plugging into the factor socket instead of the value. That happens all the time. People do this and they're like, I don't know why it's not working. Yeah, that's why. That factor is not what you need. It's confusing as well because normally we're using it with like the curve spline parameter factor, and it's like, oh, factor into the factor. No, unfortunately not. Yeah, I'm sorry, but hopefully it works for you in the future. I've seen so many people on Discord doing it, like especially when these nodes first came out. Everybody was just like, it doesn't work. There was a lot of bug fixing to be done for people. Okay, I don't ever want it to come down too much. Maybe we just like, Can I, like, what if I... Okay, that's definitely the wrong end. We can see that's doing something. Summon ain't right. What if we... Ooh, we can make it stacked. And then we can, like, go back in. Maybe. Okay, well, it's more interesting than nothing. So I'm considering this a success. And let's bring that back to... Oh, yeah. Totally on the money. Cool. There we go. This is just janky as anything. But this is what I'm talking about. Massage the values. And you get whatever you need. Okay, so that's our cornices done, I think. How big are they, though? How do we add them? Minimum should do the job. Smooth minimum should blend them together, so that might be nicer. Drop you into the bottom. Grab a smooth minimum. Stick the thing in the thing. There we go. Oh my goodness. It's almost intentional. This makes me very happy. Let's try changing our distance value and see how it goes. I'll take that. Nice, that's alright. 0.1 seems a-okay. So these are our cornices. Great. Next up we have columns, like the columns. We can just probably stick them all the way up. We just need like one that runs the full height. They look a little bit thinner at the top. And they've got chunky capitals, which you'll have to forgive me, I'm not doing them. Although the smooth minimum might just do it for us. So maybe we don't need to worry. We're getting closer. And then we just need to do the seats. Can't forget the seats. Cylinders are very simple. It's just a circle, but with the Z negated, right? So it's just like, and then it'll extrude itself up. No problem. And we can actually change the radius for the top level anyway. Do we need it all the way up? No, just up to Z equals 4.5 for that top section, right? So we've got these seats in the top. Oh, do we need some extra height? I'm thinking we do. And we also need an extra section. Like this should be like that. Okay, might be as simple as just increasing the height to like 6. It wasn't. Might be as simple as... Oh, I definitely cut off the top at some point, didn't I? Let's make sure that we're coming up a little bit higher here. Size X 6 3. There we go. Useful thing about having a debug is I can just run through the entire node graph and just like check. So limit space. It's definitely not this late, but let's turn off that faster. Make that faster, sorry. Sorry, my words are getting a bit scrambled. Check this one. Check this one. Don't even know what changed. Check this one. Oh boy. Okay, so it's somewhere here, which means cut raked sections. It does. Okay, so this back one wants to be cut a bit different. So yeah, this one, where y equals some value, we want to actually add an extra 1. So super easy to do actually. I can just take another math node, take my y value, like the normal unadulterated y, take where it is greater than some value, and we can just add this on here. There we go. So currently it's 1. Let's go up to maybe 2. Let's go up to maybe a little bit further. Did I do anything? Oh yeah, so that's stuck in another bit up the back. So actually I want it to be here, which is 1 point, which is, oh right, yeah, 2 subtract this bit. Do I actually want that? If I set that to 2, does that line up? Perfect. Okay, I've already got this adjusted for my column thickness, which was what that offset was, that step. This should now be going up 2 steps. So if I come back to this one, kablamo, that works nicely. This is because we've come up to this height. Let's try and line this up a little bit. So we've got our ground floor with these taller ones, and then first floor, second floor. And then we've got this one that should be square, but I haven't bothered. And then we've got, oh, do you know, I could actually make it square. Oh, now I've thought of it, I have to do it. Okay, so the way that we're going to make it square is very simple. We're just going to change the smooth distance, which is what we're using for our arches, to 0. At z is greater than something, specifically in the gap between columns. Should be fairly easy, I think. So we're going to take z greater. We've got these lower arches, and then we've got this. So this smooth minimum distance here changes our arch bendiness. If I come in here with a switch node and find out where my z is greater than 0, 1, sorry, 2, 3, greater than 3, and then I go, that was 0.71 for everything else. And now I can just, I mean, that's pretty close to being fine. I should probably drop that top section a little bit as well, which I can probably do by just subtracting a little bit on here. It's all just like things work with other things. Some relationship between something does something else. Let me just plug this in like so. That's not going to change anything, but where it's true, we can drop this ceiling now. Great. Squared off nicely. That's exactly what we need. Okay. Oh, Sock, thank you so much. Blender's a crazy piece of software. If you're interested in 3D, then it's a great one to have in your tool belt, but obviously whatever you use is the best one. Like, I really like the saying, the best tool for the job is the one in your hand. It basically just means like whichever one you can use that, because you can normally make most things do most things. So yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the show though. All right, how much further do we need to get? This seating is going to be curve based, I think, because it's going to be timber. I want a different material, so it's just easier for me to do as a separate mesh. The rest of these are just going to be slopes with different rake angles. Maybe I should keep them all the same, which is going to mean that I need to use... So the reason that these are at different heights is because of how we've compressed the z-axis. Will learning Blender geometry nodes translate well to other programs? I would say no. Basically, it's its own system. Something like geometry nodes or Houdini or Grasshopper or whichever other procedural system you want to use, they're very much like paradigms unto themselves. So anything that you know in that system, some of it, like what does float, like what's a float curve, like how does that work? What does a modulo function do, or what does an add function do? Things like that will definitely transfer. The general thinking will transfer, but in terms of using the nodes, nah. Mate, if we don't do a separate mesh, we could do UV wrapping after all. Oh, that's, I mean, as much as I want to say yes, I also don't want to say yes. Doing UV mapping on something like this should be fairly straightforward, because you can basically just come in here and be like, okay, let's have a look at the mesh geometry. Okay, pretty regular, that's fine. Let's take a UV node. Let's do a UV unwrap. Okay, so we're going to be taking the geometry from here. Do I have a UV helper node? Oh, okay. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to make a quick node group, store named attribute. Let's Control G these together. So I need to have geometry coming in. I need the name of my UV map. This is going to be a vector on the face corners because we're doing UVs. That's where UVs are stored. This actually shouldn't be in here. We're going to pass this through a set position. This is just a helper. You don't need to make one of these, but if you want to, feel very welcome. There we go. Value, or vector, I should say. And I've hidden that, so this is going to be a UV helper. I should probably make this into an asset as well, just so I've got it for later. We're going to take our set position with a named attribute. I know this is like kind of weird to do this, but it forces you to create a named attribute, which I kind of like. So we're also just going to plug this from our name, and we are going to mix between utility mix node. So it's a vector between this one as our secondary position and just the current positions of things, so that we can like blend between stuff. And we're also needing to be able to blend between stuff, you also have to split edges. This is where it's going to get heavy. Does the split edge node have a boolean? Oh, it does. Is that boolean going to allow us to mark seams though? Or is it just like a face selection? Let's have a try. I'm just going to mark this as seams. We'll test it. Vector seams name geometry, that's fine. And we're going to preview. This is going to be our UV preview. And then just separately to this, we're also going to pass out the regular mesh. It's fine if you don't do it as just teasing. No, that's not how it works. No, I knew that you were just teasing, but I also want to take the opportunity to actually like share this, because UVs are about to get like some love. And I know that currently, because of the generic UV thing, you can't export UVs. You have to like go through the steps of applying the modifier, going into your object data properties down here behind me, and then you go into your attribute section, and then you can just make this full screen. In your attributes, you can find your attribute, and then you can convert to a UV map this way, right? So that's a lot of steps for an automated system. But it is currently the process. At some point, this is going to become not the process, and right then, everybody is going to be using UVs procedurally. So it's really important that you know how to do it anyway, even if this is just like a tidbit in the Coliseum. Okay, so factor, this one is going to be blend to UV. Let's call this UV just so that we've got something in here. Let's put this on here. It's going to be a bit slow because it's actually not even that slow. And if I blend this to the UV, it sure doesn't shrink. Oh, right, because I'm not actually viewing it. Okay, nice. I'm always down for a crash. Default. Oh yeah, Tom is on a long walk at the moment. But good for him for getting out. Like Blender, especially like his channel blew up super fast. Ooh, I hope he saved recently. Oh cool, I did. Yeah, his channel blew up, so... Okay, so we're scaling to 0, that's good, that is what we want right now. Let's go ahead and add a UV node, which is going to be UV unwrap. We're going to save. We're doing this... Oh, that's not right. We're doing this here. And we want to mark seams. I'm going to grab... Let's just do this the obtuse way so that everyone knows how. Grab an edge angle unsigned, because I'm not interested in if it's positive or negative. Let's just say anytime that the edge angle is greater than, let's say 30 degrees. Little trick if you don't know radians, R-A-D-I-A-N-S. And you can just type it in degrees and it's going to tell you what that is. So this is going to take quite a few moments to calculate. These nodes are not fast, but it's basically saying mark a seam wherever the edge angle is greater than 30 degrees. And from there, we can see that we're starting to split this up a little bit better. So now if I just take this up to 1, we're going to basically view our UVs. Oh boy, that's they need some more work. But you can start to see how this is working here, right? We think he thinks this is too generous. So I'm going to go like 0.3 maybe. We'll see how that does. We're going to end up with like a lot of pieces. That's my issue. But you can kind of start to see. You could be a lot more procedural. You could like lay down shortest path, right? With the curve. Or maybe not curve. Like do the shortest path calculations. Where is all that? Shortest edge path. There we go. So you can do you can calculate your seams based on that. We're going to get some more node groups for stuff later on as well for doing unwraps. You can see there's some not very good packing going on in here. We've got some definite overlaps. So you can just drop a pack UV islands on there. We've still got some issues, but yeah, you get the idea. So you can do the thing with the thing. This is how you can set up a very simple like preview the UV tool is on screen. I like to use this just because it allows me to like, especially on like a lower res file, like let me just drop this way down to 0.15 or something, just way fewer points. Is that still slow? Pretty slow. Yeah, I'm excited to explore the shortest path nodes. I think you can do a lot with it. Let's drop this even further, 0.3 maybe. There you go. So this is obviously really relatively fast now, but you can see how we're going from, obviously it's sampling really horribly, but you can see how you're able to just like say, okay, this is the mesh and this is where all of those faces go to. Just with that blend, this is obviously the preview. You want to go back to your actual geometry, which now has that UV map stored. Anyway, yeah, that's the thing. That's how you can do the thing. Damn, my throat's getting pretty tight. Cool. All right. I'm actually going to get rid of this UV helper. Yes, I am. Don't need that right now. We need to up our density on here again. 0.05 was okay. And add a plane underneath it with a texture. Yeah, you could do. For you mean for the UVs? Yeah, I mean you could do so many things as well. Like you could transfer. Oh, to preview the layout on the texture. That's true actually. The shortest path for making practical things. Shortest path is just like really, I mean, I don't know if it's practical. People are making mazes. Nobody needs a maze. Yeah, so when we come down the side here, we're going to have like one set of rake seating, fine. One set of rake seating, that's fine. One set of rake seating, that's like just about okay. One set of rake seating. Yeah, we're going to need some infill. And then we need a little bit more rake seating here. This one is going to be the posh people seats. And then we're going to stop here with just, well, we can just add like a rectangle at the front. So all of this is going to be infill, just like solid. All of this is going to be infill as well, but we're going to do that thing that we did with this in macro mode. We're going to do this on a micro level to basically step all of these. Like every little bit, add a certain thing to the Z and it's going to give you like a stepped. Rather than making a slope, we just want it to be stepped. Anyway, there are also walkways between the seating. I mean, oh yeah, how are we going to do these, man? There's like rows of stuff. That's the difficulty. Maybe it'll be easy. I haven't done it yet. There's also actually, there's a big step down between level 2 and level 3. Or wait, level 1, 2, 3. Between level 4 and level 3. So this one might actually be fine. That one's a bit lower. But then the next one definitely is like a big one. Anyway. Hey, Devon, how's it going? Matisse, that's not you in your picture, is it? Have you lost your beard? You had like such a big beard last time I saw you. Let's grab true. Wait, we've got a list that we're doing. Columns. We're doing columns still. So we've made all of our little corner structures, and we just need to get up to, I think it's here, or it might just be there with our back columns. Okay, it's coming up to that height. So it's coming up to 4, 5. It's coming up to 5. And then it's going to come down all the way through here. We're just going to use a cylinder, and anywhere which is higher than 3, greater than 3, equals some different radius, right? So nice and easy procedural control. Let's go. Also, for anybody who doesn't know it yet, Shift-Alt-Z is like viewport overlay toggle. Super handy. Oh, and another one that I was using earlier and I was wondering if people knew it. So you know how like control middle click is the same as zoom? Well, shift control middle click is dolly. So the issue with zooming is when you get to a surface, that's it. Like I'm stuck now. I'm stuck on that surface. So yeah, if I look at that, you get to it and then you can't go any further. Control shift middle zoom is dolly, so it just moves as far as you want it to go, which is super handy. Like when you want to just like navigate through something and you're like, you've scrolled as far as you can scroll. Shift Alt middle click. Sorry, Control Shift middle click. That's the one. Oh man. Anyway, sorry, just like random little tidbits of Blender for you. Let's grab some cylinders and we can just add them to the back. So everywhere that we have a column, it should be fairly straightforward for us to do because we can just do it based on the coordinates that we have. We can make circles super easy, and they're going to be at hidden from everyone, yeah. Unless you've been using Blender for like a really long ass time and at some point just decided to read the key map, you're not going to find all of the good stuff. But there's a lot of stuff in there that is worth just having a look and see if there's something for you. Let's find our coordinate system here. Let's bring this back. I just want to make cylinders, so let's grab maybe the X wrap. That's going to be useful for us. Not interested in viewing our mesh output right now. So we've got all of these 0 positions, that's good. And we want to combine these, so combine XYZ. And we also want the Y, not the Y wrap, we just want it at the back, so a Y subtract some value. This becomes our Y value here. Exactly 2 is the back edge of everything, conveniently. And I don't need anything in the Z. In fact, I need... Do I need nothing? Yeah, nothing in the Z. And then I can just do like vector math length. And there you go, there's your columns. Nice and easy. And if I have a look at this, and we need to add some radius, so we'll just subtract. The reason that this is giving me columns instead of spheres is because we don't have anything in the z-axis. So it can only do its length calculation based on the other bits. Our width is quite low, so I'm going to need this to be like 0.05 or something. Oh, that's probably too low. 0.08. That's probably about right. Now, it's not that I don't want anything in the Z. I do need a bit because I need to make sure that these crop off at 3.5 or 4.5. So we're going to grab a subtract on the Z. We're going to invert here as well. So let's just show that. I need this to be... no, I don't actually, because I'm doing the lower section. So subtract is fine. 4.5, I think. Have you found geometry nodes working in other software? Well, I've used geometry nodes with MeshSync, which lets you geometry nodes into Unity directly. But it is just reading Blender mesh data via the WebSocket into Unity rather than anything clever. Like, it's not translating geometry nodes into Unity nodes. And I've not used AutoMesh, which lets you actually translate geometry nodes into blueprints, which seems pretty cool. Smooth minimum, smooth maximum, smooth, maybe just minimum. Let's do that, and that's not right. Maximum maybe. That's more like it. All right, so now we've got our Unity is perfect. Yeah, I know. That actually should be all we need for columns. Cool, cool, cool. Let's join these up. Control J. Exterior columns. Or pillars or something. And we can just, again, minimum or smooth minimum these on. Oh, and I was going to do the different thing, wasn't I, with the radius on the top section. Smooth minimum 0. Interesting. Oh, how do I join these on? It should just be minimum, right? Oh, maybe they're not out far enough. So, okay, I think I moved the back wall to be a little bit more generous. So we're going to just push them a little bit. Drop the radius. Maybe push them back a little bit less. Let's check with our high-res version. 2.1 maybe. I just want these to like clip out through the wall. It would be good if I could do a different texture. And this is again where SDFs come in super useful, because if you've got SDFs you can do material blending. I only need to change the color to be grey. Basically. So what I can do, this is probably quite useful. Hey, how long are you into 3D in Blender? Specifically in Blender, I've been using Blender for 14 years. So quite a long time. You're new and would like to know what's my experience. I started off with Pro Desktop, which is like Pro Engineer. So CAD software. When I was a kid, when I was like 9, 10, and I was learning Photoshop at the time, and then I started out with Blender. One of my friends at school was like, you should try out this free software because it's going to be better for you for making games than CAD software. And it 100% sure was. And then, I didn't really have internet as a kid. Like, I mean, it was just kind of a different time. Like, people have gigabit now, and that's fine. And then when I was growing up, we had like 20k, like literally dial-up speed, ADSL, and playing video games was just not an option. And also, we, like, as a family, we were just like not really into video games, or like we didn't really have consoles, basically. And then I basically was just like, well, I've got a laptop and I've got Blender, and this lets me play with Blender. And Blender is what I would do to avoid stuff like homework or boredom or TV. Like, whenever there was something that I was trying to procrastinate, I would just do Blender because it's a great thing to fill time with. And then that's basically how you get good at something, is you just do it a lot. And kids really like procrastinating. So every time I didn't want to do something, I would basically just make myself better at Blender, and that has really worked well for me because now it's my career. So yeah, I would just say do whatever. Gotta get good, exactly. Do whatever you enjoy, but if it's something to do with 3D and you can like actually convert your like resistance, like not wanting to do something because it's important or because it's difficult or whatever, like if you can convert that into just being like productivity instead. I always used to call it productive procrastination. It was just like the thing that made me able to do everything that I can do. But yeah. Started saw the thumbnail again. I thought the lips, I feel bad that people didn't get to see the thumbnail for very long. Like, I worked so hard on the warping the lips into shape. I know it's really dumb, but like making the thumbnails is actually one of the parts I really, really enjoy. We're going into value. Yeah, that's it actually. Okay, so all I'm doing here is I am storing my SDF on the mesh before I turn it into a circle as well. That's really important. I just need to store it on my meshed thing. And now in Clay, what I can do, saving, just to make sure, is I can let's grab another one of these mixes. We're just going to mix directly between two colors into this B socket. So I've got like white versus yellow. We can just take an attribute. Let's see what this actually looks like. Pillars. I think that's what I called it. So yeah, you can see that this is now my SDF, and I can use this directly. Oof, is that correct? Oh yeah, that's a different object. So I can basically just say wherever this is less than 0 or greater than 0, whichever way you need your mask. And then suddenly I've got a mask for my color. Do the thing, and that's how you do it. So now you can use your SDFs to switch between colors and shaders. No unwrapping required. SDFs are freaking magic. They're so good. Depends what you want to save as well. Like if I do this face corners, is that going to change? If I do it faces, maybe? I guess not. But obviously you can just like change it in here as well. It's an SDF, so I could expand or reduce. Yeah, so material blending with SDFs is very simple. Another reason that you might want to use SDFs instead of Metables, and that's a little bit too far out. Let's just stick with 0, that's fine. Alrighty. So I do want to reduce the radius of the top ones. And that should be nice and easy because we've got this subtract already. And we can basically just say like, wherever z is greater than 3, if I put this through a switch, so we'll hit a float switch, there we go. And right now we've got 0.05, so I'm just going to use that as my default value here. Let's save before we crash as well. Everywhere which is greater than 3, this top section, I want this to actually be like 0.04. That was too big. 0.04. And now we're just going to change these top ones to be a bit narrower. Let's just do this a little bit more so that we can see that for sure. Yeah, so it's maths, right? It's just, all we're doing is like adjusting colors. If you can do shaders, you can do SDFs. I make this bit a little bit darker and it has that effect on this because it's all just linear gradients and values, and you're just saying like, take a bit more off to add a bit more here. That's all it is. I really love working with SDFs. They're so malleable. They're great. Do I need a top cornice to like cap these? Well, yeah, probably. And then I need a really top cornice as well. Maybe there's... okay. So I need like a mini cornice, which is more like stops. And then I need a high one, which is on the top edge. But this is all fine. Please Control S, thank you. Proceduralism is 100% the future, but that doesn't mean that we're gonna ever have a situation where people can afford to not do traditional modeling. I feel like people should just, if you're a 3D artist and you feel comfortable with your box modeling, like I think that's like a foundation that you just should have. Basic topology control, basic modeling of forms, like how can you trace out an edge loop and then fill in faces to create surfaces? That is invaluable. That is information that you should absolutely have as a 3D artist. But if you want to do, like if you want to extend your experience, I think proceduralism really offers a lot. Like, you can see how I can make a bunch of stuff and push it around, and then I can have ideas later where I'm like, actually that didn't work, let's change it. Like how I just extruded up the top. Sure, in traditional modeling you could just go like E, push, whatever. But in this case, I can say, well, I've got this information about this cornice, so I can probably just like put another one here and then another one here. Like, that's a lot of topology. Yeah, like you can come in and just make extra changes later. So we've got those columns done, check. That's the SDF columns. I need to just finish off these cornices and then we will be good to carry on. By the way, guys, is there a way to actually set vertex normal of a mesh? You can't write normals from geometry nodes. If you're just working inside Blender, you can export the normals, like custom normals, into your shader, just how we did up here with a store named attribute and then reading it in the shader. If you want to actual modify normals, you've got things like the data transfer node. And you can also do, there's a couple of add-ons, things like, is it X normals or, oh no, I think there's one called abnormal, which is like a really good custom normals one. A lot of NPR people use it, so definitely recommendo. As for geometry nodes, currently can't write though. Can't write to normals. Unfortunately, it would be very powerful. I made Mick Jagger in the thumbnail. I didn't realise, but now I do. I can't unsee that. Alright. Yeah, cornices, right. These top two are actually a little bit confusing. Top one, excuse me, is exactly on the same. However, this one is half off stepped. Half step, half off. Anyway, so what I need to do is this should actually maybe be absoluted. So we need to preview this. That's going to be fine. Alt P, make sure I'm saving. So yeah, what we've got here is a gradient which basically cuts off the top ones. Let's get rid of our mesh. And we don't just want to use the top one because we want this one as well, right? So what I need to do is, instead of using this, which is almost right, I need to just erase the one which is in the middle, which would be about here. And to do this, we can do, as we've done before, we can just subtract up to a certain height, like 4, and then we can absolute, and then we can subtract. Somewhere. There we go. Subtract on this one. I'm going to say 0 for a sec, and then we're just going to plug that one in. So if I do it this way, let's do it the opposite direction. Man, there's so many in here. When you instance a mesh on a different faces of another mesh, is it possible to store each instance location so if you extend the mesh, their position will be kept? Yes. Capture attribute. Either set it to instance vector as well, right? Position, whatever. So something like this. Instances come in here, go out there, and then whatever you're doing to them, this value is going to be consistent. Alternatively, you could go on the points, and then this is going into your instance on points node, like that, right? So you're storing the position of the points, and then you're inheriting this when it gets realized onto the instance geometry later. So that's an option for you. Yeah, this is like a flood of cornices, which is not exactly what we want. So let's go back to where it was. Subtract 3. And we're going to just make a couple of custom bits here. So I like this float curve, I might reuse it. Actually, do you know what? I don't think I need to. I think these are just wedges. Yeah, these are a different profile. I'm just going to go with a wedge. That'll be fine. Which means I can do these in very specific locations because I can just manually position them, essentially. That's not very procedural of you. Well, that's fine. I'm not going to be making any major fundamental changes at this point to the overall sizing. You could proceduralize it, but there's probably no point at this point. Like, just make what makes good sense. I'm happy to kind of shepherd a few of these points. So we're going to take our Z. Do I want the unmarked one? Probably we can get away without. So let's just take the normal one. Subtract some value, like 3.5 or 4.5. How far are we going here? 4.5. Shift Alt. If you make sure you've got Node Wrangler on, add-ons Wrangler, Node Wrangler. So make sure you've got this one enabled, and then it is Shift Alt left click just to view like specific ones of these. And when I'm doing this one, I'm doing Alt, right click and drag. I have a video on node shortcuts, which might seem like a really nerdy thing to make a video about, but super useful if you're doing node stuff. Learning the shortcuts, I mean, just generally Blender, right? It's very shortcut centric. So yeah, there you go. Subtract 4.5, that takes us up to the top. Let's grab this down. Node Wrangler should be enabled by default at this point. I agree, there's so much stuff in it which just doesn't make sense to not have enabled. I think it's one of those things they probably just haven't, like, they just haven't done it, whereas they certainly could do. We're going to be adding, we can just do it, we don't need a mix, but maybe I'll use a mix anyway actually. Utility mix, maybe that's fine. And then we can use this same subtract, that should be fine as well. Chuck you in there, chuck you in there. That's, maybe wants to go the other way, maybe still bad. Why is this not working as we want it to? Oh, it's because, sorry, my bad. This wants to be 4.5. Have you seen fractal videos? How hard to make these? I would like to make some fractals, but you think it would take weeks to render. I mean, some and some, right? It depends how you make it. Oh, this is going to require a little bit of wrangling actually. Let's go 0.5, so we've got halfway. I'm using the mix instead of just adding them together so that I can like tweak this angle. I'm just going to make them both manually as well. Something like that. Unless the fractal is using volumetrics, it's not going to take that long. Yeah, agreed. But I mean, you're going to be dealing with a fairly high poly mesh. You can do 2D fractals just in geometry nodes. Sorry, just in shaders on a plane. But yeah, it depends what kind of fractals you want to do, like Mandelbrot or like just L systems. Ah, Joseph, no worries. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, we've got to work out like where are we going with this. Doing that subtract 2 maximum. Let's just duplicate these down. Alt P. Let's plug that one in. Plug this one over here. I'm doing like really ugly noodle connections. I apologize. Because I know these cornices, I do want them to be somewhat off the same inputs. So that's fairly good. And then we can just use not that one. So I need another maximum, taking the inversion of this, so multiply by -1, and then do the maximum. There we go. Okay, cornice number 1. Do I need to just like, does it want to be, I mean, how big does it want to be? I don't know, maybe that's fine. We can just join this on as well. So we can do minimum now, because this is, we're going for the darkness, remember? So switch those out. This one is clearly too big. So I'm going to actually just, oh no, that's too many things going on. Really annoying that that reroute is always being added to a frame. Another one for the bug list. Reroute. Always added, oh my god, always added to. You wouldn't think I work on a PC every day, would you? Always added to frame, there we go. Oh wait, no, 4.5 is correct there. This one just wants to come up, so it's a bit less big. I know that at this point I'm like barely doing proceduralism because I'm like shepherding the numbers so much. But that's kind of okay. Let's plug this one. Oh god, not there. Into there. This one can come across. Where did it go? Does it actually need to stick out further? If I type procedurally. My typing is terrible, like it's just not very good. Okay, something like that seems about right. Let's actually check the mesh. I would like it to be sharper. Oh, I need to sneeze. Oh my god, we're 5 hours into this stream. I don't know why, I just kind of assumed this would be like a 2-hour stream or something. Why did they have to build the Coliseum so badly? Or, not badly, but like, you know what I mean. So if I increase this value, does that change anything? Oui, certainly does. Let's go back to 2. Oh right, that's for the back face. Okay, we're going down a little bit. And then we are increasing this so that we get a little bit more steepness. Oh, that's pretty close. That's now gone. 0.3 maybe. They didn't have SDFs. Yeah, if only they had known what they were missing. We're going up to 4.6, I think, just to give us a little bit of extrusion. That will do us. Okay. Now I just want to add the top one. And then we're golden. Does this one want like a tube? Nah, it just wants like... Oh, maybe it does want... Nah, we're just going to go with what we've got. We're just going to stick a triangle up top. So this is the... I'm going to say like adding frames is really slow in this build today. 3.4. Okay, and this one is the 4.5 floor cornice. Should have just been a giant cube, yeah. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Sean. I have really missed doing live streams. It's so easy as well just to be like, oh, I'm just kind of busy. But then, yeah, I feel like it's such a good, like, time well spent. Time well spent. Let's grab one more cornice just for the top here. Pretty much the same as this. Can I just duplicate this entirely? Probably. With another minimum node. Things are getting a little bit slower. To be fair, like, this marching cubes... Oh, I've actually got it working at like a really high resolution. That's why. Let's come back here. Okay, this is my 6th floor cornice. And this one's going to join on like this. And we're going to just move it up to 6. I think I can just do that. And that. Inspired. Okay. Wow, that was like really easy. Cool. Do I want to maybe make it a little bit steeper? Yeah, that'll do. That's fine. Okay. So these 3 frames, these are all cornices. Cool. Cornice. What is the next one we need to do? The raked seating? I think that's it. We'll need to create the positions for the top columns because I'm going to bend them and then instance columns. Oh, do you know what we've not done? This. I mean, it should have like a little lip, I guess. But then technically that should also be like this. So for the sake of brevity, let's just create that top section. Should be fairly straightforward. I can just make a cube, stick it in place. Should just be a very simple, like, X doesn't matter, so we can just do it with Y and Z. In fact, this should be probably part of the main structure. So let's bring this down. We're going to grab a Z, subtract. Oh, that was a sign. Subtract. And we're going to do as well a Y, because I need to do the depth. Not wrapped, because I just want the back distance place. So we're going to do subtract, and then we're going to do an absolute for both of these, just so that we've got that, like, this is just the easiest way to make a square, right? Subtract to position it, absolute to make it even, and then subtract to work out your width. Same on this one. And then, so what I've actually done, Nugget, is rather than doing that, I've basically let me just unmute this. Yeah, the issue is that it's not an ellipse. It's not a circle, it's an ellipse. So I'm just cutting off the ends to make it nice and smooth, although this clearly needs adjusting. And then we're doing an array, and then we're doing a curve to form so that I can just push it along an elliptical curve. And then merging the edges, which is apparently there's not enough distance there, but you get the idea. So Coliseum time, baby. Just need to get the seats in, and then it's going to look great. I just made this into a node group so I could mute it while I'm working. Alrighty, let's grab. But yeah, like you say, I would prefer to do this all with maths, because then it's like, here's an SDF for the whole Coliseum, which would look crazy, but I'm just doing it like simpler. Have you ever tried using black and white image textures with SDF to create a mesh? I'm thinking of a silhouette of a front, side, top. No, although, do I have GIMP on here? Ooh, I don't think I have a recent version. GIMP has an SDF filter. I think at some point we'll probably be able to do it with geometry nodes as well, and maybe when there's just like a blur node we'll be able to do it, because you can do like a pretty good job with the Gaussian blur. But yeah, if you have GIMP, which is free, so you have GIMP, you can just use the SDF filter to like get your silhouette things into SDFs, and then you can use them. What do I need with these? These are my top section, so we're just going to take the minimum, which is going to give us a square, and we can just preview this as per, oh boy, oh sorry, tell a lie. The reason it's giving me this is because I actually wanted maximum. Reason being, minimum is going to show you the lowest value everywhere, and I actually want to overwrite the lowest value with brightness. So what we can do is we can move it back in the y-axis and wherever we want it to be. So I'm going to go 1.5, and I'm going to make it 0.5, which is going to be like, this is the epsilon, right? So it's actually like, here's the central position, and then it's like 0.5 and 0.5. So a depth of 1 there. And then in the Z height, we can position it somewhere. I want this to be very low. The higher we go, the more compressed the Z becomes. So we actually have to go up quite high. It's not quite up to 6. So I'm going to join this on with everything, which I can just do maybe here. I think that's going to be fine. And then we can re-show the, oh, that looks so good. Man, I just love the like shadow SDF thing that we've got going on here. Anyway, if we go up to 5.8 and we make it 0.1, then that should, sorry, 5.9. Then we should smooth out over the top there, and I don't actually know where this section is. Oh yeah, it's not quite in there. Do we want to overlap the front? Let's maybe go a little bit shorter, maybe 0.45. This is the great thing about proceduralism, you can make it just as much work as you want. Come in and just change it later. So now we have this top section looking adequate. Could a diffusion AI draw SDF images like this? Yeah, it could actually. In fact, there's already some success with people creating 3D-ified AI and doing like single picture reconstructions of 3D objects with what's the word? Nerfs. So yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff going on in the world of AI. Do be careful if you're making things. There was a Twitter thread I saw yesterday that was basically saying like, by the way, these websites that everybody's uploading their work to in order to like do the AI relighting, just be aware that they are taking your work, like you've just signed your work to them for them to use it in machine learning models so that they can like copy your work with their AI. So just do be careful, like there's an ulterior motive when you're uploading your stuff to AI websites. Right now, training data is like super valuable. Everybody needs training data. There's a lot of big players that are spending a lot of money, like millions. I can't remember the amount, but it's like tens of millions. And then, which is why stable diffusion is so crazy. Like some guy was just like, oh, I'm just going to make it for 600,000 and then give it to everybody, just out of my own pocket. So yeah, he just completely accelerated the AI movement we're currently having. Anyway, there's a lot of like moral discussion around AI that is probably discussion for another time. But yeah, interesting stuff. Interesting time to be an artist. Certainly glad to be more as a tech artist than like a concept artist. I would feel very threatened by AI if I was a concept artist. Okay, I think it's time for us to make some seating, which is exciting. Let's plonk these together. These are our external details. Exterior detailing. 3D artists are safe for now, yeah. You are a concept artist. It sucks because everybody's like, oh look, we can like, we have all of this ArtStation front page training data. Let's just like make the art. But that's people's careers. Like, as long as you're not making just like generic art, like as long as you have a voice as an artist, I think you're safe temporarily, or maybe forever. I don't really know how it's going to play out. Nobody does, but yeah, it's going to be interesting. That's why you're going to be a 4D artist. Come at us with that hyperbolic space and those tesseracts, hypercubes. Prompt artists, yeah, prompt smiths. If only AI could make substance design and node trees for you. Well, I reckon at some point it will be able to, like, scan a thing and then it's going to work out how to procedurally generate the thing. And then you can be like, oh, here's a picture of some muddy ground with some leaves in it. And then it gives you the muddy ground with leaves in it and it's like correct. But then it's like, and here are all of the parameters you can change. So it's definitely gonna come. The Akbar Mix Official, what's your PC specs? I'm running in a Ryzen 9 3900X, not overclocked, and I've got an RTX 3080 and an RTX 2070, and I've got 64 gig of RAM. But actually for rendering in Blender for Cycles X, you should only use one GPU. Don't use two GPUs, it makes it slower. Because there's like, it doesn't know which one to give the pixels to. And I don't think Cycles X even supports multi-GPU, but I just found that it slowed it down. So that was £1,000 not well spent. If only I'd read, like, does Cycles X support two GPUs before buying one? Like, before buying a 3080 during like a GPU shortage? What an idiot. Anyway. Also, I found that the 2070 Super is, generally speaking, about as fast as the 3080. Like, there's really not that much difference in it. Maybe if I was doing animations and it was like really, really like compound the difference, then I would notice it. But like for what I do, which is generally just like basically real-time cycles, if you can render it in 4 seconds, you're not going to notice it if you render it in 3.8 seconds instead. Anyway, that's an aside. Do you think television could become 3D like a live action Looking Glass? I just don't think we're going to end up with panels. Like, I mean, they're going to still be there, but I reckon a lot of people are going to have like Snapchat filter style glasses, shared entertainment, shared inverted commas. Because obviously as soon as you've got something insular, I think you're going to be like, yeah, you just get cut off. I've got VR headset and I hate it. I hate VR. I think it's garbage. I think it is garbage. What a waste of plastic. But one day, you know, you've got to make them so that people can develop better tech. Raked seating. So I'm temporarily going to ignore the top one, or am I? Oh, I'm glad you got the float curve working. It's so good. Once you got it, like, do curve radius, like the spline factor into the float curve value, not factor, and then set that into the curve radius, and then you can do the fun thing with the things. That's great. What happened to those transparent TVs? Oh yeah, that would actually be cool as hell. I think LG made them. They were great. I saw some at Milan Design, and it was just like, they were so weird. Like, they were using them as box, like cabinet covers, and then they would have like an interior light so that you could see through it because they were still like tinted. But yeah, and the flexible ones as well. Like LG made one which is like a box, and then it unrolls the TV. Like, how long is that going to last before you start getting stress marks on the screen? Zachary, have you done mazes with the new shortest edge path node? Do you know, I've actually never used the shortest edge path node, which I feel really bad about because I'm doing it. We're going to be talking about it in my course, which I'm releasing in, what's the date today? 18th of September. So I want it out in the next 40 days, which I've got some weekends to work on, I guess. So I think it's a cool node though. Check it out on Twitter. There's a lot of people have shared their setups for it on Twitter. Yeah, nerfs are the cool stuff. Follow up to the beginner course, it is, yeah. It needs, well, I originally wasn't wanting this to happen, but I think it has to segue on, basically. So it has to go from the beginner course. Let me just grab a link. Oh, it's in the description. Link in the description to the beginner course. Yeah, it has to segue because people need to like be able to upsell from the beginner one to the advanced one, like from just a business point of view. But it does mean that I'm not going to be able to do stuff like this in the course necessarily. There's going to be like a little bit of SDF and a little bit of UV mapping and a little bit of shortest edge path. So it's all going to be in there. It's just going to be a little bit more concise and a little bit more like, yeah, I guess more intermediate level. I'm going to keep the weird advanced stuff just for like YouTube and Patreon. So yeah, I guess it just depends what level like you want to work at, I guess. A lot of this stuff that I'm doing is just weird anyway, so you're not really missing out. Yeah, rate seating. I need to work out how to get this kind of mask all the way forwards. Where to? Maybe I already have it. Because I can use this top section, and then I can use the regular Z to get a continuous just line up here, which I think would work fine, to be honest, and it would give me my, like, it's a walkway, it's a wall. Yeah, cool. Let's grab, in that case, another one of these coordinate nodes, which are just my combined coordinates stuff. I need to plug through an actual Z as well, so let's do this. This one is the original Z. Or maybe I should do this one, which is like the Z warped. Oh, that's confusing. It's like the same letters, but different order. Warped. Let's just go with that. All right, so we have the real Z as well now. Cool. So the reason I need the Z is for this gradient, which is going to be added to the Y gradient. So we can just add this and this together. And actually, let's make this a mix node so that we've got a little bit more control on that gradient. So I'm just going to mix between them. And we can plug this over here. Let's just go straight into this. All right, annotations are super useful. Use them. If you don't, they will really help you. Just like if you're hiding and showing stuff, you can just like generally line stuff up with your sketch. I need to maybe invert or subtract something from, I think the Z will do fine here. So if I go this way, that's fine. And we can just pull that up. So now we've got more or less the correct gradient in more or less the correct position. That is fine. And we've also got this. No, I want the Y, just the unadulterated Y, which we're going to do floor on. And then we're going to add something to it. And this is going to give us our, oh my god, the adding into the frame thing, that's got to stop. Let's add something here. And then we're going to use this to add something to the Z. This is going to be our, maybe we subtract from the Z, there we go. And actually, no wait, no, this needs to be the warped Z instead. This is going to give us the correct offsetting. And actually, if we do it the other way around, and we've got this, and then we can just take the minimum of them both. Yeah, and that's going to give us, there we go, there we go. That was nice and easy. We might need to invert this, but there we go. Hey, thanks Kellen, thanks for dropping in. Hope you've had fun, and I'll see you, I guess, on Discord. Have a good one. I need to preview more of this front section because I think this is about to just like go away. We're about to step down, and I think like below this point we need this to be, oh, maybe I can just clamp it. Let's check. We can do this like this. We might need to change that gradient as well. Something a little bit less aggressive. Move it down slightly, that's fine. And yeah, maybe we can just like stop it here. That should be okay as well. So this add 3, can I just clamp? No, I just need to do a maximum in that case. So I need it to not go below 0. So maximum 0, there we go. So now we're not getting that. If I mute that, you can see this steps down below. So we're just keeping it within the space that we want. I don't want to have anything higher. So we just need to be generating this section. How are you? How are you viewing it with? Okay, so for a start, we're viewing through a debug node, which is just storing a named attribute, storing and then sending it to a material, which just previews it. Briefing the attribute like that with the node wrangler. And then also I'm just like checking. I'm literally just like plugging it in like this, right? Just node wranglering it. But yeah, nothing too special. Hey Omar, how's it going? I want to limit this. I want to cut it and cut it. Shift, Alt, left click, nugget. But it won't do it for things like math nodes. There's no way to preview this other than the viewer node, which needs geometry, which is annoying. Hence the sending it to the shader thing. You watched the 14-hour video. Which one? Oh, the splash screen? Yeah, I think that was the 14-hour one. Or was... Yeah, I think I spent even longer on the mouse house. That was some crazy stuff. You've been using geometry nodes for way too long. Yeah, for sure. You should know this by now. Now we've got this, I don't think this is going to be an issue, but we've got this hard step. I wonder if we should just... I don't think it's going to be a problem, but if I just view this, are we going to start seeing any... I do need to invert it as well. Let's just double check here. It looks like we're not getting any artifacting, like those weird tiles we had earlier. Could you create these materials and use the result in geometry nodes? You can't go from geometry nodes to... Sorry, you can't use materials in geometry nodes, but you can send geometry nodes to materials. Ryan, hey. I've been thinking of becoming a volunteer Blender tutor. Any thoughts on that idea or the best way to go about it? I mean, you're saying volunteer, I would say make them pay. Like, for sure, help out the community, but also like being a tutor, like one-to-one tutoring, that is not a small commitment. So do obviously whatever you want, but I would say get people to pay and set very specific expectations of what people will send you and when. Like, people, like if you're doing one-to-one tutoring and somebody gives you a file just before you sit down to do the session, that's not okay. You need people to be sending you files at least like 2 hours before the session so that you have time to go through, come up with ideas, come up with exercises, help them, and also be very limited with like the time that you will put in. Last year and the year before, I was obviously just doing a lot of Discord and a lot of audience building stuff, and that was great. That was really fun and rewarding, but it also left... It took a lot of time. It took a lot of time out of my schedule, and it just grows on you. Like, if you're doing tutoring and you want to do it for free, I would say do it publicly. Like, make YouTube videos, do stuff on Twitter, release node setups, do Patreon. Patreon is not free, but you catch my drift. If you're doing it for free, do it for more people. Like me doing this, this stream has had 2,800 views in total from like people clicking in and clicking out. So that's like, and it'll have like another 10,000 people clicking. So that's like, to me, that's worth it. And also it's like a fun day and I'm choosing what I do, compared to if you are just doing like, I want to help people with Blender in general, and you're doing it specifically and it's one person and it's like a few hours and it's on a Saturday and you're like, you're giving up a lot of time. I'm not saying don't do it because obviously it's very noble, but make it worth your time. Don't be afraid to charge people, because frankly you're providing a service and you're giving up something to be there. Sorry if that sounded very unblender of me. I know we have a sort of resistance in the community to charging for things, but I don't want people to be exploiting themselves. I think that's not a great use of your valuable time. All right, so if we obviously now need we need to go down to -4. Oh, maybe this is a good way to cut off actually. Figured it'd be easier than editing videos and building an audience. Is Shmuel here? I think if you look at my first videos, I was not good enough at making videos. I can understand not wanting to edit. That is a boring thing. That's why I prefer doing live streams. But I think you're, as long as you're teaching somebody who's worse than you, it doesn't matter how good you are, because you have something to offer them. And if you want to just do it for free, just join a Discord server and jump in a live chat, and when people have all of the when people have issues with Blender on Blender Discords, you can just be just come in a voice chat and I'll show you. Do that for a couple of months and then start making videos, or then start charging if that's going to make you feel more comfortable. Yeah, I don't know. I think you're probably better than you think you are, and I think people are more willing to pay for content than you might expect them to. Yeah. Happy to say that all the money Blender has made me has gone back into the community. That's good going. I've tried to push a bunch back. I know whenever we do game jams and things, I make sure that Blender merch is the prizes so that I can buy Blender merch for people. And on Blender Market as well, part of my payments always go back to Blender, and I donate to Blender as well each month, but just maybe less than I should. It is we all benefit a massive amount from Blender though, so I think it's, if you can give back. Who doesn't want UV socks? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's a ton of people. My Discord server, if I can bring it up. Hey Christoph, how's it going? Yeah, honestly, I'll stream forever, literally. I just keep chatting. So literally the help channel on here, I mean, you can see how many new messages there are just since I last visited. Oh, people are doing Sverchok? Nice, maybe I should help with that, because I think I might be the only person using Sverchok now. Did I ever get dinner? No, sir. But I do have a glass of water still, so I'm good. Yeah. Just hundreds of questions every day. And this is just on my server. Mine's medium size. It's not even one of the big ones. Wow. Oh my gosh. So I need to limit this. Let's go back into rendered view. We need to limit this to be below y equals some value, probably 3, maybe 2. Oh no, definitely 1. So definitely go for anything which is, we'll go with minimum y subtract 1. Yeah, let's just do this. Subtract y, subtract 1, there we go. And we'll just add this is maybe a maximum actually, because I'm inverting it. And we need to go that way. And then this. That's not right, is it? Minimum. Oh yeah, there we go. Cool. All right. So that's our stepping section. Conveniently cut off thanks to the end of our box. Have I tried the attribute viewer in the object viewport shading? Have they added that? Object, viewport, attribute. Oh, no, they've not added it yet. This doesn't actually show an attribute, I don't believe. Oh, it might do like color attributes or something like that, but it doesn't. It's less useful, less controllable. Maybe you could SDF some food. Do you know, actually, there's one of the things in my to-do list, in my I've got just a content list now. So also, if you have ideas for content, please just DM me, tag me on Twitter, whatever it is, just tell me, because coming up with content is hard. And if you have a question for something, I'd much rather you just tell me and then I make a video. That helps everybody. I make the content that you need and I get to make content which I need. So there we go. Yeah, just make requests. You're viewing vector colors. Were you actually doing it on a specific attribute layer though? Do I need to make one? And then do I need to write to it? This seems very complicated. Store named attribute. Attribute, store named attribute. Come up here. Let's just stick it at the end. Oh, I don't know where that's gone. Just call it attribute. Well, that's just not even on my list. Attribute. Doesn't seem to be working for me. Maybe I need to set this to color. Oh yeah, maybe. Okay, so it needs to be color. That's a weird one, isn't it? Kind of fun that we don't need to debug. I could potentially just plug this into here. And then, oh yeah, but now I've lost the color and everything else. That, yeah. Cool that it works, at least partially. For now, I will keep my custom version. Okay, how do we add this? Oh wait, no, I can't just add it yet. I need to add all of my stepping on the top here. And the easiest way to do this is to do exactly what I did here. Floor add maximum. Oh wait, no, that's just that. Floor add maximum subtract. That's how we got the steppy step. Do a live stream where you make a bunch of small, quick projects demoing each node. Oh my god, each node. Boah. Coming up with 5,000 exercises is going to be a challenge. I guess, yeah, when you're requesting content, maybe be make a pumpkin generator. Maybe that's a good idea, actually. Jack-o'-lanterns for Halloween. Oh my god, it's 11:30. I'm sorry, I need to be less shouty. I guess I'm not getting dinner today. This mix I'm going to change actually. So the mix here, let's get rid of this mesh we don't need. The mix is giving me this nice thing, and oh my goodness, what I actually need is to do a subtract thing, or adding. So let's switch this out to a math node, to a, yeah. And I can now change this. I can snap this to a very small value, 0.1, 0.2. Stream recording will be saved. Yeah, these always, I just make them go public afterwards. You gotta put in 7 hours of work and then deleting it. Sam, what do you think's happening? Do you mean strange because I'm just doing everything with nodes, or strange because something's broken? Let's then just multiply this. There we go. This is now saying our rake length. Oh really? Has my video gone out of sync? Maybe. There we go. You should be able to see that. That was a clap. You can check. Oh my god, I literally just said about being quiet and then I start clapping. Let's see how this does. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So we've got all of our seats now. Geometry nodes is so freaking easy. Like imagine doing this manually. Round of applause for the nodes. I think we need we need smaller stepping here. So we're going to snap at 0.2 maybe. If we go for a higher resolution, is this going to show up nicely, or have we just wasted? Oh no, that's good. That's good. Perfect. Oh my goodness. That was way fewer nodes than I was expecting. I love it when a plan comes together. Node label, this is our seating. Little clay trees. Where would the trees go? Like in the middle? Oh man, then I would have to make trees actually. Let's see if this can actually join together. So we kind of like right idea with what we're doing. It's just, is it gonna work? Just around the outside. Oh baby, look at that. I hate to play my own trumpet, but this is great. I mean, we definitely could do, because we need to have a few extra bits and pieces that are like, oh, is it a stone covered plaza? Oh, okay. Not even for aesthetics then, we will be true to form and just model what we've got. Do we want to have these as a separate color? Nah. Let's just procedural speech by Geometry Knows Russell Crowe. Do you know that guy on Twitter who does the like draw with a curve and it like makes a noodle with two eyes and a big goofy mouth, and they're just like, oh, they're really goofy and dumb. It's so tempting to like make Russell Crowe like that. Like we've got horrific inverse kinematics. Oh, that's not the right one. Inverse kinematics where the poles don't really work. Oh, it needs start and end points. Can we just like use a points node? Maybe use 2 points nodes? Oh, that was weirdly slow for something that's not plugged in. We're getting node tree updates without node tree updates while for inactive nodes. Like, that's not good. Today, 3.4. I'm hoping these are just like daily bugs, not bad bugs. And then if I use this, oh my god, this is so slow. With a geo proximity. Come on, and then distance we're going to subtract because that's how we do it. That's how we get our radius from the distance. If I plug this in here, oh boy. Oh, we've got a segment length being 1 meter, that's why. There we go. Okay. No Wikipedia flashbacks. But we could do a Russell Crowe like this. You telling me you don't want that? Why is this not working at all? Is it just like a distance thing? Oh, I'm dumb. It's because I'm not doing it for the edges. Can Aaronify the Coliseum. Is this my like aesthetic now? Am I just like people know me because I make stuff like hideous? But Russell Crowe can have so many knees. Oh, it's so glitchy. Look at it go. Anyway, it's like insectoid Russell Crowe. Okay, maybe we save this for like a future stream. And post-apocalyptic Coliseum. We'll put a pin in that one, and then we'll come back to it. Just for right now. With giggly eyes and zombie Suzannes. Oh, the Suzannes. We were going to put Suzanne in every other. Oh wait, no. In every one which has a window. That should be quite easy. Exterior detailing. Let's just grab a Suzanne. We're going to do a mesh to SDF, and then we're going to just stick a head in the wall. Nice and easy. Generator, Suzanne. If you're wondering as well, like, oh, how does ETK have a Suzanne? I made Suzanne. Every single face, I made it manually. Literally manually. So, you're welcome. Please use the node, because otherwise that is the day I lost. Let's transform. Oh, maybe we can actually array instead. That's probably a better job. It's got more spikes. I'm going to take advantage of his absence and not make. Oh, the worm from June? Oh, that's really tempting. That would actually be so good. Like Russell Crowe fighting Suzanne in the, or Russell Crowe fighting the worm from June with Suzanne's head. Okay, so we need. Oh, just another little FYI for these like orthographic views. You've got like your front view, side view, top view. If you press Control, you get the opposite. So you get like back view, right view, bottom view. So if you ever just need to look at the other side of something, Control and then that number. So we need this position, this position, this position, which means I need 3. And we're going to be starting wherever this is. Do I still have that add-on? Oh, I don't. 3D cursor. It's like 1.5 by 2.1 by 4.5. I'll take it. Let's just do that. That's pretty close actually. We're gonna, oh, I've actually got scale on here and subdivisions. Crazy. A Sarlacc put in the middle. Rotation 118Z. We want her to face forwards. We maybe don't want her to be quite so embedded. You know, down to like 0.1 maybe. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. 0.15. LGP Frost, thanks for tuning in. I really should probably go to bed as well. 1.2, oh no, that's not right. Yeah, it's 1.5 for the middle. Must just be my sampling being... less good. No, it isn't. It feels like it's off to the side. I will accept that it is what it is. We're going to go for an offset of 1.2 in the negative x. And we've got 3. There we go, that's perfect. We can actually now just squish her as well. So we're going to... Is that correct? Yes, we're going to go 0.4 in the y-axis to So they're really nicely squashed. And then we are going to move them back onto the wall as well. Maybe they go down slightly as well. 4.3. That's too low. 4.4. And we're coming back to the wall. 1140. Damn. 2.15. I feel so bad doing this kind of like manual positioning, but say la vie. Realize instances. Mesh to SDF, which is what we used earlier. We showed how to make this one with the things, geometry proximity and raycasting. And then I just need to blend this onto the wall. So I actually need this to be a bit higher up, like this, so that I can smooth minimum it in. Smooth from here. It should just be the SDF, I think. Perfect. Oh my goodness. 0.2 should give us some nice rounding on the back. Maybe 0.1 because that's crazy. And then actually we can use the SDF as well. Just pass it forwards, just as we did with the other one. Easiest way to do this is find out where we're doing it. I can't even remember what this looks like. I just need to do a minimum with the SDF that we add. Oh, I don't know where I've just clicked. Yeah, we've already sent an SDF over to the shader. So rather than doing like another one and having to write more attributes across, I'm just going to do this. Hey Timothy, how's it going? That's pretty good. We've clearly got some issues with our blending going on. So maybe I just make this like slightly bigger. And we can also just make sure that we've got distance on this smooth minimum down a little bit lower just to blend in a bit less. There we go. And then if we preview with a high resolution, oh, this is the high resolution. Well, that's not good. Well, let's set this to accurate. It's still not great, to be honest. Let's maybe increase, maybe I just squashed it too much. Yeah, maybe we just go for standard Suzanne's. I might just need to tip her forward so that she's less like chin out, rotating in the x-axis. In the positive, there we go, 30 degrees maybe. Not the Suzanne. Do you know of any way to pass attributes of other objects through instantiation? That's, I mean, yes, transfer, but I'm guessing if you're asking that that might not be the solution you're after. But transfer attributes generally. You can also transfer by raycasting if you need like a line of sight kind of transfer. But yeah, you have a bunch of options. Okay, I need to add positions up here. Maybe we'll make this top raked section as well, actually. I was going to say not to because it's just like, it looks like a wooden structure. But maybe it's just easier to, but then maybe not. But then maybe it is. And we're kind of in the spirit of SDFs at this point, so maybe we just do it. And maybe it's actually big enough as well that we can make SDF columns up the back without them stretching too much. I wasn't too bothered about these ones because they're like absorbed into the wall, but I thought the freestanding ones might be a bit clearer. But maybe we just make them manually. So, okay, let's do this thing. This one. Same again, stepping. but it's a little bit more, do you know what, there's no point in doing an under section because it's, what's the word I was looking for? Because we're never going to see a cross section. And I wonder actually if we've already got everything that I need. Maybe I can just push the thing where I stopped the rate seats back. Oh my god, I'm losing my words, I'm sorry. Suzanne's into this one, and then we're going to come down to our rate seating, find where we've got our mask. Everything's getting so slow. Find where we've got our masks on the y-axis, and one of these, if I go to 2, am I going to get that top section? Almost, but almost not as well. So we could also do another bit here where we do greater than 1, which is only going to be these top ones, and then we can push it in some direction. So I should probably change this to a compare node as well, just for optimization's sake. So we're going to take our y-axis greater than 1. I need to reduce the sample size. Oh, I keep forgetting. I always go over to that node, and I just remembered that actually in options we have an override show render option. So I can actually just do it from the end panel, which is super useful. Okay, so greater than 1, this is our mask. We're going to a switch node, which is going to be float. And we're going to be using this to control something. I think we just need to, oh, do you know what? Maybe we don't actually, because we want to have columns along here. Yeah, so maybe what I need is just an SDF of this so that I can set the color to be different. I think that's probably the best thing. Sorry, just thinking. So yeah, if I take my greater than, still good, then I need to preview some of these. So let's, good morning from Australia. How's it going? Brady, did you manage to get your money together for going to Beacon? Are you like prepared with your talk as well? It's going to be so freaking cool. Let's get rid of one of those. There we go. You got the flights and the tickets booked. Nice. Congrats, man. The talk you still need to keep making. You've got time. It's like, what, the 27th to 29th of October, right? And do you just give the talk once, or do you have to give it every day? Let's grab... So yeah, I'm making my color SDF here, right? So for this, I just need to get rid of that. You just found out about BlenderCon. I really want to go this year, but I'm not sure. I can't afford it for myself, so I want my job to pay for me to go, and that's a bit cheeky, but it'd be so useful. It'd be so useful if they were just like, ah, yeah, we'll send you. So you meant with the transferring, object A instantiates another object B in node tree of A. Ooh, yeah, that's going to be tricky for you. The physics sim, oh yeah, the physics sim was cool in Geometry Nodes. You have like 3 objects, but the issue is that every time the node tree updates, it updates to physics. It's not frame based. So it's a bit of a jank, but you cycle through 3 objects. I think that's how you do it, right? Each one looks at one and it doesn't know it's looping. Yeah, so metavagrant. B has its own node tree. And you want to send parameters to... Hang on, sorry, I'm just trying to work out. So you have, I think in your case you might just need to use drivers to send specific things and then like have node groups that work stuff out if you've got calculations going on. You can't really create something and then proceduralize variations based on another node tree, if that makes sense. If you make it in, it's kind of difficult to say, you sort of need to instantiate something and then realize those instances and create variations of those instances on the on the now realized geometry. If that makes, I think I'm reading into that. I think I'm reading that right. So like, let's say you've got something which makes a cube, and then you instance that cube in another node tree. And then after the instancing, you want to be able to like randomize the size of that cube by sending random value from B back into A, or like the other way around. You can't do that basically with geometry nodes. You can't talk in that kind of bilateral way. There's no, and it doesn't quite make sense to do that either. Like you need each one to exist in real in the node tree, in which case you just need to build it as you go forward. It's a very like left to right workflow in geometry nodes. There's a lot of like looping and instantiating that you would do in a normal 3D package that geometry nodes cannot keep up with. So yeah, you just need to kind of build left to right, if that makes sense. It's definitely a lot less performant, but at some point the workflow will change or update. So yeah. So we've got this, there we go. And I just need this top section. Is that right? Yeah, right, so this one here. I think that's going the right way, yes. We need to have this one just isolated on its own. So I've got this greater than 1, which I think is just this one. Let me just double check. That rerouting is getting old. So yeah, that seems to be correct. Yeah, it is. And then can you put a node tree in another node tree and pass data within the node, as long as it's going in the correct direction? If you want to have variations of, so if you want, let me just demonstrate this real quick. If you've got something like a star, right, and you are instancing on the points, and this is your instance, and you've got a line, mesh line, something like this, and you've got, here we go, here's a bunch of stars. Let's actually go in the X direction, so we are making a bit more sense here. So if you had a node tree that was making a star, or in this case just a node that makes a star, and you're thinking, well, I want now to change the number of stars per point, so I'm going to create a random value with integers between 3, let's say, well, 4 and 8, right? How do I get this? Like, can I just plug it up in here? No, all of these get the same value. So what you would actually need to do is have a way to kind of generate stars afterwards. So in this case, what you'd probably actually do is you would take a curve circle with a certain resolution, whatever, that's fine. And then you would resample your curve with a certain number, but the resampling needs to happen after it's realized, so you would also need to turn this into real geometry. And this is all like part of that process, right? You're working left to right here. So then we're taking a random value. Okay, now each one, you can see we've got like pentagons, octagons. I'm actually going to make this ×2 because we need inner and outer points. And then we can just set the position of index modulo 2, because that's going to be every other point. So that's like 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, which is why we can use this straight as the Boolean. And then we can like scale, so position, vector math, set to scale. Those points, right? But okay, all of these are going back towards 0, which means we also need to do a little bit of a localized transform. So before we realize the instances, we also just need to capture the vector for their location on the instances. So we'll capture it on the instance, it will be inherited when you realize instances. Now I can use this. So what we're going to do is we're going to subtract that position, puts everything back to the middle, then we can scale it, and then we can just re-add that position. And now what you're doing is you're essentially creating stars. So you've instanced them, you've created the geometry, and then you can, as long as you're making everything simultaneously, like we are here with these stars, then you know you can make things however you need to make them, if that makes sense. What's with the milliseconds above the node groups? Up in your node editor overlays, you can set your timings to be visible. So this is going to tell you how long it takes each of these geometry nodes to calculate. In this case, this is all very fast. So let's get rid of that. Okay. What am I doing? Let's just multiply this by our Boolean. Is that going to be fine? Oh no. We need to do a maximum. So let's go maximum, and I'm also going to invert this, so less than. There we go. Now we've got this top section. This can be used in our shader. So let's go to that. This maximum, let's go down here. Let's go to that as well. We're going to use this SDF. We're going to store this one as our thing. This one comes here, store it as a value. This one is going to be our top seats. Lowercase, uppercase s. Save. Move this one down here. So again, top seats. And if I view this, let's do that. Like this. There we go. So we can see that we've got this in the area. And then we can just use this to mix our color again. So let's use another mix and another greater than. Difficult to know how far out to go with that. So this is going to be our mix factor. This can go into our base color there. And this time we're going for a bit of a darker wood color. That ain't perfect. I'm not really happy with how that's overlapping so much stuff. So I need it to kind of respond to what it's mixing in with. So let's have a look at this. What can we do about this? Well, I've got this section here. So maybe I can do some kind of comparison between this and this. So let's just give that a go. We've got a compare node here. We've got this minimum here. Find out where it's equal, that's different. Find out where it's not equal. Find out where it's greater than. These are all just, because it's all values, we're getting a lot of weirdness going on. If you duplicate that muted maximum node and set it to greater than, you might, oh, that's a good point. Close. Yeah. I think it's because the gradients are like not even all consistent because of how I stretch stuff around. I might just have to do, yeah, this is going to be janky, but I don't like doing this because it collapses the detailing. But this is the like absolute limit of my base mesh. And then what I can do is I can like maybe set this to less than actually, and then maybe do something with multiply or maximum. Yeah, sorry, not that one, this one. So that might be good enough. Let's try. And then we're going to plug this one through and unmute, and then we're going to view the outputs of this. That's good enough. So I've basically just removed the outer part. We're still having to do a weird amount of like adding on here. If I set this to 0, we really lose some of that detailing. So I'm going to have to go for quite a high resolution, I think. 0.1, 0.05, that'll do. When Russell Crowe, I'm sorry, I'm not going to get to Russell Crowe, it's just gone 12. As much as I really want to create just some hideous monstrosity, and especially now Brady might still be here. We've got our Australian representative. Last thing that we're going to do here is we've got our position top columns to add in, and these are just a few columns in here and then some wooden columns up here. Oh, you're Australian. Oh, perfect. Again, we're going to need to colour these, so these ones are going to get the same colours as our benches, and these ones are going to be red. Whew, I feel like we're closing in, gradually closing in. Same idea as the back columns. So we can just, oh yeah, it was barely anything, was it? Control Shift D, move these down. Alt P to move out of the thing. This is our exterior columns. This one's going to be interior. Let's just delete that frame for now. Is updating even just deleting a frame? Your cousin is Russell's agent's dog walker. So me to you, you to your cousin to the agent, and the agent to Russell. That makes sense. Like, you're supposed to be within like 5 steps of everybody, aren't you? So I'm 4 steps away from Russell Crowe now. Yeah, hiding Suzanne's, yeah. We need Russell. It's tempting. I might have to do it separately. Somebody actually asked for a tutorial on how to make like the noodle boy, the noodle character things. So maybe we'll do like a noodle Russell Crowe at some point. This can count as your content recommendation. Just use an image plane with a picture of his face. Do you know, we actually could do that. That would be very simple. I mean, we can use the... Oh, did that just go away? I think we've got thumbnails in here, haven't we? Because I could just cut this one out again and use... We could just put this in the scene. I feel like it would be more fun to like make a proper... We'll make some more proper content out of it. Fun fact, that was thumbnail 106, I think. So... Yeah, we've been making some videos. That's crazy. I always feel like it's like... I don't know, video number 30 or something. Okay, what are we going to use these for? Let's just see what this is. Okay, pretty close, pretty close. We don't want to be changing the radius. That's not going to be useful for us. Mars in Total Recall. The thumbnails always just come out so weird. Right, I need this to be... I did start this today, yeah. Well, we're 6.5 hours into the stream, so understandably we've been chipping away for a little while. You can probably hear it in my voice, actually. Maximus Decimus. One day. That day is not today. Oh, I wish I could quote from his speech. That would be much more useful. You know, when he's talking about Valhalla. Length, subtract, maximum. What does this do? That is the height. Okay, so we can do the maximum, subtract. We can maybe just also bring these in. Like, don't need these to be way back there. Can we actually just go to 1? Is that might be suitable? And then we can, rather than having the subtract just like cutting off the top, we're going to do the like subtract, absolute subtract thing to make it have a top and bottom. Oh, I don't know why I just pressed that. B. I don't actually know how high it should be. That's probably fine. Let's go for a height of 1 as well. We will just plug this in with everything else. This is let's press F2, limit mask. Sorry, I'm trying to be really explicit with like annotating what everything is because I will be putting the file onto Patreon, so I want people to be able to like download and understand it. Now my voice is going. Hey, I think it's so fun. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like so much a part of the community. Like, the Blender community is, the fact that it's like a community around a software is just ridiculous because it's like an actual, just like wholesome artist community as well, which I think is great. Like, how many softwares get to boast that? Okay, let's move these up a little bit. And maybe they can be a little bit thicker, 0.06. There we go, chunky. And we can go up just a bit more. And a bit more. Oh my god. Oh, did we just join? Oh, did I send it one past? No, we're still good. Okay, we can also move it just one click out. Cool. And we're also going to pretend that there's capitals by doing a smooth minimum and just blending these things together because at this point we're going lazy. This does mean we're going to lose a bit of the colour at the top, but that's probably fine as well. Such a nice clay shader. It's Jammers. I recommend it. Jammer, it's like $50. I think I probably still have it in my clipboard. I do. Great. Yeah, that's the link to this shader pack. It's so good. They're just image textures, but they are gorgeous. Yeah, let's bring this one out. We need another mask. Just one more, I think. And then we can do the thing where we make the thing into the circle. Losing my words. The Coliseumizer, where we curve deform. And we'll need to adjust my cleaning buffer because we've changed the resolution, so we just need to make sure that's nice and sharp edged. Store named attributes. This one is going to be our top pillars. There we go, that's looking pretty good. We can just take this SDF directly as that. We'll make it work inside the shader. That's fine, that's fine. That's all good. This can just be framed up now, Control J. This is the top pillars. And then we still need to add the awning support pillars. I'm just going to bring these out and let's just Control Shift D. Basically exactly the same process. Do I need more than this? I'm trying to like gauge the density. Definitely do. We're going to need to double up our pillars, I think, for the external ones, the wood ones, which stick a bit higher. But we're getting there. We're really getting there. I could include the vomitoria things, which are like the exit holes, but I don't really want to. I mean, we could just like punch through one of these things all the way to the front, and then it would be an opening. But I don't think it's worth it. So let's leave that off for a sec. We're going to go back into our shader. And again, we're just going to daisy chain in another one of these mixes into our base color. We're going to grab another attribute and greater than for our mask, which is going to be our top pillars. I think that was the one. Yes, it is. And we want this one to be red. Maybe a bit less shiny. And maybe a little bit less expansive. It's not coming through on top, but it's... There we go, something like that is fine. Let's just grab one more thing, which we're going to be adding into the top seats mask as well, so just the same wood there. And I can actually do this down here at this point, because these ones don't need this. Oh wait, yeah, they don't need the smooth minimum, which means I need to... We're just going to do this. Let's rename these ones. So this one's going to be top pillars. This one is joining our seating. Ready? Yes. Oh my god, I feel like I'm on the home stretch. Exterior columns. Oh, 69 concurrent viewers. Nice. And this one is cornices. This one is Suzanne's. And, oh, I don't even know what this one is. That's not good. Oh, is this the canopy? I think it is. Control J. It has a proper name. It is the canopy of the Summa Mainanium. Summa M-A-E-N-I-A-N-U-M. Canopy. Cool. All right. So close. Right, let's just add these last ones and then we're done. Just found an orphan node group of giant object I accidentally applied the modifier. Oh god. At least you can control Z, right? Right? Quick reminder to anybody who doesn't do this in Blender, go into your preferences, system, change your undo steps from 32 to 256. Just, you might need a bit more RAM to like be safe to do this, but just make your undo steps as high as possible. We can now just take one more minimum node in here. So close now. And this one is going to be our wooden pillars. Join this one up. 128 should be default, really? It always used to be 32. Actually, when I started using Blender, there was no Control Z, so enjoy that. Let's just, oh yeah, actually we need to do a little bit more work to these because I need to double the frequency, and right now we're just using the X wrap, so I need to actually wrap the wrap, if that makes sense. 128 should be the default. It isn't, but it should. Yeah, agreed. 32 is just not enough, and people don't realize, like so many people don't just go through the Blender preferences. Like that's not a cool thing to do, but you come up with so many interesting, useful things like your lighting. You can set custom HDRIs in here, and then they will appear in here. Like I have like extra HDRIs that I use. Super useful. Okay, we need to come back to maybe 2 or wherever it is. Is this far enough? Oh yeah, and we're also just going to go ahead and minimum this with our seats, top seats, yeah. Ooh, yeah. This is a mask, which means I need to do it afterwards. So we're going to just do a minimum on here. And we're going to join in these ones. There we go. If you accidentally increase the undo value too much, if you increase it too much, then you're absolutely safe to undo it. If you set it to 0, then there's no going back. Okay, we're nearly punching out the back here. Oh, that is potentially an issue. No, it's not. I can just manually counteract it. This is so like dirty doing this now. I should really just make another mask, but I don't want to. Having masks going out into shaders, just it's expensive writing stuff to geometry, or yeah, writing stuff to geometry. How much do I need to add? Well, apparently 0.05, but that's definitely still covering everything. So I'm gonna go with that. We can make this twice as long and one step higher, so maybe 6. Yeah, they need to be a bit bigger. Like these things are tall. They're like twice as high out the top. So let's go for 3 tall. Oh, am I running out of Sorry, I'm running out of height here. Let's go up to 7. That's pretty good. Pretty good, but maybe too much. Let's go up to 2.2. I think these need to be a bit skinnier as well. 0.04 maybe. That's pretty good. We just need more of them, and we need them to be maybe a little bit higher up. Let's go up to 7. Are we doing the warped? We are Z warped. Which means it's like, it's getting lower and lower the higher we go up. So 6.5 maybe. I think we're cutting through. That looks pretty good. I really hate doing this at this point where it's like, I'm just going to make this tiny difference. Tiny difference. Basically pixel. There's like an official term in the industry called pixel fucking, which is where you're like 1 pixel to the left, 1 pixel to the right. Like really micromanaging something. That is basically what I'm doing with my own project at this point. Just like, just need it to be very slightly different. Oh, that was the wrong number. Oh, we're so close. Just need to make the thing where they can... Oh, we definitely... It's just small changes at this point, isn't it? We need a little bit less range on these. Does anyone else pick more whole numbers for vertices? How do you mean? I definitely like round numbers, but you don't always have the good fortune. 0.05, is that not fine? It's pretty close, isn't it? 0.045. We're getting to thousands. I should probably stop. Let's just... We need to sort out the frequency. So I need these to be like twice. And to do this, we need to deal with our X-wrap. So the X-wrap gives us 0 to 1 every 0.6 difference. So we're going minus 0.3 to 0 to 0.3. And what we need to do is actually, what's the best way to do this? Can I just... If I absolute subtract, because they're circle, it doesn't matter if every other one is flipped, right? Which is what's going to happen if I absolute subtract. But that's going to work. Absolute subtract is just like such a lifesaver. You do it all the time with shaders when you're building stuff. And then just doing stuff in geometry nodes, I haven't really touched stuff like that. But it's actually really satisfying getting to do all of this kind of shader junk again. It does say Z warped because it's actually warped. I know it's confusing because it's like wrap and warp, but yeah, that's why. But thank you for pointing out. So we're going to absolute, and then we're going to subtract, I think 0.3 should be the right amount, because that's going to be half of the difference. We will find out in just a moment. But it should push it out each side from the middle. Oh, okay, that was too far. 0.15. Hey. There we go. Oh, now this might be a problem, maybe. We're going to get half a thing. Okay, well, we can now try. We're just going to make everything elliptical. And then I'm going to go to bed because I'm tired. But this has been a blast. I really gotta... I gotta work out what we're gonna be streaming next week. I want to stream every week. I feel like it's just a really great way to make content and also keep your skills up. Tutorials are cool and all, and they're probably more useful to people, but hopefully people get to learn a bit from doing these streams as well. Wooden pillars. There we go. These are our Control J inner details, I guess. I should try playing around with molecular nodes. I don't know if I'm actually smart enough to deal with molecular nodes. Like, my understanding of microbiology is nil, like nada. So I think I should maybe just like have you guest stream instead. That would actually maybe work well. Because we did a guest stream with serpents, and that was great fun. Worst case scenario, we get Russell Crowe. That's just not a bad thing. Oh boy, what just happened? Oh right, that's just because of the resolution. Am I going to guest stream for Tom while he's walking? No, although maybe I should ask him if I can, because I think he would be down for it. And also, like, he's got quite a big audience, like, maybe maybe I should try and tap into that. Yo, do we have 3,000 nodes? And we've been hand positioning most of them. This is not 3,000 nodes. Oh, it's Suzanne. Suzanne is most of the nodes. For sure. Has he? I think, has Curtis done some work, some videos with Tom on, oh, Joey did. Oh, and Decoded. Oh my god. I've not been on any of the Blender nests in ages, like maybe even a year now. So I think I'm out of people's favour, which is fine. That's just the way of life, isn't it? Okay. Suzanne is so nodey. She one heavy monkey. Okay. So we were going to talk about like mesh reduction and stuff, but just throw a decimate on it. It'll be fine. That's the easy way. Right, Coliseumizer. Save before it crashes. Unmute. Let's see how this goes. And then I don't actually want to view the whole thing at once, but oh, did this just totally work? Oh no, we are still breaking. Gosh darn. Oh, we're breaking all over the place. Okay, this is fine. We might just need to crop a little bit further. It's like, it's so close to working. What we need to do is just reduce this cleaning buffer. Let's try 0.2. This is going to take a sec because it's like it's just a lot of topology. Oh, close but no cigar. Oh, that's nice. Tom, to be fair, Tom with geometry nodes, actually there's like quite a few Blender YouTubers, like maybe just people in general, like when it's geometry nodes, I think people just kind of get me in their head because it's handy. I'm quite public about using geometry nodes. Okay, this is better. Right, let's go into wireframe mode. I want to try and get this as clean as possible. Oh, we've got some bad topology there. So let's go to 0. Let's just see what we're looking at. See if we can see any. Yeah, this one right here. there's some small parts. That's annoying. Yeah, I don't know. I think what I probably want to do is go to the middle of this, which means I probably want a bit more resolution. If we go 0.01, it's going to get much denser, but I should have column expansion caps. We're just so close to it working. We're so close. Oh, it updated. Okay. Annoyingly, we still don't have an edge where I was hoping to have an edge, but that's fine. Hopefully we can find a straight line at some point. Man, this looks so complicated. And as well, like, what is this topology? Where is that topology? Strange. Procedural grout. It would be slip, wouldn't it, for clay like this? Let's just expand this a little bit. We're going to go up to 0.2 maybe. Oh. We're so close. I should have pressed escape instead of the other thing. Shift tab. Oh, I'm glad I'm not at work tomorrow. I would be ruined. Missing those trees now. Let's just try going to 0.2. We'll see where we get to, and I might just grab the end and compress it. That might just be a really cheap and dirty way. Or I could just increase the merge by distance. Been in it all day. Looks like good progress since the Lesper. Yeah, it looks like we've got some verts doing me dirty. What I want to do in that case is I'm not going to touch that. I'm going to take my open sides. Oh, interesting. It's these. We're getting the tiles appearing inside our things. We'll call these a design decision, but this is actually just an artifact of the less than, greater than, like using booleans for your things. It's looking cool though, right? Definitely not super pleased with this, but that's just to do with the difference in gradients. Again, design feature. Let's just where in Discord should you drop content ideas? There's one for tutorial ideas. Actually, we have a channel for it. Just in the artist's workspace, left hand side, tutorial ideas. I do actually look at these. I know a lot of them don't get tutorials, but I went through them last night and I was just like, okay, this one goes in the list, this one goes in the list. So we do have a place. This one actually looks like it'd be super fun, and people like architectural stuff, so I think it would be super easy to do. Interesting how it wraps into this tunnel, but I think we can do it. Or yeah, you're obviously more than welcome just to DM me as well. I'm not very precious about people not messaging me or anything. Okay, we've got some wires, so we're going to do a little bit more cleanup here. Just before we get any further. So close, come on. can just hear my computer buzzing up in the background. I'm going to take another delete geometry. Oh, it's being so slow. Auto saves, that's hilarious. We're so close. I need to remember actually before I release this file to like seriously reduce the complexity of the mesh and remove textures. Oh, that's a good idea actually. Good thinking. Or maybe I could have just control space as well. Let's do this. We're going to delete. We've got these wire mask here. There we go. Delete edges that are wires. And then I also want to take everything which is like positive X because we're working around the origin anyway, so this is going to work fine. I'm going to take any position which is separate XYZ greater than 0. Could have also just used a sine node, but this is fine. I'm just wondering. This is probably a really bad way of doing this, but we're just going to go ahead and try. I'm noding blind at this point, so you'll have to just bear with me. I'm doing a bit of thinking. So I want to take each of my edge loops, and I want to find their average position collectively, but also separately for each side, right? So I've got each side like this, and I want each one. This one's like 0, this one's 1, as we've got with our greater than here. So I can use this as our group index with an accumulate node. Accumulate field, this is our group index. And we can accumulate a couple of things. We can accumulate just a value. And we can also accumulate the position vector. And then we can just divide the position vector by the total number that we get to per thing. This is going to be our average vector position, which we can then use with a transform plus node, which just does like what we did before with when we were doing those stars and we like moved them back to the origin, scaled them and then moved them back. Transform plus just does moves to the origin, transforms back. We're going to use a custom center on here. So we're going to move all of those things. But actually it's not quite this simple because I need it to be specifically on edge loops. Sorry, not edge loops, on boundary loops. So wherever you have a boundary loop, you can guarantee that the faces on each edge is going to equal 1. Like if you have an edge and it's only attached to one face, then that edge must be a boundary. So I've got my boundary loop. I need the accumulation to be just based on boundary loops. I wonder if I can just like, I was going to say I can like separate the geometry and then transfer this back to the original one, but I wonder actually if I just do this. So I can use this as the mask, but then I also use the mask to just like offset. Let's multiply this mask by 10 and then add. Let's just set this to multiply add so it behaves a little bit quicker. Add it to this one. So now what we've got is all of the vertices on one side have greater than 0. Yeah, so on the left hand side everything has an index of 0. On the right hand side everything has an index of 1. But now the boundary loops additionally have 10. So the left boundary loops are 10, and then everything's 0, and then it's 1, and then the right boundary loops are 11. But because I'm also using this mask as my selection in the Transform Plus node, we're not going to be moving all of the middle stuff. We're still going to work out our average positions for everything in the boundary loops and just everything, but we're not dealing with everything else. I think this should work, and then for this we'll be scaling to 0 in the x-axis to flatten it. In theory, I think this should work. And then everything else should just fall into place. So I'm going to frame this up. This is remove wires. And this one is going to be Control J. Flatten boundary loops. And then we can just carry on with our array. What's this transform doing? Oh, the scaling? Sure. Array, scale, curve deform, merge edges, and that should then work. Okay, set material, set shade, smooth. Cool. Let's see if this can load. I think it's still loading. Oh, there we go. Something's happened. Oh my goodness. Well, that's certainly a lot of topology. Let's check it in the solid shading. Alrighty. It's looking pretty good. These are elliptical as hell. This is why I was thinking that I would stick these on at the end, but I think this has worked out actually kind of fine. We should probably add a floor. And maybe we should, it takes 10 seconds to compute. Maybe we should do more vertices. I'm going to go to 128 on my ellipse, just to make that a little bit more squashed in together. Oh, do you know what? Maybe it's just that no, I think it is because of this. We have so much topology, I'm sure it'll be fine to give a proper curve. Oh my god, we're getting there. My throat is not doing so good. In the next stream, I need to like hydrate in preparation. Okay, that's a lot tighter actually. That's pretty good. I think we could probably handle a few more of these. I might set this up to 12. Oh, it is 12. I think it said there was 80 arches. I have 6 per section. 6 times 12 is 72, so I could go 13. Wait, is that right? It is, isn't it? This is madness. Yeah, it's not quite Sparta. It's pretty cool though. I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. Or has turned out. Now there should be a lot of like holes in here, and there should be some little like portico looking things for the rich people. And there also should be some like fancy entrances with horses. And there should be a Russell Crowe in the middle. But alas, I think this is probably as far as I come. I kind of want to add a couple more. I think it's too stretched on the outside. Oh, rendered mode. Come on, you can do it. No balconies for rich people again. Design choice. Yeah, I was just trying to modernize. I was trying to, get up to date with our modern day approach to things like this. Am I CPU rendering? What is going on? Why is this so slow? Oh, okay. It's slow because we have 30 million 30 million vertices. So I do want to set this up to 14. Apparently I like pain. Please don't crash. We're so close. Sunset HDRI, yeah, definitely. I will set that up in just a moment. I need to get the Twitter render. I'm not sure that I wonder if I should turn on displacement. So it's more like... No, adaptive subdivision is off, I think. I'm pretty sure it's just because there's a lot of vertices. We're so close. This is also one of the dangers with proceduralism, is you get to the end and then it's like, oh, I could just turn everything up. We could just see. I mean, if it was 30 million with 12 versions, then we're only adding 2 more, which is like another 6. So that should only go up to like 35 million. Pretty good guess. System is out of GPU memory. Nice. Great. 10 gig of VRAM. That's not enough, apparently. You're about to hear my fans kick on. Because I'm not leaving this. I'm not leaving this unrendered. Hopefully the video doesn't start stuttering. Just let me know in chat if this kills it. Maybe I should have done this one not in rendered view. Oh, it's thinking. Let's use this. I just want to use my normal RAM. Yeah, what is one API? Is this for the M1 chips? I'm waiting for the lad pop. I'm surprised actually that my battery hasn't gone off. Like, that thing complains because my PC is overspec'd for the UPS. Which is apparently... Oh, apparently we're only loading it for 350 watts right now. That's not bad. Let's go into CPU. It's going to spin up the fans like crazy. But we should be able to render. Oh yeah, Apple API is called Metal. I'm not sure what one API is then. I wonder if it's an open source thing. It's hip for AMD chips, isn't it? I would just open it, but Blender's in the middle of having a moment. Oh. Oh. Maybe. Yes, let's go. Turns out CPU is actually totally fine to render this. GPU, it was just too much, but... Not too bad. Alright, let's grab one. Oh, let's grab one of these. That's some pretty hard shadows. Maybe we add a floor. Oh, we've actually got quite a big thing here. Change this to shadow catcher because we're not crazy. Oh, do you know what we could do? we could, if we wanted, change our ellipse to be like 3/4 of a circle and to not be cyclic. So, okay, if I just, I'm gonna like get these ready and then try and put them on before it crashes. So we're gonna turn off set spline cyclic, turn you to 0. Oh, this whole like update the node tree every time anything happens thing. This has got to stop. Come on, Blender. You know not to do this. You can also swap from a clay shader to a clean white diffuse. I could do. I've got a really nice clay render shader. Like that I use for doing clay renders. Like not actual clay. I was thinking that I should try turning back on the oh come on, the displacement in the shader so that we get some of that juicy effect. No, okay, that's fair. We might need to go back to just 30 million triangles. I think it was having a moment. I hope we can load in actually. This is a worry. If you overstretch Blender and then it's just like I can't even load the file anymore. First crash? No. We've had a couple. Should take about 15 seconds to load. I'm gonna just turn out my big light. Sorry, otherwise I'll literally never sleep. Okay. I wish I could just like not turn it off completely. I'm just gonna get rid of that subdivision, that's ridiculous. We're going to go down to 270 degrees. 270, and we're going to uncyclic this curve. There we go. That should be the same as giving us a cutaway, which is kind of like this guy. Although they did get the bottom, but we don't have that much detail, so I'm just gonna be happy with how it is. It's all fine. I kind of want a render just of the just of this thing as well. Maybe we start with that actually. There's just something so cool about this. Let's try and get some of those. Extra columns. Do any of these line up? I think they actually don't line up. What is it, 0.3? I think this should be the halfway point. Okay, let's just... viewport render image. Actually, I'm just gonna screen grab. Actually, I need this to be higher as well. So we're gonna go up to like 8 maybe. There we go. Sorry, just bear with. And then we're going to get like a beauty render of the thing. There we go. And then saving toggling. Here we go. We're jumping it straight up to 30 million. Oh no, I think I didn't turn it down. We're jumping straight back to 35 million. I wonder if this is going straight for CUDA. I didn't actually check if this was after I changed it to CPU rendering. Yeah, kills most PCs. It's just too much. It's not a great SDF, to be fair. Like, we're getting away with a lot of bad, like, just make it work kind of stuff. Let's bring it up here. So, like, a lot of this where we're coming out in this direction, we really should have like this should be soft everywhere if it was like a proper SDF, right? But this is still kind of fun, and it works good enough, right? And like as well here, coming down here, this should be something like that, right? Where it's just smooth and soft. Time for 59.50. You're not even wrong. That's like, and here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Do we turn on shader displacement? Of course we do. Oh, I already regret it. It was fine. Normals looked fine. Okay, well, let's get back to saving the file that we were doing. Let's just save the PNG. Oh, it was just my cursor. Are we in business? Oh, not quite. Did we run out of memory? Oh. That's not bad. Oh, maybe it is bad, actually. Okay, it's kind of lumpy. Maybe we just need to reduce the strength a bit. Oh, it looks so good, though. There's just something about it. Maybe we need some subsurface scattering. Like, if my computer's not working hard enough. Or do we just add translucency? Let's go for subsurf, because this is the good shit. This is not the proper way to do subsurface scattering, by the way. Let's just get that clear. I just generally plug the colour into the subsurface colour. It looks like a heavily iced cake. I want to turn down the displacement a little bit. It's like, it's a little bit too blobby. Oh no, can't blend it. Okay. Maybe. I'm just thinking maybe we don't do subsurface scattering. Or, can I even open Blender? Okay. Maybe we just set it up on a sphere and then we trigger it to go. What I need to do is like get it all ready with everything disabled and then save. You don't think clay would have subsurf, really? Maybe. Oh my god, is this cake? I mean, it basically is. That can be our excuse for not going like super detailed with everything. Aside from the fact that this is already a 7.5 hour stream, but some clays do. I was thinking with like poly clay, like the plastic ones. props to anybody who's still here. Like, you're doing serious work. Let's take a UV sphere. Okay, let's do this properly. I'm gonna subdivide adaptive. That's all good. Jump into rendered view. And we're gonna just throw on our clay material. Oh, it does look so good though. It's just coming out a little bit too far, that's all. And that's a little bit too little. .53, and maybe a scale of 0.5. How much are we really benefiting here? Oh, quite a lot. Okay, I'll take it. With this strong shadow, maybe we'll even go up to 0.7. Okay. I'm saving a lot. I've got my ground plane in. Oh, that's way too much bounce light. Let's make sure our ground plane has a real material. So I always forget to do that. Whenever I have a shadow catch, I always forget that it's still reflecting light. So let's do that. And then rename this one to ground. There we go. Have I forgotten anything? Silica can have a lot of scattering. Okay, let's just try a little bit of scattering just to see if it's like, maybe we should do it a little bit. That's too much. Subsurface radius, maybe I should just like do that. Input RPG. You're saying don't. The computer holding above you using a knife. Mine is about to, like tonight, mine's just gonna, it's had enough. Okay, this is way too much. 0.01, just like a super small amount of subsurf probably means it's not worth it. Maybe it's just too strong sun. It looks like, do you know Angel Delight? It's like Butterscotch Angel Delight. This looks too much like render, like cement. I think I want the smoothness. Like, just a little bit of like, ooh, there's something there. This feels like something you could put in your hand. Okay, let's please start praying for me. Let's go. Sphere, you can go away. Coliseum. Let's hope. Oh, my legs are so stiff. Your blender crashed already. I think we're getting there. Maybe I should have Task Manager open just so we can watch the RAM go crazy. It's actually not doing too much. 15 meg? Sorry, 15 gig, that's okay. Angel cake slices. Room must be cozy. Do you know what, actually? It is not cool in here. It's like the whole day. It's been super cold. It's been raining. It's not been a particularly nice day here. And yeah. Right now this is like... Oh, do you know another thing I just realized? We made the curve go down to like 3/4 of the length. So I could get that corner cutaway. Which means that I can... Oh, maybe, if it wants to play ball. Reduce the amount of segments. Let's... Yeah, I think we probably want to as well. Hey Rob, how's it going? Oh, this is cool. Oh, it's I don't want it to be open. It's like having a little cry. I don't want the ends to be open here. There is I could take off the end, rotate it level, and then fill it with curve and then put it back, like transfer points. But that just feels like way too much work at this point, and that's just a lot of work. I'm liking how these are like glowy. Okay, so 14, we had like 12 was probably fine. We're actually going to 3/4 of that. So let's go this down to 10. We're going to leave the open ends open. I'm sorry, I know that's like unfinished, but... Oh, we're so close. We're so close to the end. I just have such a bad habit of saying this and then taking like another 2 hours to add spikes. But this time, look at the no time, yeah, 11-12 seconds. This is what you get for excellence. Will it crash? Yeah, place your bets. We're so close now. Oh, we're doing a lot of computation. And this is SDFs, this is not even Booleans. So we're doing, like, this would be awful if this was with actual Booleans. It looks like it's about to finish. I'm expecting it to update imminently. There we go. Now it just needs to reprocess the tree and start rendering it, which is CPU rendering. SDF stands for signed distance function. So signed because it's positive and negative. Distance because it's the distance from an edge or a surface. Function because it's maths, basically. Alright, oh my goodness. I think we need a different HDRI though. This one is dull. Let's go back to our sunny. And am I still using CUDA? I am. I don't think this would run on my GPU. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this wouldn't run on my GPU. Got a casual 45 gig of RAM at play. In fact, the CPU is doing a pretty good job of catching up. So, I really wish we had that end closed off. Is it bad that I'm considering doing the fill thing? Okay, do you know what? I know this takes 18 seconds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this out of rendered mode, which should significantly lower. Yeah, we're down to 1,000,000 verts. That's easy to handle. And then we can come into our Coloseumizer and we're going to go back a couple of steps. So this is after our flat. That's not how you spell flatten, is it? There's no R in flatten. We just need, oh my goodness, where are we? Oh, I see. We're just going to grab this, and we need to maybe actually after the array, after the scale, after the curve to form. No. We want to do it in merge by distance. And we need the merge by distance. We need a merge by distance before the curve to form. We're not closing the curve now, so this is actually fine because we don't have like an end loop. So let's just plug you into here, you into here, and you into that. Okay, so this is good. Let's grab a merge by distance. Now we've got the full length. We've got some ends in here, but that's fine. Can't you just cut out a cake piece from the closed curve model? I would have to like do a legit Boolean. Should I just do it? I mean, we're talking like Booleaning, like an actual Boolean, a 30 million vertex thing. Without having the option of fast booleans, we only have exact booleans. 47,000 milliseconds. Yes, that's probably a good estimate. Yeah, I don't want a boolean, so this is why I'm doing like a weird, not very pretty way of doing this. Oh my god, I'm getting micro lags because of the CPU rendering. Apologies, we're going back into solid view. So what I'm going to do, nice and easy, is I'm just going to, so I know when we're doing the full res version we don't have any of these intermediate cuts, so I don't need to think about those. I think all I should need to do is geometry, separate geometry, yeah. Oh, maybe we actually did go back into optics. How about that? You can't have different render devices? Well, this is a broken piece of UI. Anyway. You should drink some water and stretch for 2 seconds. Thank you, Camilla. Okay. The render choice. Oh yeah, that is still set to CPU. Okay. So what I need to do is we're going to do boundary loops. Let's pull this one out. Let's grab our separate components. There we go. I know we've got a lot of these. Don't worry too much. We're going to pretend the middle ones don't exist. What we want to do is, you know, maybe I could just take the bounding box, so I'm just guaranteeing I'm getting the end ones. I do want to make sure that I'm, you know, in the, what am I doing? I'm going to do this. Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm doing something which is actually going to scale correctly. So you into there. So we've got these ones for the ends, plus also the boundary loop, plus also the boundary loop. So this and that needs to be true. It needs to be a boundary loop, and it needs to be on the end. Let's grab a value in here. Going for the shortest Arendelle stream. We're so close. There we go. Okay, just the ends. Nice. Now I want to take my selection and I want to rotate them onto their faces. I wonder if I'm actually going to be able to, I'm not going to be able to send them back by index, am I? Let's just capture their current positions. You can always rely on hacky processes. Position. I wish I could do a Morgan Freeman voice so that it's like actually do these. Hey, wave morpher. Indoor season, exactly. So we're capturing our position because I'm about to do some jank where we mess things up. Oh no, these are going to be like one on top of the other. I don't necessarily want that to happen. Let's use a transform plus. This is already going to be doing it in a slightly nicer way. Tell a lie. I thought it did it based on centers. Oh, it does it on bounding box centers? I have a node somewhere that does it on mesh island centers, which is what we did before, essentially. This is just a bit extra. So we're just going to take our positions. I'm interested in, I don't need that, I just need, oh, not mesh islands, I need it. Yeah, okay. Can't you just separate the islands as a selection? I could, well, what I really want to do is just group index these. So I've got the average for the left and an average for the right. That's going to be the easiest way. And then I can set this as my center, custom center. All I need is for them to not be one above the other. That's all. Set this to greater than 0. This could be my group index 1 and 2. There we go. So basically this one's to the left of 0, so this one got a 0, this one got a 1. Therefore we have index left and right. SDF stands for signed distance function. So it's just a distance function from a surface, signed because negative values are inside the mesh. Tobias, you'd have to do like an elliptical transform. No, well, the issue is that you squash the sides if you do an elliptical transform, and it needs to be like a continuous thickness all the way around, which means I would really need to do like some kind of curve deformation for the vectors rather than it being, yeah, and I couldn't get my curve deform to work for just vectors earlier, so yeah. Anyway, I think, I'm not 100% sure if this is going to work, by the way, but we're gonna see. Is this realized? I think it is. But what we can do now is we can do curve to mesh to curve. I really hope this works. And then we can do fill curve. Okay. Let's fucking go. That actually kind of worked. Well, we are missing a lot of topology. What the hell happened? Maybe I just needed more distance? No?